All right, hello and welcome. It is Wednesday, 14 January 2026. I am setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday shows. So, if you're here, hit that like button, subscribe to us, and always tune in to when we are live. So, I'm going to get a Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show up and rolling here in just a few minutes for our pre-show. And then we will be good to go. All right, let me call the peoples in the chat. 1, 2.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
What's up?
Not much. How are you doing?
All right. I'm hungry though, man. I gotta make a sandwich really quick.
Yeah, I had to.
And there's Barry.
I had to grab some food myself a little bit ago, and I'm like, yeah, because I was starting to get those shakes. My sugar was low, I guess. So here we go. We are up and rolling on all the platforms except for the radio stations. Yeah, what happened earlier? You was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it in until about 15 or so minutes. Barry, you there?
I am, but I'm having problems. Give me a minute.
You sound good. You don't need to do anything special.
Oh no, it's not working right now. I'll get there.
What's not working?
The mic's not working. That's just the laptop, and it sounds worse than you're hearing it. So let me get a minute to fix all this. There we go. Wait a minute. Is that it? Mic check. Yeah, we're good now. I don't know what happened. There was some kind of very weird.
I don't know. Whatever you're doing now, I got a huge roar behind it.
No, it's clean on my end.
Yeah. Well,
Oh. Are you going to be in for the first 15 minutes, CS?
Yeah. I'm all done. I'm back.
Okay. Well,
I had an appointment I had to go attend to, but it went really quick.
Okay, cool. Well, I spent like 45 minutes getting something put together, so if you want, I will go ahead and play one of those clips that I've got ready. If you at any point in time, not necessarily at the beginning. It's on some of the leftist insurrectionists and how they're calling for violence and they want guns and kill people and stuff like that, and it's really shocking, man.
Is it
shocking? Not really.
Yeah, is it just par for the course, really, at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, thank you. I appreciate you for correcting me, but yeah.
It should be shocking. Let's put it that way.
Yes, it should be shocking. Exactly, man. You nailed it, brother. But I downloaded it as an MP3. That way, it's just really easy to do, and I could just click it on the phone, and bam. And I put a little space between two clips in case we can get to the other one if you want to get to two of them, but one probably will be suffice.
I told you I might not be here for the first 15 minutes. So if you did anything to prepare for it, let's just roll with what you got in the first 15 minutes,
Back up.
What the hell did you just say? I couldn't make a word out of that. It was so garbled.
It sounded like a robot.
Yeah.
You can now?
That is weird, dude.
Let me go turn on Starlink.
You sound like that special
effect. I'll be right back.
That is weird. Goodness. He sounded exactly like Elon Musk's new robot.
Deep right? Sucker in the Kit Kat. Oh, yeah.
In the Kit Kat? What's the Kit Kat?
Kit Chat.
Okay, well, all right. Sounded like you said in the Kit Kat.
No, in the Kit Chat.
In the Kit Kat, patty whack, give a dog a bone.
No, No, Barry, not like that.
So many came rolling home. Anyway, how's everybody doing out there tonight? Good? That's good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of noise coming from you, man. Sounds like a fan's going or something.
I do have a fan near me, but it shouldn't be that loud.
It's really loud. But I think what it is just pre-show stuff, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and, I always, turn off.
Anyway, are you there? Are you back, CS?
Yeah. I just turned on my Starlink. It's just got to warm up and turn on and connect. So I should sound better in a minute.
Connect?
Okay, here's some interesting stuff, CS, we might want to talk about. Because I did some research and I found out what's going on with the Insurrection Act. I made some posts and every Tom, Dick, and Harry started trolling me and attacking me, say I wasn't an American and blah, blah, blah. The truth is, the Insurrection Act has been on the books since 1807, was signed by Thomas Jefferson, one of our founding fathers. It was believed to be constitutional pretty much unanimously across the board, even with our founding fathers. There has been 28% of presidents have used it. It's to basically get, when the state won't do their job, and the federal government can bring in troops to quell an uprising. It's legal, it's lawful, and it's constitutional. So all these people trolling have no idea what they're talking about. I have all the facts. I have the names of the presidents. I have everything that we need to present to the public so they can stop listening to the liberal lies. And the right-wing lies, too, because, the rhinos and all the anti-Trumpers on the right, they think what he's doing is wrong. No, if he goes in there with the Insurrection Act, he's doing exactly what he should be doing, man, stopping potential civil war.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, I mean, it goes all the way back even further than that. If you include Washington taking the troops into Pennsylvania to quell the Whiskey Rebellion. So
yeah, what's interesting about the Insurrection Act is, and a lot of people think that it equates with martial law. That's never happened. There's never been martial law with the Insurrection Act. Now, there was whatever you want to call it, some military people on the ground after the Civil War. It was part of the rebuilding, America, so to speak, to make sure that there wasn't any more shenanigans going on. It was only in certain areas, but everything continued normally. Like state government went on, bills were passed, law was still, everything, you had all your rights. It was just, there was some military people to maintain the peace. And so this idea, he's going to declare martial law, like the Insurrection Act does that. No, it doesn't. That doesn't even equate to martial law. Yeah. And we've never had an instance, one time, where martial law has ever been instigated for any long period of time, ever in our history. Never happened. Not once. And that's the thing. So all these paranoid people. Now, maybe under Biden, we should be concerned because he might do a Zelensky, because they never condemned Zelensky for having martial law permanently. He has martial law permanently in the Ukraine now. Right?
Pretty much, yeah.
But we got nothing to fear with Trump doing his thing. And even if martial law was declared, it would be very, very short-lived. Historically, that's what's always happened.
It would be regional. It wouldn't be the whole country, too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's a good point, man. I'm just tired of the trolls, man. I've got trolled more this last week than ever before. I've learned a lot about
engagement, bro.
Well, they're not engaging. That's it. You know what I'm saying? They ask you to defend yourself and what you say, and then you go over all your points. And instead of addressing what you said, they then just ask another, bomb you with another question. You're this, and accuse you of like, dude. Well, you answer this question then, because I just answered yours. That's not how this game works. So they're not interested. The trolls are not interested in engaging. They're interested in inventing and I don't know, looking like a buffoon, man, you know, looking ridiculous. But I have no tolerance for it. I'm more than happy to have civil discussion with anybody. But that's not civil discussion. And they just attack. Never address a single thing you say. And it's just another question after another question. I don't have time for that, dude. You know, you are ridiculous. You don't even know what you're talking about. I've yet to meet a troll that knows what they're talking about.
Oh, well, yeah, that's part of being a troll.
Yeah, but I didn't even know that. You know, I figured, well, maybe they're trolling and they know a little, but they really don't, man. These are just stupid people. They could be bots, like you said before, man. I think they could just be AI. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell.
Oh, man. Boy, this Iran thing is getting crazy, huh?
Well, I haven't heard anything new, but I know they've killed, 100 protesters or more now? Is that right?
Oh, they're saying like 12,000 and 12,000, and they're saying that 12,000 number is actually minuscule compared to what's actually happening.
Well, I heard, of course, Trump said, you know, I'll come in there if they're killing the innocent protesters. But I heard what was being reported is that J.D. Vance has tried to talk him out of that. I'm kind of all for it. If he's going to be a true liberator, because that brings peace and stability. You know what I'm saying?
To a lot of places, yeah. I mean, that takes care of the Syria issue. That takes care of what's going on in Lebanon. It takes care of what's going on in Yemen. You know, just so many different places around the world that Iran has their, fingers in there stirring up crap.
Yeah, and the Israel-Iran big, constant battle.
Okay, why doesn't this... There we go.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm like kind of for it. I know a lot of people, especially like these...
Hi, Blue, you breathe a lot, don't you?
These so-called America firsters. I'm an America firster.
He's fired up tonight there, CS.
Who?
You.
I'm ready to
be
go.
fair, it's kind of hot out.
I'm ready to go, bro. I'm ready. Yeah.
Boy,
and
it's lucky we don't have Brent tonight, right?
I don't know. Why?
No. I'm just like, because Barry's like, he's got all this energy. You can just feel that ball of energy in him. It's like, man, let me tell you about the skies and how there's streaks across it, and it's because of the chemtrails, and then we're gonna talk about from that over to Iran and Iraq and how they're doing stuff over there. And, oh man,
Barry,
I've got all this
speaking
energy,
of,
man. Come on.
Do you have any chemtrails in the sky today, Barry?
No, actually, believe it or not, we had 3 days in a row where we had none. And then yesterday, they started spraying us again, but today, nothing. So, like, out of, 5 days, 1 day, that's pretty... I've never seen that before.
Because they're gearing up for war in Iran.
No.
That's why.
No, 3-Eye Atlas. I
don't know what that is.
It's leaving. So it's taking the chemtrails with them.
What is 3-Eye Atlas? Is that meteor?
The comet.
Oh, the comet? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's taking the chemtrails with it as it leaves.
Oh, dude, I want to share this with you, man. I think you'll find this interesting, John. Check this out, dude.
Yeah.
The Mickey Rourke story gets more wild, dude. Okay? The Hollywood Mickey Rourke story. He now says, of course, I'm not taking the money, whatever. He probably is, but he says he's not taking the money, and he's getting all kinds of, job offers, right, to help him out. And he goes, I won't take a job. He said, and it's funny because it's what we were talking about. He literally said, I'm not taking a job because I'm an A-list actor unless it pays $200,000 a day. And I thought, man, what a douchebag, dude.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
I mean,
$2 million for 10 days.
200K, yeah, for one day. 200K.
Well, I mean, for 10 days, that's 2 million. So.
Oh yeah, well that's what I'm saying.
know.
I said I bet he makes a top actor. I don't know if he's really an A-list actor like he is, but he certainly thinks he is at least, and he's probably close to that. He makes at least $1 million a movie. And he made what 17 movies. From most actors weren't working during the shamdemic, and he did. He worked that whole time. He had 17 movies from the shamdemic on. 17 movies. So he made at least, I bet he made $20 million.
Barry,
And he's got.
Are you trying to say rules for thee, but not for me?
I mean, I don't know. They're just, I don't know, man. They're out of touch, dude. You know, it's like.
I don't know, Barry. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Could you and I do a GoFundMe if we were $60,000 behind on rent because of foolishness? Because he admitted, he said the reason that I'm basically having all this back pay is because I spend my money for frivolously. I don't know. I can't control myself. So for 40 years, he hasn't been able to control himself, his budget, his money, for 40 years. So if I did a GoFundMe and I said, I'm irresponsible and I deserve this because I did it to myself, I need to raise 60. Think about it, for real.
200 grand a day. My target is 200,000 a day.
Exactly. I mean, do you know how many flip-offs we would get? But you know how people are with the Holly weirdos, man. They worship these people. So they're like, oh, we got to have him making movies, man. We can't have him out of his house because I love Mickey Rourke, man.
He was in the Spider-Man. No, not Spider-Man. He was in Iron Man. He was Whiplash.
Was he?
Yep.
Was that one of the more recent ones then, right?
No, that was like one of the first Iron Man. It's like the second Iron Man movie. He was Whiplash.
Oh, yeah. That's right, because it said on IMDb, most well-known for Iron Man. But I think he was well-known for some of his earlier work, if you ask me, you know.
I think he was a better boxer than actor.
Yeah. I tried to watch some movie he shot back in the 80s, where he played a cop. He was like this kind of do-gooder cop that was really trying to, like, you know, bring justice, and the system was working against him. But I never believed it. It wasn't, he didn't convince me, you know, the character.
Yeah, he always tried to come off as a Charles Bronson, but it didn't work for him. All right?
Yeah. I like Charles, man. He was Clint,
man,
dude. Clint
made some badass movies, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and Clint Eastwood got better as he got older.
Yeah.
Didn't he, though?
But, you know, one of the, what was it, Inglourious Bastards was the first movie he was in, you know, the original. Him, Telly Savalas, they had all sorts of great people in that movie. I think even Clint Eastwood was in that movie.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was where they took all the rejects and put them together, because they didn't think anyone had a chance of coming back from it, so they threw this company together.
Yeah, the Misfits or something. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and these all of them got killed except for like one or two. Yeah, it was really good.
My neighbor has, like a lot of Americans have. Well, that fan is loud, dude.
What? I can barely hear it.
It's loud on our end. Can you hear it, John?
No.
Really? So I got a neighbor who he's paranoid about stuff as it gets close past the expiration date or slightly over the expiration date. So he brings it all over to me, and I'm very grateful for it. Yesterday he brought me a case of non-GMO Waterloo sparkling water, and I was like, "Thanks, man. I'll take it." and a bunch of green peas, like, I don't know, a couple of cases of canned green peas, because they'll expire later in 2026. I'm like, okay, whatever, man. Yeah, you don't want to eat that. Don't eat that, man. You could get sick. You better give it to me.
You could eat that a year after they expire.
Of
probably.
course.
Green beans, I mean, peas. Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I mean, not a problem at all. Never gotten sick from that. You don't want to eat it if it's like 20 years, because all that stuff in the can actually absorbs into the food. They've done studies and stuff. Not studies, but, forensic. They took samples, and there was all kinds of stuff that gets in it for long term. But 2 or 3 years even probably is fine, dude. Yeah, in a can, sealed. Nah, I would have no problem eating it. I got a whole bunch in the garage in case of an apocalypse.
What, expired Hickory Farms packages?
A bunch of Spam. No, no beans, and just stuff, the canned food stuff, man. That you'd eat if it was a matter of survival, you'd do it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Scott Adams passing away, man?
Bummer.
Yeah, did you hear about it?
Oh yeah, I got it in the lineup.
Did you know he was doing a podcast pretty much up until he died, dude, in the hospital? Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. Dude was super dedicated and courageous, and just a lot of respect for him. And I didn't even talk about it. I knew he was in the hospital. I knew he said he was dying and all that, but I didn't even cover it, man. It's just too depressing for me, dude. There's just been too much tragedy over the last, since 2020. Too many people that we truly like a lot that have died. And look, looks like it probably was the death jab, And he never sugarcoated that, dude. He just said, hey, man, I took it. It was a mistake. Should not have done it. And so he probably saved a lot of people's lives by not sugarcoating it and just saying, hey, I was wrong. So I have a lot of respect for the guy. He really wasn't someone I listened to, you know what I mean? But I know a lot of people liked him.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of Dilbert, but I liked him more than his cartoons. Let's put it that way. I don't know. They were somewhat funny every now and then.
Yeah, I remember him growing up, but not really. I haven't read any of his stuff, his cartoons, for a long time. Did he still do them up until like a few years ago?
I don't know. I imagine he would. Why not? I mean, like, if you have that in your back pocket, I'd imagine you just always kind of do it,
The character kind of looks like Bart Simpson. Makes you wonder if Bart Simpson got the character from him.
Mm.
And he was only 68. That's really, I think that's tragic if you ask me. That 68 to me is way too young.
That's 10 years away.
Yeah. I mean, it's all your good years, though, Like, you get into, 78, and everything kind of sucks,
I don't know, man. I kind of look forward to my elder years, because hopefully I'll have, they call them the golden years for a reason. And now, if you just sit in front of the TV and that's all that you do, or you're not healthy and you can't do things, that's why I do all my health stuff now, is because I'm planning on my golden years and letting those be amazing, so I can be active and do things that I wasn't able to do while I'm working all the time. But I mean, I have people that have this kind of same opinion you have. I know a lot of friends. One friend of mine told me many years ago. I even asked him about it a couple of months ago if he still felt the same way. I can't remember what he said, but he said, "I don't want to live past 60 or 65 or something like that." And I was like,
well, that's kind of young.
I mean, yeah. Well, I need to ask.
I mean, 65, you're just getting paid on Social Security, for crying out loud, You gotta get some of that money back.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, health is a big part of a lot of things. My friend is kind of overweight, man, and like a lot overweight, but. Hopefully he needs to take care of that now, because if he doesn't, it'll be harder as he gets older to get to the gym and stuff. But
well, you don't see a lot of really fat old people, like really old and really fat. It's just something you don't see a lot of.
Because they die? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying, like, when's the last time you saw a 100-year-old that weighed 350 pounds?
Oh, no, most people that live in their late 80s and 90s are not fat.
Skinny, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you see these people, man. The inspiration to me are the people I see. They're like, and I see it all the time. People that are 90 going to the gym. People that are 90, they're doing work, and I mean, do more work than most of the 20-year-olds do. Have more stamina and energy. And you're like, wow, man, that's impressive, dude. That is like, living life fully until the very last breath, if possible. I understand people can't, not everybody can do that, because they're not healthy for whatever reason, or they have some sort of chronic disease or whatever. But for the people that can, man, and they're willing to, put in that extra time to make it happen, I got all the respect in the world for those people, man. Because America's pretty much, we're one of the, I forget what number it is, but we're in the top 10 for grossly obese nations.
In the top 10? Jeez, are you sure? Aren't we like the standalone number one?
I don't think we're number one. I looked it up on AI one day.
What would be 10 countries that are fatter than Americans?
I don't remember. I can ask and find out again real quick, because it'll.
Yeah, I'd be curious, because maybe Canada, but.
Man,
I don't know. We do it bigger here, man.
You have to be in pretty good shape to shovel snow. Come on now. Otherwise you're gonna go out there and have a heart attack.
Mexico is not gonna be up there. It could be up there, but not like the levels we are. It's just a poverty thing, right? Like.
How about Germany and Russia? They gotta be up there.
As far as like Western nations are concerned, Japan is like number 2 or 3 in the world.
For healthy or for fat?
For skinny.
Okay, yeah, for healthy.
Yes, yeah, because they don't even have.
That's what I would think.
They just recently got, fast food there, and most of the people that are fat in Japan, they're mocked. And I'm not encouraging that behavior, but it does sort of make people not want to be fat.
Yeah. If you're if you weigh 300 pounds and you go to Japan, they will point at you. If you go to China, they will point at you and be like, "What the hell?" Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's just like they don't see it. You know what I mean? They don't have it.
Globally, the countries with the highest adult obesity rates are small Pacific Island nations. Americans.
Okay. Yeah.
Cook Islands. I can't even pronounce them. These little islands. The United States does not have the highest obesity rate in the world. The latest data placed the U.S. around 18th globally, with an adult obesity rate near 42.9%, which still makes it one of the highest among large economies.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Samoa, though, you're talking like the couple countries you mentioned. I get Samoa. Those guys are huge, right?
But why are they? Why are they? Why would small islands be full of fat people? I don't get it. Because wouldn't you be like outside a bunch, moving around?
Yeah, but it could just be the abundance of like fish and seafood and fruits and whatnot that are available.
Okay, so everybody's eating.
Yeah, it's not very hard for you to go and pick a couple of coconuts, a pineapple, and catch a couple of fish, and you got a big meal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to make sense of it, right?
All
that
right,
kind of
fellas,
makes sense.
Let's hang up, and I'm gonna get us right back in here. All right?
Yeah, you think you're on the beach all day, you want to look good, but if everybody's got a bit, big old belly, then
Guys.
that's a status symbol. You're looking good with a big belly.
That's right.
I'm gonna end this meeting, and I'm gonna bring us right back.
Oh crap, we got to switch rooms here pretty quick.
Yeah, right
Yes,
now.
sir. All right, leave. Do you want me to
I'm
leave?
gonna hang up.
Nah, don't need to leave. All right, folks, get ready, get set. We're going to have the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show coming up right here in just a few minutes. and they're gonna get their radio shows started on the radio side. Let me get them going. Get over here.
Okay.
All right. There we are. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, reset our timer. Where's Barry?
I'm right here, man. We're good. We're good to go.
There's Barry.
Well, here's interesting. CS, we're number one as far as large populations go, and that makes sense. But I'm asking it why these smaller nations are have such high obesity rates. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It makes some sense, like what you were saying.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. It's just like it's kind of an easy life, you know. You throw a net out in the morning, come back in the afternoon, and pull in like 12 crabs, a couple lobsters, you know.
living large.
30 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
Mexico's number 2, UK's number 3, Canada's number 4, then Australia, Brazil, and Russia after that. China, India.
Wait, you're saying UK is ahead of America? Wait, what?
No, UK's 3. Mexico's
Where are
2.
we? 1?
Number 1, 42%.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, for large
Look
countries.
out,
Okay,
cats,
gotcha,
dogs,
gotcha.
and kids. Here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side. Oh, wow. Right. Hold
This
on.
is not how countdowns work, dude.
Yeah, I know. Normally, I'm like, whoa. Here it comes.
I don't believe
Sorry
you.
about that. Right now. You're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for January 14th, 2026. With me tonight, we've got on the mic, Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Doing great, man. Doing great. We were just talking about before the break. Let's dive into this a little bit because it was kind of an interesting conversation, and it's a little off subject, but I found it interesting. We were talking about obesity levels in different countries. And you were mentioning that we were like 18th on the list when it includes a bunch of smaller countries.
That's right. Yeah, like little islands. A lot of islands have really high obesity rates, which just seemed weird to me, but that's just the case.
Yeah, and is it just a matter of like abundance? Like, you know, like I was saying, maybe you throw a net out in the morning, you come back in the afternoon, you pull up 4 lobsters, and, you know, meanwhile your wife picked like 6 coconuts and, you know, 4 pineapples, and you got a beautiful dinner and everyone's stuffed.
Well, that sounds kind of romantic, but I think it's they have a lack of supermarkets with healthy options. So they have a lot of sugary drinks, which seems weird. Chips and processed foods are, you know, pretty much the easiest choice to get stuff. So it does, just because they're on an island doesn't mean I guess it's just, you know, the land of plenty, so to speak. But also, it's seen as a sign of wealth, health, and social status in some of these places, if you can believe that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you were talking about American Samoa, which again is part of America. So, you know, as being like what, number 1 on the entire list. And they're huge.
Yes.
I mean, they're big guys, right?
Yeah. And as far as like the larger populations go, we have the highest obesity rate of 42.9%. Mexico is second with 36%. UK 28%, Canada 29%, Australia 29%, Brazil 22%, Russia 23%, and then China drops down to 6%, and they're like in the top 10 still.
Really? It drops that much to China at 6%.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Huh. And, I mean, there's not a lot of fat people in China, from what I've seen.
Oh, no.
You know, I can't say I've been, but, you know, seen a lot of videos out of there. And, no, you don't see it very often. You see it with the like the sumo wrestlers in Japan.
I was going to say the sumo wrestlers kind of have to be, but I saw there's this new sumo wrestler who's small, and he's taking on the big guys, man. Have you seen that?
Oh, really? No,
Yeah.
I haven't.
I don't know how well he's faring, but he's at least giving it a shot. It's like the first ever,
yeah.
Most sumo wrestlers, it's like a prerequisite, I think. You have to have some fat.
Yeah, well, they do have weight classes,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, I was watching some guy a while back who was a pretty good sumo wrestler in his weight class. But he was an American dude. He was nowhere near he was like maybe 220, 200 pounds,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't
big
think
guy, but nowhere near.
It's not a prerequisite to, have to have a big tummy, is it? I don't think.
Well, it's a sport, it's a form of wrestling. And there's just weight classes like in anything else. But it's like, nobody wants to go see the featherweight boxing championship of the world. You know what I mean? They want to see the heavyweights duke it out. So sumo, you're not going to go watch the skinny guys push each other around. It's no fun. You want to watch the giant dudes push each other around.
There you go.
So anyway, a little off topic. Let's get back into it. Let's start out, I guess, with some sad news. Scott Adams passed away, died of cancer, yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a sad thing, Anything you want to say about him?
Well, I mean, I think it was really remarkable how he, even on his deathbed, man, was doing podcasts, just putting out content. Yeah. And he did this little letter that he, put out like a page and a half, talking about his life and his purpose that he, thought he was trying to achieve. And I just thought it was just, the way he did everything was it was graceful in my opinion. And then, of course, for all the Christians that listen to the show, he did make a deathbed confession to Christ as his Lord and Savior. He said the risk factor and was very appealing to him, So he said Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and that was in that letter that he put together as well, where he confessed that he accepted Christ and Christ was his Lord and Savior, and that he looked forward to spending eternity with Christ. So I thought that was nice that he shared that with everybody.
Yeah. I don't know about the Preshow deathbed, acceptance stuff. I don't know how well that flies, but apparently it does, according to all the scripture and whatnot. So, how genuine is it? I don't know. But yeah, no, it's a sad thing. He was a patriot, big Trump supporter, and took a lot of heat for it. Obviously, everyone does. That's in any way famous and connected to the entertainment industry. So yeah, he stood up against that and did his best to help make America great. And so I appreciate him for that work,
I think what happened too with his acceptance of faith and coming to faith was he said that a lot of his Christian followers were encouraging him, not putting a guilt trip on him, but just encouraging him to do so. And
yeah.
So, and then of course there's the story of the criminal on the cross who basically lived a terrible life, and Jesus said, "Today you'll be with me in paradise." So it is something that does, like you say, match up biblically. But he did get a lot of criticism for that. I was not one of them that criticized him because I'm not one to judge. I mean, that's up to God, So, but yeah. I would rather see that happen than not happen. Just me personally.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a tragic loss to the world and the country especially. So, all due respect to Scott Adams out there. So, let's see here. Diving into some other relevant news today, we had the Supreme Court hearing arguments from the two states. What is it? I'm sorry. Idaho and West Virginia, who have basically blocked biological males from competing in women's sports. And so the ACLU is on the other side of it, and they're fighting to say, hey, you need to let these people in to play, these boys in to play against girls in girls' sports. And at one point, Alito asked them if they could, let's see here. Let me read from this. Supreme Court Justice Alito, quote, well, to pick up on the issue of discrimination on the basis of transgender status, let me go to some basics. Do you agree that a school may have a separate team for a category of students classified as boys and a category of students classified for girls? Yes, Your Honor. ACL lawyer Kathleen Hartnett said. Alito went on. If it does that, then it is not necessary for there to be, for equal protection purposes, if that is the challenge under the Equal Protection Clause, an understanding of what it means to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman. Harnett, yes, Your Honor. And what is that definition for equal protection purposes? What does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman? Harnett. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. I think the underlying enactment, whatever it was, the policy, the law, we'd have to have an understanding of how the state of government was understanding that term to figure out whether or not someone was excluded. We do not have a definition for the court. We do not have a definition for the court. So he's saying, what is the definition of a boy or a girl or a man or a woman? We don't have a definition for that. This case is looking like it's in trouble, at least as far as the ACLU is concerned. That has to be something you're prepared to answer. What is a boy? What is a girl? You have to, if you're going to go in and...
There's nothing confusing about that. Nothing confusing about that. It's not rocket science. It's not quantum physics. It's something that a 5-year-old knows.
Kindergarten Cop was full of 5-year-olds. Remember that movie Kindergarten Cop with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
I certainly do. Yeah.
There's a very famous line from the 5-year-old boy in that movie that I won't repeat, but I'm sure 99% of the audience knows exactly what I'm talking about, as do you, Barry.
That's right.
Yeah. It's pretty simple stuff.
Oh, yeah. And there was that doctor just recently, I guess in congressional testimony with Josh Hawley, where she couldn't even answer the question of, can men get pregnant? I mean, this is the world that we live in, right? Where lunacy is running rampant in all the wrong places. Like even in the medical industry, this kind of thing runs rampant. And in the school, remember we talked about how they were doing the weird stuff with the tents, with the children, where they could explore each other. Remember that? So this is why we have
to, that was crazy.
We have to fight against this, man, or it just goes completely. They would turn the entire world into an insane asylum if they could get away with it. The social engineers, all of these, globalists that are basically, pulling all the levers of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the bottom line here is that we need to protect women's sports. Women's sports exist for a reason, and women deserve to have that equal playing ground where they can exceed and win scholarships and set state records and, be number one and get the trophy and all that good stuff that goes along with it, and not have some dude, at the last minute decide he's a woman and just whip everyone's butts. Not to mention, when you get into sports like boxing, actual physical contact sports, it gets very, very dangerous very quickly. Even with volleyball, we've seen some major, injuries due to, guys who can jump up and spike the ball at 90 miles an hour into a girl's face, and suddenly they got to lie there with a broken nose and potential brain damage,
Well,
we've seen it happen.
Nobody knew that the film Idiocracy was actually a documentary. They thought it was a comedy,
Oh, it's so true. It's so true. I mean, the movie starts out with this, the redneck family just having kid after kid after kid after kid. And then the really intelligent couple saying things like, we can't possibly have a child in this economy.
It sounds like a liberal. I mean, that's like right on target, dude. Right?
I said really intelligent, though.
That's right. Exactly. I hear you.
Yeah.
It's nuts, dude. I mean, I need to revisit that film again. It's been a few years since I've watched it, maybe 3 or 4 years since I've seen it. But man, I got to see it because it might terrify me. It might be more of a horror film than anything this time around. Yeah,
it really was a stark warning for the planet that you're probably going to go down this road.
Dude, that just sounded so strange, you saying that. Like I don't even think the people made the movie as a stark warning. That's the thing that's what sounds so odd. I mean, it's not like 1984 was specifically written as a warning. Idiocracy was written as a comedy, not to warn us of our future.
Yeah, and what's the guy's name? He did King of the Hill and a couple other Beavis and Butthead.
Exactly. I know who is his name Hank something? What's his name?
No,
Judge.
I want to say Judge.
Mike Judge.
Judge something. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so he's pretty good at looking around the corner. King of the Hill was just great comedy. I mean, King of the Hill was funny.
Yeah, well, he goes on the Alex Jones show every now and then, and he's what you would call red-pilled, awake, or whatever. So maybe there was a little bit of warning in there, but I don't think that even he would have expected it to be as close.
As quick.
As close to reality. Like usually you do something like that, you do it so over the top that it could never possibly be that crazy. But sort of like the Matrix. I never thought that would become like reality, like plugging in. And now we have the possible brain chips that Elon Musk is working on, where eventually we'll be able to just have things downloaded into our brain. We'll be able to go straight into the internet through the brain link. What do they call that? The something link. What's it called?
Starlink? No.
The Eurolink. The Eurolink.
Eurolink.
Yeah. Tesla's not Tesla's, but Elon Musk Eurolink, and it's the brain chip, dude. And I mean, it could connect all of us together, I guess, through Wi-Fi or something like that. I'm not sure how it would work.
It's sort of like what they talk about with the pineal gland, where if you have a working pineal gland, you can sort of tune into all the people around you and pick up vibes and energies from them, which is why they allegedly put chlorine into our water so that it calcifies the pineal gland, so that we aren't able to do these sort of magical things as humans. That I don't know. I've had a few guests on in the past who have talked about this sort of stuff. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's sort of the physical part of our spiritual nature, and so for us to be able to connect with each other, to connect with God, and so forth. At least that's what's believed about it. Scientifically speaking, of course.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. It's not something I would really want to sign up for per se. I mean, if it happened naturally because my brain was made to do that, that's one thing. But if you're going to give me a little Neuralink that simulates what my brain should already be doing in the first place, then probably not so good. I don't know. I mean, maybe the people that live on Mars are going to want this, or it's going to be required for them.
Maybe.
For social cohesion.
I know there's a new TV series on Apple, I think it is, where, they're colonizing on Mars, and trying to think I can't remember who the actor is, but they're really pushing this idea, man, and I just don't even think it's a reality in any near future. And now, as far as a rocket going to Mars, yeah, but I don't think people are going to colonize Mars anytime soon. I really don't believe that, man. That's just my opinion. I think it's a pipe dream. I think Elon Musk is just wishful thinking. Yeah, if they send some people there, it's just going to be a one-way trip and they're going to die. It's just that simple, But there's going to be a lot of people that will want to do it.
Very ever the optimist. I would say that colonizing the moon will happen within the next few years. Right? I think we're very, very close to that. And I don't know if you've been watching any of these documentaries on how they plan to do it, but it's really neat. And it seems very, achievable.
Well, if they do the moon, maybe then I'll think, well, maybe they might be able to do Mars. Let's just see if they can do the moon first. We haven't even been back to the moon for, 60 years. So, I mean, let's see it first, man. Give me something a little concrete to believe in. Otherwise, I'm a skeptic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I just read an article today about how they're looking to, by 2030, have a nuclear reactor up there that will power everything. Like a small little one of those small nuclear reactors.
Mm-hmm.
And they have this ship they're building that will double as a space station, so to speak, once it's up there. So it'll land upright, and then it'll fall over on its side, and then when it's on its side, it'll become a bay where you live inside of it, And that's kind of an interesting idea, to use the actual ship and just have it permanently be up there as a living quarters. And then, of course, send more and more and more, interconnect them, and suddenly you've got a lot of room to spread out up there. So it's a very interesting thing. And also, with the moon, you're like a day away. You know what I mean? If you need supplies, it's about if they really had their act together and they send up the rocket like an hour after you hang up, and like a Domino's kind of scenario, then boom, you can have your your Amazon order tomorrow around noon or whatever, right? So it's much easier. Whereas Mars is like, what, 50, 60 days to get there. So anything you send up there, it's not coming back, and, vice versa, So it's a lot harder with Mars. But, if we can use the moon as sort of a midway, a launching point to get to Mars, then maybe we've got a better argument to be had,
I think that's probably the case. Yeah, I think a lot of doubters and skeptics like myself might be a little bit more open-minded. I mean, the whole idea is this promise of vast resources that we'll be able to use, but we have vast resources right here on the in the United States and all over the world, like oil. You don't even want to drill for it because they're all insane. So
exactly. So I don't know. I see a scenario where it could happen, especially with the moon in the next few years, and that would be pretty cool. That would be a big sort of proof of concept to at least we can do it on the moon.
I think part of the whole appeal to it is that people think it's such a high aspiration and seems so far away, because the moon is pretty far away, that if we could do this, we can do anything. And I think that's sort of what gets people excited. But I would say if that's the case, then let's start doing some of that kind of work right here on Earth, making this planet a better planet, because this Earth is imploding right now.
Yeah, how so?
Well, there's just chaos everywhere. People are pitted against each other. You have, race, gender, religion. It's just total madness in a lot of places, man. And that just seems to be increasing, not decreasing. I think that a lot of people that have always been sane have been quiet in the past, but now they're beginning to speak out and say, hey, man, I don't want any part of this, man. This is not good for our society. So I think the tide is shifting, which could kind of silence all of the madness that's coming out of mostly the lunatic left. I mean, that's where a lot of this originates from. It originates first and foremost from the globalists, who then pass it down to their liberal lefty buddies in all the different nations, and then it becomes policy, and then they, instigate it, and they actually encourage the infighting, like we see here in Minnesota when the government officials they're refusing to work with ICE to do their job, their legal and lawful job. I mean, this is all socially engineered. This is all being done on purpose to basically create chaos so that in the end, they can have their great reset and have global governance. That's what the shamdemic was all about. Go read the lockstep, which we talked about on the last show. They want top-down global governance, and this has gone back for decades. All of these people, and many nations are fully on board with it.
Yeah. I know on the 19th of this month, Trump is going to Davos to speak to the World Economic Forum. And it should be interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting speech. He went in there last year and just blew it up, And this year I expect even more fireworks. It's just going to be, look, we're done with this. It's done. No new world order. It's done thing. It's a done. Make America great again.
Yes.
To care less about your countries.
Yep. No, he did. He ripped him apart. It was mostly just a verbal attack. But now that he's the president and all, he can actually. He's and been the president for years. What I'm trying to say, he can actually start implementing things that like we just got out of 66 global entities just recently. The Breitbart News was reporting. So he's pulling.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he's pulling us out of all these New World Order entities that just want to destroy national sovereignty and individual sovereignty and self-empowerment and national empowerment. They want to level everybody down to one level so they can be controlled and managed. And that's why they're pushing the chump change basic universal income. And that's why they're pushing the robots in a bad direction. I'm all for the technology, but I don't want it to dehumanize, where we don't have jobs, we don't have purpose anymore. That seems ridiculous and backwards thinking.
Yeah, it is not going to happen, and it's the way forward, man. We can't have one world government, because guess what? One of these days, that world government is going to decide that they're going to suck. right? And they're going to start acting like dictators. And there's nothing you can do about it once they govern the whole world. Nobody can stand up and say, hey, we don't like this. We want our free speech back. I want my, my right to the Second Amendment back.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Absolutely.
I want, it's gone. It's gone forever. They take it away and you never see it again. And it's for your own good, you're told. And if you don't like it, what's wrong with you? Are you not a team player?
Right. Well, the tyrant Bill Gates just came out and made a new video saying that, we need to censor again. We need to censor people that are saying things that we don't like. In specifically, like, for example, he gives this example of people that told people not to get vaccines. Well, let's just say, because this is truthful, I told everybody I could not to take COVID-19 vaccine. I said it on this radio show dozens and dozens of times.
I've heard you, yes.
Do not take that vaccine. It's dangerous.
Exactly.
So he's saying I shouldn't have the right to say that.
Exactly. And I don't want you to say anymore because we're going to go to break. So I'm censoring you as well. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
That was funny. I'm censoring you too. We're going to break.
On the Censorship Show, censored. Dare you? How dare you? On the Censorship Sucks Show. That just should never happen, dude.
Well, anyone watching at home would just take a quick look at the clock and realize that it was 4:25 exactly when I said that. So.
Yeah.
And that's when we take our break.
Mm-hmm.
But to make it up to you, I'll let you finish your thought when you come back.
You'll do that for him?
What was my thought?
Well, yeah, just to prove.
You're such a benevolent host. You're
dictator.
Wobbly thinks his cat's going to take over the world. Oh. That's why you should have got a dog. Right?
I got a dog.
No, him. Wobbly.
Yeah, you want a friend, get a dog.
No, I think what would be worse than this whole situation is not people in charge, but AI in charge.
Oh, well, yeah.
By the way,
and that's part of that New World Order thing too.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's what Bill Gates said. He said AI will be the one that curtails the free speech. He said that. So yeah, that is exactly right, dude. They plan on using AI to censor anything that they don't like. Once they get everybody on the grid through the digital ID, then they just use AI to just censor, block, whatever they want to do, they can do. They can shut off your income, they can shut off your vehicle, they can do anything they want. So that's why we can never let the digital IDs, the CBDCs, and all this other nonsense ever come into play, because it is a literal prison planet panopticon.
Panopticon? Dang.
That's exactly what it would be, dude. There would be
transform and roll out.
Any which way that you moved, you would be under their watchful eye, dude. That is exactly what it would be. It would be a panopticon prison planet.
Oh my God. You know, if you had Alex's voice tonight, you oh my God. It would be so much more entertaining, but it's good. I love the energy, man. Keep it up. Keep going there, Barry. You need to come back on Sundays.
Well, the show's fun, man, you know. And we see us not been doing it for so long, man, that, you know, it's starting. It's comfortable, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I can kind of read what he's doing, except for like on the breaks, like then. I got to admit, I'm 50% better than I was, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, when we go to break even? Yeah.
Yeah, like.
Good. Stay out of trouble.
Just get a world clock thing and keep it up in one of your corner of your screen.
Yeah, I've got a timer, one of those little timers like you used to have in like dark rooms and stuff. photography dark rooms. I used to develop my own pictures. It was, I don't know if I would do it again, but I enjoy that, man.
Did you ever feel like you were like hundreds of feet underneath the water in a submarine when you were in that dark room?
Well, no, not really.
I guess we didn't have that ping sound effect in the background going on, huh?
What's that?
I guess you didn't have that ping sonar sound background in the back to have that going on. But anyways, you got 30 seconds and we'll be back.
It wasn't soundproof.
And
it was just...
forgive me, I got distracted earlier. You know, when I first brought you in, I'm like, oh, yeah, 30 seconds. No, this is actually under 30 seconds now. And you will be coming up on your countdown. And I'll get it right this time. You know, it's not often that happens, but it does from time to time. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show. Wednesday night edition for January 14th, 2026. Bullhornberry, man. We've been talking about a bunch of stuff, but I wanted to wait until the break here to use the second half of this hour to talk about probably one of the most significant stories happening in the world right now, which is Iran. The revolution that is occurring in Iran over the last 8 days or so has really, really, really blown up in the last 24 hours. I am hearing reports. I've got one here. Mark Levin said, quote, I just received this, just spoke with a friend who managed to reach Iraq, Kurdistan. This is what he told me. The number of people killed is far higher than the 12,000 numbers. The massacre is beyond horrific. The regime is close to succeeding in crushing the uprising through unchecked violence. Brutal cold is another decisive factor, right? It's cold there. They can't stay in the streets for very long because, you know, it's too cold. If help does not arrive in the next day or two, it's game over. But the big thing there is the 12,000 number is small. It's nowhere near that. It's many multiples of that. And so to put that in perspective, Israel and Hamas have been at it for what, 2-3 years now? Yep. And Hamas keeps talking about the 30,000 people that have died there, the genocide, 30,000 people dead. They're saying that 12,000 figure is way, way beyond that. So we're talking about in the last 48 hours, them killing, the Iranian government killing maybe potentially as many people as have died in Hamas over the last 3 years. I'm sorry, in Gaza over the last 3 years. In just the last couple days. In the last couple days, dude. That's a serious massacre. That's something the world hasn't seen.
These are not armed people. A lot of these are women, young women, you know, that are just out there peacefully protesting, right?
Yeah. And they're just brutally massacring them. From reports we're getting. Now, they've shut off the internet there, so no one can really report on any of this stuff. We're just getting, you know, piecemeal stuff from a handful of Starlink satellites that are out there. They have used jammers to effectively shut down many of these Starlink link connections. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't have the capacity to turn it on for all cell phones. So it's really just kind of touch and go in what kind of information can get out of the country. But man, if what I'm hearing on the ground over there is true, and there's maybe 20, 30,000 dead people there over the last couple days, it is something that every country on the planet needs to stand up and say, this is unacceptable in the most serious way possible. You're done. You're gone.
I got a big question, you know, because, and again, I think this is the best way to debunk the idea that the United Nations is about peace. You know, where are the UN peacekeepers on this situation? Isn't that what their job is to do, is to maintain peace, especially in a situation where you have a dictatorial regime killing innocent women, unarmed women and civilians for no reason other than wanting to be free? You know, What's up with that? Like what is the UN's real job? I think it's to cause problems. Every now and then they'll do something good to look paper, but overall they're stirring it up, in my opinion.
I mean, if they have a division of peace at the UN or some board of peace, that I'm sure the director of that board is an Iranian, who's like, oh no, there's no problem. It's no problem. We don't need to look into this. Yeah.
I mean,
it's corrupt. The UN you're never going to look to the UN, but what you should be able to look to, if this is true, if they've killed that many people, if they've killed nearly as many people that have died in Gaza over the last 3 years, if that many people died in Iran over the last 3 days, because the Iranian Ayatollahs just said, kill them all, massacre them in the streets, then every country in the world should stand up and say, hey, we'll put forward 50,000 troops. Italy, Germany, Russia, for crying out loud. Ukraine. I want to see Russian and Ukrainian soldiers on the ground next to each other, fighting hand in hand to take down Iran at that point. Every country in the world should look at that and say, that is barbaric, it is unacceptable, and you need to lose power. You need to be kicked out of there, and they need to have free and fair elections immediately. Yeah. And I'm talking one person, one vote on paper. I want to see their fingers covered in dye so they can't vote twice. You know what I mean? Like they do in India and so many other countries. You put your fingerprint on the ballot, and now your finger's covered in dye. You can't possibly vote for another 4 days because it won't come off. I want to see them hand counted that day at the polls, and then a winner announced that evening. In-person voter ID, the whole 9 yards. Legitimate elections. And then they can bring to what's surprising to me is Iran. I never really realized how few people in Iran are actually like really devout Muslims. It was just always forced on them.
Yes.
They're living under this it was just forced on them. They're not really that devout. It's a secular country. It really doesn't want a religious government.
Yeah. And the left's talking point when it comes to women wearing a burqa or hijab, because it's kind of mandatory, is, they want to do that. When the fact of the matter is, we know that's not true, because whenever a Muslim nation is liberated and they're not forced to do it, they don't do it. Therefore, we know that they're lying. And that brings up a really interesting point. A lot of this liberation, this peaceful resistance is about, women's rights. A lot of the people that are upset with the regime are women. I mean, there's images of them, burning pictures of their leader and smoking cigarettes and doing things they're not supposed to do, as far as their team is concerned. And yet we hear nothing from the left about, hey, these people need to be liberated. The women need to be liberated. We hear nothing from the left. In fact, if Trump were to go in there and help to liberate the women in Iran, they would condemn him. The Democrats,
they scream bloody
feminists would condemn him because they're not about women. They're just about burning it all down and Trump derangement syndrome and doom and gloom. That's what their party stands for. We've talked about it before, and I stand by that. And that's why they just talk about Trump all the time, because they have no platform. And even Democrats are saying, we need a platform. The real Democrats, the few that remain, we need a platform. We need to have something instead of Trump derangement syndrome that we pose to the people that says, hey, we can win. But that's not what the Democrat Party's about, because they're under the control of the globalists. And the globalists want the Great Reset. They want to burn it all down. Problem, reaction, solution. Come in with their solution of leveling everyone down and having less and less and less.
And the globalists love how Iran handles their people. They just put them in their place. They make them do whatever they tell them to do, and they are all obedient because they understand the ramifications for not listening are too severe. So you just obey, right? They love that. It's a perfect example of how to govern a people from a globalist standpoint.
Yeah.
Which is, again, why they're trying to push the Muslim religion into so many Western countries, because once you Muslimize a country, that's what you get from there on forward. And, every country that is Muslim today had to be converted into Muslim. All these Muslim majority countries that live under Sharia law, they were once Christian or Jewish or whatever they were before they were Muslim. Or Zoran or... there was a big, sounds like Rastafarian or something. It reminds me of when I hear it. But they had their own stuff, and they didn't really subscribe to the Muslim religion, but the Muslims took it over. So now you have to. There's no way around it. It becomes a Muslim majority country, and it doesn't matter what y'all believe. So that's why they love it so much, and that's why they're, not fighting against us. You're never going to hear liberals stand up for the Iranian people in this country. You're just not going to do it. They did this in Obama's administration, and Obama didn't help them at all, didn't say a word in support of them, and at the end of it all, ended up signing a nuclear deal with the Iranian regime, with the despot dictators there. And remember the pallets full of cash that were handed off in the middle of the night?
I do.
There were hostages there, and the hostages said they were held there mysteriously until this helicopter showed up and these pallets of something came off it, and then we were freed.
Wow, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Paid money for their release, paid cash, millions and millions of dollars.
It's crazyville, man. But it shows how incredible Trump is doing for the first year, bringing peace to all these nations, supporting peace where, and I don't feel like it's just like rhetoric, political rhetoric. I think, he's ready to take action if necessary. He said that multiple times now to the press. I've heard, and I don't know if this is true, I can't confirm it, but the scuttlebutt is that J.D. Vance has kind of encouraged him away from it because maybe it won't look good politically, but I think it'll look great politically. I mean, if he has on his record that he's bringing true peace to the world and safety, which means America's safe as well, because the more the world's safe, the more we're safe. That's just a fact, And so he literally is becoming the peace president, the very label that we've given him, and that we know, who he truly is. And how do you stand against that? How do you demonize somebody that wants peace? It's going to become very difficult to do so. If he's got all of these accolades and all of these accomplishments and all of these wins, it's going to be much harder for the Democrats and the globalists to demonize him. What it's going to do is expose how much they don't want peace.
Mm-hmm. And, Iran is, again, I talk about all the ramifications this has, and I can't stress that enough. Yemen, we've been talking about how, the Red Sea has been shut down because of the, rebels in Yemen that are shooting down shipping boats, that go through the shipping channels, big cargo ships, right? That goes away because they lose their funding because Iran has been funding them. Hamas, all their money comes from Iran. So they get all their funding taken away.
Yep.
In Syria, a lot, we've been reporting on all the massacres that are happening to the non-Muslim populations in Syria. Massacres. They're just going in and slaughtering family after family after family. That's all funded by Iran, right? The list goes on. The Muslim Brotherhood. There are so many different ways that Iran is putting their fingers in the pie and throwing money after very, very, very bad and dangerous and horrible peoples and movements. And it all goes away if this regime is toppled. Yep.
But I kind of understand the globalists and the left's mentality. They make great money and great strides towards their dystopian, global order that they want by having more chaos. Because the more chaos, the more you can exploit that. You can make money off of problems. You know what I'm saying? So they like the problems. I don't. You and I don't. Trump doesn't. But the globalists, they like the chaos because they can exploit those problems, make tons of money, shift the power as needed and necessary. And this is what Trump is putting an end to. And that's why they hate him so much. He doesn't want to see just people suffering for no reason because they're weak, right? A weak nation that has no power, no money, no good leadership can easily be controlled by those who have much more power. And he's saying, we don't need to do that. We need to basically elevate everybody, especially since we're a global economy. Why don't we make everyone wealthy, as far as resources go and food goes and so forth. And we all trade and we all, help each other, But
I'll tell you, man, Reuters right now is reporting that we can expect some action in the next 24 hours, something to happen with Trump. Okay. And they posted this at 12 p.m. today Eastern time. So you can cut 6 hours off that. We got by tomorrow at noon, expect to see some reports of us taking some sort of military action against Iran. What would that look like, and what would I hope it doesn't look like?
Sure.
Obviously, troops on the ground, no thank you. None of us want that.
Right.
Some strategic bombing of military bases, whatnot, any operational forward bases where they can be launching these sorts of attacks on their own citizens should be blown out of the sky, should be turned to sand. If they're launching missiles into, certain civilian areas and killing these tragic numbers of people, then those sites need to be destroyed immediately, and the people will rejoice. If I were Trump, I would also be on the phone with other world leaders to say, I need your support. And I would even call Putin and say, I need your support. Look what they've done. Look at this massacre. Look what I'm looking at. Look at this. It's disgusting. The whole world needs to stand united to say this is disgusting. It's unallowable, and it will never be tolerated. And we stand in solidarity to basically eliminate Iran off the planet as far as their government's concerned. Liberate the people. Freedom, freedom, freedom for the people. But, even if we could take out some of their key people, I mean, Trump said a while back he knows exactly where Khomeini lives.
Yeah, and they're threatening Trump, saying this time no one's going to miss. And so, but they're just not in any position. One thing I've noticed about the people that are tyrants and evil, they talk a big talk. And Trump just delivers. And you don't even know when he's going to deliver. Like, you're saying maybe he's going to act, very, very soon, but maybe he waits another day or two because he's just like before he struck Venezuela, there were 5 occasions where they were ready to go and they backed away. They waited for the exact right moment. And that's what they hate about Trump, is that he's unpredictable. They really don't even, he's not going to tell the public what exactly he's going to do. He may give them an idea of this could happen or that could happen. But the days of, basically just telegraphing what you're going to do is over. Like Obama would literally telegraph to the whole world, we're going to strike this Al-Qaeda network at this location in a week. Well, okay. Mm-hmm. That time there's nobody there because they got wind of it, because anybody can go to the internet from any country in the world and see what Obama said.
Yeah, they heard that, 4 minutes after he said it, and 20 minutes after he said it, they were loading up everything and driving out,
It makes no sense, dude. Unless, of course, he wanted them to escape.
But this needs to be decisive, and it needs to send a message. It needs to be quick. It needs to be in and out, and it needs to be shock and awe. It really needs to be. Did you read some of the reports out of Venezuela of what the troops there went through when America attacked and got Maduro out of there?
Yeah.
With the shock weapons, or the what do you call them? The radio wave weapons, where everyone just falls over and starts bleeding out their nose, and they can't even think straight.
Yep. Well, we have stuff that and we've been saying this for a long time. Alex Jones has been saying that for a long time about the secret weapons that the military has, and how they use some of that stuff in the Iraq War, the second one. Uh-huh. None of it was confirmed, but evaporation type weapons, that literally just brings you to dust type of thing. I don't know if that's true or not. It's all hearsay, but we have technology, whether you want to believe it or not, that goes far beyond what people think. You know what I'm saying? And no other country could have done what Trump did. In fact, CNN admitted, they said that Russia and China, although they probably won't say it publicly, are saying to themselves, that was an incredible feat, because they couldn't do it. They don't have the technology or the weaponry or the knowledge or the strategic strategy to do so.
Mm-hmm. And if we can do it to him, we can do it to just about anybody.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about it. So either way, I'd love to see, hey, maybe we do that to this here. Maybe we just do exactly what he did to Maduro here, and just go in and get the guy, bring him out, and leave all his special forces, on the ground crying in pools of tear and blood, just shock and awe. And they just wake up the next day and say, no, we're not messing with America.
Yeah.
we're not going to kill our own people anymore.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing too, man. It's them killing their own people, their own military going out and killing their own civilians. How much of that can they do? how much of that can they stomach before they say, man, I just can't pull the trigger again. Man, I did it yesterday, and I it's the worst thing I ever did in my life. I'm praying to God to forgive me for what I did yesterday. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so. Sometimes that does happen in like revolutions and so forth, where the police actually side with the people. It does happen to put down their weapons, say, I'm not fighting for this unjust, evil cause. But I was going to say Trump's not going to do anything unless it is spectacular, because, you know, we have a reputation now. It has to be done in such a way that it puts fear in the bad people. Don't mess with America, because we're badder than ever. We don't want war. We want peace, but, you know, peace through strength, as Trump talks about.
And at the end of the day, they just want their freedom. They just want to be free. They just want to live the life to their best potential. And it would be such an amazing thing for the world if Iran was a free democratic country. It really would be a phenomenal thing for the world. They'd be an inspiration for the entire Middle East. You know,
what domino effect have.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about it on Sunday night about how, I don't know if you caught this, but the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, has stopped paying for any of their students that want to study in the UK. They're not going to fund that anymore.
Wow.
Because it's a radicalization hotbed.
It is.
Right?
It is radical. Yeah, absolutely.
The UAE is saying that. And Keir Starmer's just got to ignore that. Just got to say, oh, well, they don't know what they're talking about. The UAE doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to radical Islam. We know way better. Diversity is our strength, for crying out loud.
Yeah. The very people he's supposedly all supportive is criticizing him.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're just saying, hey, our students, if they want to go over there and pay for it themselves, that's fine, but we're not going to pay for it anymore. If you got a scholarship from the UAE and you want to use the money to go to Oxford, it's a hotbed of extremism. We're not going to pay for that. You can go to Yale, you can go to Harvard, but you can't go to Oxford on our dime.
Well, they come back insane. They come back insane, just like, you know, it's just like in America where some parents send their kid off to some liberal college and they're really great kids and they really, you know, think rationally and have common sense, and they come back and they, you know, and they're out of their minds because of the liberal agenda, the insane lunacy of the leftist just ideology.
Yeah, I've seen probably, I don't know, a couple hundred over my life of those before and after pictures, you know?
Yes.
This is my daughter when she graduated high school. This is her after 1 year at university.
Yeah.
And she's got pink hair, nose rings, piercings everywhere, tattoos on her face, you know, you name it.
She's
ACAB across her forehead.
She's transitioning to a man. She's had her breast cut off and she's miserable, depressed.
Whatever, yeah. It just goes on and on and on. But yeah, I mean, it's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. And they pay, you know, that's the other thing too. Like, I sent my daughter here. She came back like this. I don't even like her anymore. And it cost me $60,000 to do it for 1 year. And she's got 3 more years of this. I got to pony up another 180 grand.
They're paying for indoctrination. They are literally paying for indoctrination and brainwashing in some of these liberal universities, man. And the liberal universities, all the professors, like 98% or some crazy number like that, are like liberal. Like conservatives can't even get in and teach. And if they do, they're, you know, ostracized, harassed, and, you know, they try to get them out because they don't want any sound minds in the education system, which sounds crazy because you would think that education is about having a sound and well-rounded mind.
You'd think. There's a couple channels out there, but there's one that comes to mind. I think it's like Kibo or KGBO or something that he does these on-campus interviews with people where he says, hey, what's 3 cubed? You know, do you know that? How many dimes are in a dollar? Right? How many, if I tell you to meet me at 3:15, what time would that be? And they don't know. They don't know. Like across the board, a lot of these kids just don't know the answers to these very, very basic questions. And so if you just spent $60,000 to have your kid go off to school and they come back some liberal freakazoid, start asking them those kinds of questions. How many states are there? You know, what are how many flag stripes are on the flag? What do they represent? How many stars are on the flag? What do they represent? Real basic questions. Start asking them those types of things. And if they don't know them, then what the heck are they learning at college? And they can probably go on and on and on about, white supremacy and fascism and all these other things, but they can't even tell you what's 6 times 7.
Yeah. And it's nuts, man. And people are really gravitating towards, either sane thinking, being a rational person or being an irrational person. It's this weird thing that's happening, right? And it's very obvious, like right around the shamdemic, I'd say, I don't know, 90% of my friends just drifted off, and most of them went left. One of them now was talking about how they want to join the what's that Hebrew Israelite radical group.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Black Jews, or the ones that were out with Sandman.
Yeah.
Nick Sandman, remember him? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And exactly. They were shouting and yelling.
Anyway, we're all out of time though, so keep that thought. We'll come back. We'll talk about it more, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We got to go to break, but stay tuned for hour 2 right after this. And we're clear.
And we are clear.
Sorry to steal your thunder there, man. I had to do it.
No, that was good, man. We're good.
Flat Earth.
I got to slip on some house shoes, though, man. The shoes I got on are...
I was stealing Mark's thunder, not yours.
Yeah, he stole my thunder, but that's okay. He knew it was coming.
What are you saying there, Barry? Hello?
Uh-oh. What happened to Barry? That bullhorn Barry guy?
Is it me or is he muted?
Do what? Hello?
Oh, there you are. Okay, now we can hear you.
Yeah, I just had to get some house shoes on, man. They're more comfortable than these shoes I was wearing. I had some Doc Martens on, and they're not comfortable.
Doc Martens, man. I love my Doc Martens.
I had a bunch of vintage ones, the old ones, and I sold them all on eBay for like big money. You know how I'm always telling everybody how I get all these really good deals when I'm doing my walks? People put stuff out to the curb. Two nights ago, somebody, in the first lap I went around, it wasn't out there, but the second lap they put that out there, an electric motorcycle for a kid. But I left the electric motorcycle, but they had a 44-inch Mario plush, and it's worth like $300.
Really?
It's like worth $3 on eBay. So I snagged it, dude. And I was like, I just made $300 while I'm getting healthy and exercising. How cool is that?
Nice. Good for you.
And a couple of weeks before that, I made $60 off of somebody put a modem, a brand new one, sealed in the box at the curb, and I got $60 for it. I pretty much get 1 or 2 items every month on an average, where I can make I probably making an extra $1,500 a year just by doing my walks and jogs. What people put out, yeah, for real.
Yeah, good for you. Oh,
I had my little nieces and nephews come over, and they loved the Mario, dude. They were jumping on it and tackling it, and they just thought it was the coolest thing.
Like, hey, that's $300, man. Don't tackle it too hard.
That's what Josh told him. He's like, no. I told him, I said, you guys can. They really like it. You can have it. But the mom said, oh, no, it's too big for them. But I think they would have liked to have had it.
You got to be careful. If you get somebody like Adam Bombs over, he'll cut a little hole in its crotch.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? What's funny? Have you? Okay.
We got his wife in Discord now. Did you see? I added her in.
Yeah.
Have you heard about the boof kit? The boof kit?
I don't know. It sounds like something Willie was trying to sell us.
This is a real thing. I saw it on the Sean Ryan show. Nick Shirley hadn't even heard about it, but he's gone to all these places where all these drug addicts are at, and people are literally like dead on the street and people are walking over them. And he was, testifying to this because he saw it firsthand. And Sean Ryan goes, "Have you heard of the Booth kit?" He's like, "No, I haven't." Because he was talking about fentanyl's 50 times more powerful than heroin. So once you do fentanyl, you can't even go back to heroin because heroin doesn't do anything to you. So he was like, "Well, have you heard of the Booth kit?" And he goes, "No, I haven't heard of the Booth kit." And he goes, "Well, basically, after all your veins are gone from shooting up fentanyl."
Oh,
yeah. Which, in the butt.
No,
dude.
finish. Tell everybody who's listening. We got a lot of.
Yeah, and we will be right back with more Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show when I bring us right back. Stick around, folks. Got more to come. All right, with the second hour of Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm.
All right, I feel like we left the audience hanging there.
Barry's still talking to himself over there.
The Booth kit. Okay, yeah, I was going to explain to everybody. I think you're better. I watched this interview as well. Yeah, the Booth kit. Go for it, Barry.
I mean, it's not really a whole lot to tell except for when you.
No. This is your baby, man. It's your story. It's your.
Well, I don't know how it exactly works, other than you just put it in your anus, man, because you have no vein. Uh-huh. So when you're desperate to get high, that's like a last way to do it. And apparently it's a different kind of high as well. I don't know. Whatever.
You can do it with alcohol too, and it's like supposedly just insanely like somebody put a funnel in your butt and basically pour tequila in it. And it's like you're wasted in 5 minutes flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not like I give any thought to it as a general rule, thank God. But now, do you want to hear any of these clips? Because you may not want to cover it, but do you want to hear one of these clips that I? Yeah,
what do you got, man? I want to hear anything you got lined up for the show, dude. Of course.
Well, it may not fit in with what we're doing, but here's the first one that was.
Make it fit.
But let me just preface this because you probably know this anyway. That they found out the person that shot what's her name? Good. What's her?
Renee Good.
Renee Good. That she tried to kill him and run over him. He sustained internal bleeding in his upper torso from that. So, again, you listen to this crazed lunatic, and they don't even have the information correct. Here's that right here.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice.
You're there, bro.
The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this by any means necessary.
That's their mentality.
Yeah. And it's only happening in these blue states. Vance was talking about it. I mean, let's come back and talk about this on the show. I don't want to just say a bunch of stuff now and repeat it all in 3 minutes or 2 minutes. You know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead and let's play that when we come back. Because I was actually going to get to that story next. I wanted to spend the next half hour on that one.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, obviously this is gearing up, man. With the way the governors and the officials in Minnesota are talking. I mean, this is gearing up to a violent interaction of some kind. They're promoting it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not Trump, but the liberals are. The lefties, the globalists.
Yeah, I mean, you're a sanctuary state. All of these people are out there if they don't go and harass the ICE agents, none of this stuff happens. You know, it's like the Obama years.
Yep. I better get some
They
water.
quietly go out and do their jobs and take people away and deport them, and you know, nobody like even knows. It happens, and you know, people that shouldn't be here are escorted out the door. It's not a big deal. It's not front page news. It's just like during the Obama was the deporter in chief.
30 seconds, guys.
I don't believe you, Mark.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Your reputation is shattered.
Hey, yeah, after the very first distraction, right? Okay.
Distraction. You call it a distraction. We call it a debacle.
Okay. Well, anyways, here is your real countdown.
Right.
Coming up. Right
I don't even believe it. I can't even trust this. I'm going to go take a pee. I'll be right back.
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for January 14th, 2026. We've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. Barry, let's dive into some news. We've got a big story to cover, and that is everything going on up there in Minnesota and Minneapolis. This state is just a wacko zone. They're the only state in the country that voted for Dukakis against Reagan in the second term, right? Reagan won 49 states. He lost Minnesota.
That should tell you everything.
Yeah. There was some politician who came out the other day and said, you know, at this rate, Minnesota will never, ever, ever, ever vote for a Republican for president. It's like, yeah, dude, you never have anyway. So what's the point? We're not missing anything here. They're nutso up there. Honestly, Nick Shirley goes up there and exposes $100 million in fraud in one day. In one day. And they lose it. He's a Nazi. He's a Hitler. He's horrible. How dare he go be racist like this and report on fraud, rampant fraud. They found millions of dollars in suitcases just the other day. Millions of dollars that were, you know, trying to be transported between states and Ohio and Minneapolis, and ultimately destined for Africa, where they're living large off this money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all kinds of Gucci stores and whatnot are popping up in Somalia all of a sudden when they never had a market for that before. But hey, you know, Tiffany and Company wants to get in on it, so they're going to open a store in Somalia. Why not? Lots and lots and lots of money. They have a $12 billion economy, and they're stealing probably that much from the United States today, you know, this year.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers close to that. And, you know, I'm not just talking about Minneapolis, I'm talking nationwide. Ilhan Omar put in garbage into this bill, $1 million to go to some, you know, healthcare company that is in the back of a restaurant or something. And all three of the people live in the same address. It's a joke. They're out there milking the system. Ilhan Omar is guilty. She allegedly married her brother, which is migration fraud, and she should be remigrated, sent back, kicked out of Congress, gone. Bye-bye. You can do a podcast from Somalia and, you know, get rich that way.
Talk about how great it is, because she does say it's a great place, man, and it's way better.
It is.
Right? Way better than America.
Well, there's actually Somalia has a territory in the northern part that is succeeding called Somaliland. And it's actually, Israel just recognized it recently as its own country. And really? I've seen some YouTubers go in there, and it looks like it's actually got a chance, because they're just trying to divest themselves from the rest, you know, the southern part and eastern part of Somalia.
Okay.
Where the rampant, you know, the pirates and whatnot are operating out of. You know, let's not forget Somalian pirates, right? We've all seen that movie with Tom Hanks and the cargo ship out there with the Somalia. I'm the pilot now.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. And hey, why not, man? Take advantage of it. If you got nothing, go get you something. Even if you come to America, a country that, you know, you have no feelings for, whatever, but they're going to allow you to just rip them off, do it. If I was a Somalian father and I had 3 kids, I'd say, yeah, man, if you can go to America and make $1 million a year ripping off the people and bring that money back here, go get them. Just don't get caught. Be careful and, have a bunch of escape plans so that you can just, if the heat gets turned up, you can get out.
Yeah. Why does the Democrats support the left who's done all this stuff because the money they're stealing is their own wallet? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
They're like okay with being robbed blind. It makes no sense to me.
And it's not even them it's the kids, man. These are daycares, man. You're running fake daycares, taking millions and millions of dollars. Meanwhile, how many parents in that city really need a daycare? But they can't afford it because they go to the legitimate ones, and the legitimate ones want $200 a day for your kid.
Yep.
And so they can't even afford it. And so they're ripping out, and all the food, the Feed the Hungry Kids programs that went on during COVID, all of that fraud that happened in there.
Oh, we're still catching stuff like that now. We're just now figuring out a lot of the fraud that took place during the shamdemic.
Taking food out of the mouths of kids so you can go buy a Rolex. That's 1,000 kids who didn't get a lunch.
I know. It's awful, man. And it's I can't even fathom it.
Yeah, and that's for a cheap Rolex, mind you. An expensive one at $30,000, that's 30,000 kids that didn't get a lunch because you got to watch.
And the left's always, we're bleeding hearts. We care for the poor. We care for the minorities. And they don't. They love to take advantage of people, man, and do scams and scandals and all kinds of shenanigans, as we've talked about. And it's all going to come out, man. It is all coming out. And we really should talk about Nick Shirley, man. I mean, we need to give him some props, dude. This guy, 23-year-old kid, he's unassuming. He doesn't have any magnificent charisma. He doesn't seem to have any amazing talents. He just goes out there and has the sheer will to do it. And he just does it. He's telling everybody, look, we can do this. Anybody can do this. If I can do it, you can do it. You can hold the people accountable because we can't rely just on Trump. We can't rely just on the DOJ. We have to put a constant fire under their feet so that they take the right actions. And that comes through citizen journalism. Man, citizen journalism is about to go to the next level because the fake news has dropped the ball, man. And they are irresponsible, man. They are the ones that should have uncovered that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's disgusting. And, and Nick Shirley, if I went to him and I said, I've got proof, fact, evidence that Donald Trump is having sex with kids. I've got 20 tapes and I've got 5 witnesses and yada, yada. He would run it. If I could convince him beyond a reasonable doubt and his lawyers beyond a reasonable doubt, he would run with it. He's a journalist. He's not necessarily taking sides. It's just in this case, it's so easy to look partisan when the fraud is so in your face. And it goes up to Tim Walz, the governor. And Keith Ellison, I've got reports here of him actually taking money. I want to be careful with this one. Let me pull up the actual article here. Scott Bessent, here it is. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says there are, quote, disturbing tapes, unquote, of Minnesota AG Keith Ellison taking money to stop investigations into Somali fraud. This is the Attorney General of Minnesota.
Uh-oh.
On tape, taking bribes, taking campaign contributions from people that are being, should be investigated.
Yeah. Well, they want it stopped because it probably goes really deep, man. And that's what's probably going to get uncovered. You know what I'm saying? And look, Nick Shirley, one 23-year-old guy, you know what I'm saying, literally is responsible for Tim Walz not running for re-election. And maybe gets him to actually step down as well. He may resign before this is all said and done. And of course, now Tim Walz's political career is over. He'll never be the vice president or a potential presidential candidate. He's done for. Nick Shirley did that.
And it's an incredible thing. I mean, that's a key political player in the Democratic Party. He was the vice presidential nominee. Whether you win or not, you were still the vice presidential nominee. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it'd be almost like Kamala having that fall. It holds almost the same weight. This is one of their pillars. This is one of their people they propped up as the guy that's going to lead the nation.
Mm-hmm. But Scott Besson, I'm going to quote from him here. It's hard to follow the money. I'm quoting. There are evidently some disturbing tapes of A.G. Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him, calling for political favors to stop the investigations. We'll see. I don't want to get out ahead of the investigation. It's going to be very methodical, but I can guarantee you, when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks. We're going to follow the money, whether it's here in Minneapolis or in St. Paul or over in East Africa. There are tons of luxury properties and cars that have been bought over there. Folks, this is going to come down hard, and it's going to be brilliant to watch in an election year. Right smack dab in the middle of a midterm election.
I agree, which means that the Democrats and the globalists are more dangerous than ever because they feel trapped, dude. What do desperate people do? They take desperate measures, man. And we all know, I don't even really like to talk about them, but we know what their desperate measures could be, the different types of sabotage that they could possibly do. So we just need to be aware of that and be aware of false flag operations as well, because they need to turn the tide. And because right now the Democrat Party, they got like, what, 18% approval rating or something like that. It's ridiculous. It's so terrible. They want to change that tide. You know what I'm saying? They want to change that. They want to take the momentum away from Trump because, man, if not, it could be decades before the Democrats ever have power again. In fact, the Democrat Party may just die out. You know, it's very possible that if they don't have a platform and they have nothing to offer the people, that eventually it just dies out and something replaces it.
It's happening as we speak in the United Kingdom, but we'll get to that in the next segment. But for now, I want to keep rolling with this whole Minneapolis thing because
Sure.
Renee Good was the lady that was tragically shot the other day. They said she was dropping her kids off from school and just was going home and, was told to leave the area. So she left. She, pushed the gas pedal down a little bit and suddenly shot in the face for no reason. That's what they'll have you believe. Ilhan Omar is out there today saying this. But no, turns out the man she hit with her truck had internal bleeding. Went to the hospital afterwards. Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent. Internal bleeding. This was not just some little thing, oh, no big deal. He didn't even get hit. He could have just stepped a little bit over and, no. She was on ice. She hit the gas. Her wheels were spinning. If her wheels didn't spin for a second before she got traction, that's 1 second that he didn't have to move. He would have been hit hard.
Yeah.
Now, you have a clip you wanted to play, right?
I do, but I wanted to say one thing. Let's not forget, a lot of people don't know this, but that particular officer, I believe his name is Ross.
Yeah, Jonathan Ross.
Yeah, he had already previously been injured in another incident involving a vehicle in Minnesota last summer. So the guy's already at the edge because they're charging at people, they're ramming into vehicles.
Dude, he got dragged 100 yards by a car. He got dragged by a car for 100 yards and ended up with like 35 stitches. So it wasn't even a minor thing. Getting dragged 100 yards, that's a long ways.
Yeah, he's not overreacting, dude. He knows what he's up against and what kind of lunatics these people are that are obstructing and are violent. And we have case after case after case as well. Mm-hmm. It's all documented, man. These people that just think, they're just blowing whistles and peacefully protesting. Wrong answer. But anyway, here is...
And mind you, Barry, that when he got hit by that car, was dragged 100 yards, went through the hospital, he had a debriefing afterwards, and they said, you did the right thing, this and this and this. And they went through a very specific training session with him about if that ever happens again. And the shoot to kill was what they trained him to do. And he did exactly what he was trained to do, and he wasn't dragged down the road 100 yards. Because he acted accordingly. But, like this clip you're about to play, the left is out there thinking they're at war. They're LARPing some sort of war with the federal government where they need to be out there in everyone's faces confronting all this stuff when, guess what? If you don't mess around with these people, there's no issues. If you don't create all these problems, they were sitting in the middle of the road honking their horn for 3 solid minutes before the ICE agents came over to them, blocking traffic, letting civilians by, but blocking it for ICE agents.
Yeah. It wasn't they weren't casually driving, going somewhere. And
no.
Yeah, that's all leftist talking point nonsense.
And did you see the clip from her wife afterwards? She said, "Why did you have real bullets?"
What?
In the heat of the moment, that was one of the first things she shot out. Oh my God, why do you have real bullets?
Because he's law enforcement? I don't know.
Why wouldn't they have real bullets? You think they're walking around with like fake bullets?
Yeah. I don't know. That's very strange, man. What can I even say to that?
I don't know. Let's play the clip.
That's a different world altogether.
Yeah.
Murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this by any means necessary.
Cite that, Barry. Where did you get that from?
That came from Infowars.com.
The tragedy of that, though, is the first two things he said is she just dropped her kids off at school, and then they told her to leave, and she was trying to leave, and then they massacred her. That's not at all what happened. She was there intentionally, following ICE around all day to cause trouble. And when you do something stupid like that, stupid things are going to happen to you. I'm sorry, man. If I started following around local cops in my neighborhood and saying, what are you doing? Hey, you can't do that. You can't go in there. What are you doing? Hey, cops are here. They're going to arrest me and throw me into the clinker for a good long time. And if I try to resist, I'm going to get hurt. And if I try to accelerate at one of the cops, I'm going to get shot.
Yeah.
It's just common sense, folks.
Think about this, man. They think this is like totally okay, right? The left does. Totally acceptable. But an 85-year-old woman peacefully protesting at an abortion clinic needs to go to jail for years, possibly the rest of their entire life. This is the lunacy of the left, man.
For praying quietly in her head.
Precisely.
You know? Just for, were you saying a prayer in your head? Yes, I was. You know, to be honest with you, I was saying, you know, but Holy Mary. Okay, off you go. Jail.
Yeah.
You can't pray.
Thank God Kamala didn't win, man. Over and over and over again. I tell everybody that just doesn't like every single thing Trump is doing. Can you imagine if Kamala was the president? I mean, I like most of what Trump is doing, though. You know, and he's only, it's, 1 year? He's got 3 more years to do all this stuff. And yet everybody's so impatient. Oh, we got to have all the arrests by now. Really? Really? You think it's that easy when they're sabotaging him at every single turn that he makes?
Mm-hmm. We would be shutting down all our oil production and buying it all from Maduro, right? Iran would have never had a chance to rise up. They would have known right from the get-go that they had no friend in Washington. If they rose up, they would have no help whatsoever from the rest of the world. Interest rates. Oh, my Lord. The economy right now is growing at, but I think the latest tick was like 5.4%, something staggering. It shocked me.
Nice.
That kind of growth out of the economy is incredible. And yet inflation is going down, 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 down. It would be the exact opposite. We'd be at 1% growth with 12% inflation right now under her. Because she'd be cutting checks everywhere, running all this funny money into the system. All those scammers out there would be working the government milk and getting paid for it. And, you know, the honest, hardworking people would be fed up and frustrated and done and watching their savings erode, you know? That's half of why the Iranians are up in arms right now, is because inflation went to like 1,000,000% in the last few days. And so their money is worthless. You know, you save up a bunch of money, you got a bunch of money in the bank, you got 100 grand in the bank, you think you're doing good, and then all of a sudden inflation kicks up so much that your 100 grand is suddenly worth 5 grand.
Yeah. And let's talk real briefly, just let me touch on this real quickly if I can. And that's you know,
please.
These are not isolated videos. You know, you have hundreds of people, if not thousands of people. It's kind of hard to tell the crowd where they're all shouting, you know, save a life, kill an ICE, kill, kill, kill. That type of chants that they're doing in unison And you do realize that there is a certain something that's transpiring when you do a chant. That's why the military does it. It builds morale. It gets people ready to face the enemy, and in a particular way as well, right? That's why they have the little, chants that they do in the military, man. And so when you're chanting that over and over again, every time you get together, that's amping people up, man. So we just need to realize that things are going to come to a head, and Trump may need to bring in the Insurrection Act. 28% of the presidents have used it. It's been in our books since 1807. Thomas Jefferson signed it, and not with the auto pen, just to make that point clear. And
I don't know if they had it back then.
Yeah, it's just a joke, but look, it's legal, lawful, and constitutional. Even our early founding fathers said, widely believed it was constitutional. Thomas Jefferson signed.
Okay, so tell us what exactly is the Insurrection Act for people who don't know?
Well, basically, whenever the state can't get in control of, a violent situation, the federal government can come in and squelch it and crush it. And I've got some notes here. Let me see if, martial law, like a lot of people are saying, if he uses the Insurrection Act, that martial law will be a part of that. No, that's never happened before. They don't equate. Just because you do the Insurrection Act doesn't mean there's martial law. That's not how that works. And if you look throughout American history, there's never been one instance where there's been martial law that's been, long lasting. And it's like Mark was talking about off the air, it's generally for an area to get things under control. It's short-lived until the order is restored. Now, there was a period that resembled martial law but wasn't martial law, post-Civil War Reconstruction era, and that was limited to certain regions. It was temporary.
I hate to do this to you, Barry, but we're out of time. Let's go to break, and we'll come back and we'll cover this right where we picked up. Okay, folks, Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio. We'll be right back after this.
We're on radio break, and I thought you were going to go up to the 45-minute mark, but okay. It is Wednesday.
No, I just caught myself about 30 seconds late there.
That's fine. We're good.
Barry was on such a roll. I was trying to find a nice way to cut in, and it just
Sonia,
I finally just realized I had to cut in.
Sonia's listening to us, probably along with Gary and MC Dirty Work over on YouTube are listening to us, and Deb Perkins
MC
over
Dirty
on
Work.
Facebook.
Hey, Debbie, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to get her shows going pretty soon. Thank you very much for all your inputs in that. Yeah, the Debbie Perkins show should be returning very soon. I can't give a date yet because I still have some things I have to take care of.
She should have on Barry because he's like Mr. Hollywood. Barry knows more about Hollywood than I dare even say, Debbie might even.
Maybe if he talks to her, he could be her co-host.
Oh, boy. You want to add another hour to your rotation on Wednesdays, Barry?
No, it wouldn't be on a Wednesday. She would be doing like a Friday or Saturday show. Is what we're looking at.
Now it's time for Hollywood Corner with Bullhorn Barry.
The red carpet.
I did watch about 10 minutes of the Golden Globe Awards just so I could see the train wreck. It was worth it, but I could only tolerate 10 minutes of it. The narcissism that was just oozing off the screen was like attacking me and assaulting me.
We got DP Mudasaka back in the Kick Chat along with Millennial Baby and So Wobbly has been with us the whole time. And along with
What's up, Wobbly?
Streaming with us as well and for us is the Great Conspiracy, that great guy.
Nice.
Love it, man. How you doing? Great Conspiracy. that was my best John imitation. Did you like that?
Oh yeah, you're doing good.
Yeah.
Got you, man. I got you covered.
All right, so our final segment here now. I want you to pick up right where you left off there.
Okay.
Exactly.
Summarize a little bit, but
to be
right into the Insurrection Act,
Sure.
right?
No,
and then finish that whole circle, right?
Yeah, it won't take long because I got it written down, so I can kind of go to the notes if I need to. But yeah, we're good, man.
Lastly, I got a few, random stories to cover. South Korea is trying to execute their last president.
Really?
Snap elections in the UK. Bill and Hillary Clinton didn't show up for their depositions, so they're in contempt of Congress.
So what's going to happen?
Yeah.
What is that? What's going to happen? That's what I want to know.
Oh.
We'll get to it, man. You got to wait till the next segment of the show, and we'll tell you what's going to happen, Barry. Actually, you'll tell everyone.
They better take some action, dude, because that's as defiant as you can possibly be, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. California lost $1 trillion in wealth in the last 2 weeks.
Who did? Who?
California.
Lost $1 trillion?
Yeah. People with net worths that added up to $1 trillion have left the state in the last 2 weeks.
But aren't they still subject to California tax, just like folks who leave New York City? Anyway, so
that's why they left.
Seconds.
remember they lost $24 billion of homeless money in California. They're such crooks, man.
Oh, they lost $100 million in fire aid, right?
Yeah. They're a bunch of crooks, man. I hope Gavin Newsom runs, dude. I really do. He will lose so bad.
Yeah.
3,
all right, Insurrection Act,
2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And Barry, we had to go on a hard break there, so I had to interrupt you in your eloquent response and explanation of the Insurrection Act. So please pick up where you left off and just bring everybody back up to speed for the new people here.
Sure. I was just saying that there's really only been one sustained period that even resembled like a long-term martial law, and that was the post-Civil War Reconstruction era. And that was limited, as Mark was talking about, on the break, to certain regions. It was temporary, and ultimately it ended with full civilian rule restored. The civilian court stayed open. The state governments continued to function, and elections were held. It was basically just trying to maintain the peace after the Civil War. And, it's understandable. But this idea that, Trump's going to bring in permanent martial law, that is the biggest crock of baloney I have ever heard in my life. And then they equate that with the Insurrection Act when there's never been an instance where they've declared martial law that I know of. I couldn't find any, when the Insurrection Act has been invoked. So it is constitutional, it is legal, it is lawful, and it needs to be done if these people turn fully violent on our ICE agents and maybe even on, I don't know who else they might. I mean, they might turn violent on MAGA supporters. I mean, they might just go all in. Who knows? That has to be stopped. And we know the state government's not going to do anything about it. The state police aren't going to do anything about it. The local police aren't going to do anything about it. They're being told by the governor and different officials, maybe not the governor, but different government officials, to not cooperate many times with ICE agents. Mm-hmm. It's nuts.
Yeah. Limited areas, Minneapolis right now is a nightmare. It's just a disaster zone. And they're finding the fraud. They're arresting the people behind the fraud. They're going to arrest all the, go after specifically all the really bad guys that they know of. And not rest until every single one is gone. And when they're going after the bad guys, they're going to stumble across other people that shouldn't be here. And those people are going to get caught up in it too. It's just kind of how the world works. But at the end of the day, this is something that 77 million Americans voted for. And a lot of Hispanics voted for this. A lot of black folk voted for this. A lot of Americans voted for this, in other words. Mm-hmm. And so let's not make it about racism and all this crap. It's not. It's about the rule of law and whether or not we have one here in the United States. And exactly now... right. Finally, we do.
Exactly.
So these things are going to happen. There's going to be little areas and pockets where they're all going to be Democratic cities. Red states, you don't have a problem there because the governors say, hey, we've got a 5-time serial rapist here who's an illegal in our prison. You want to come get him? They say, yeah, we'll be there at noon. Sound good? Sound good. Yeah, we'll take him out and have lunch afterwards. Great. It's the red states where they say, hey, man, you call up the prison, you say, hey, we see that this guy's scheduled for release. Can we just take him into our custody and deport him? And they say, no, we can't work with you.
Blue.
Our state law prevents us from working with you. You
Blue.
know?
You said red. Blue.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Blue states. Democratic-run states are going to fight tooth and nail on all, and that's why they make it so hard. They're not going and rounding these people up in Republican states because the Republican states work with them, so they don't have to. In the Democratic states, they have to go through these extraordinary measures to find these people out in the streets because they can't detain them when they're under prison control. They can't just get them and smoothly and peacefully transition them out without anybody even, being aware anything happened. It's just another car pulling in and pulling out,
Sure.
So.
Can I mention just some of the presidents? Because I said 20, roughly 28.
I don't know.
Go
ahead. Yeah, I'll be nice. Go ahead. You can.
These are the presidents that have used the Insurrection Act. Thomas Jefferson in 1807. He did it. It was in response to the Aaron Burr's conspiracy. James Madison in 1814. Abraham Lincoln between 1861 and 1865. He relied on it during the Civil War. Ulysses S. Grant in 1871. Rutherford B. Hayes in 1877, Grover Cleveland in 1894, Woodrow Wilson in 1919 to 1920, Franklin D. Roosevelt 1941 to 1942, Harry S. Truman 1952, Dwight Eisenhower 1957 in Little Rock, Arkansas, John F. Kennedy in 1962 to 1963, the University of Mississippi in Alabama, Lyndon B. Johnson 65 through 68 during Selma, Detroit riots, and George H.W. Bush in 1992.
Interesting.
It's common.
So it happens. It's a thing. And I don't know. We spent a good amount of time on this whole Minneapolis thing and what to expect next. So let's move on to some other kind of more random stories I've got here. Over 1 million people signed petition demanding general election in Britain. Keir Starmer! Keir Starmer is worried. He does not want election. I think their next, natural election, if they just do it, it's 2029. Yeah, next scheduled election is 2029.
Is that right?
Yeah, that would take Keir Starmer up to 2029, another 3 years from now. No, thank you. This is ridiculous. So, 1 million people have signed a petition demanding a general election in England. And we'll see what they do. Will they just ignore it? I mean, have you seen the polling over there lately? It's ridiculous. The Reform UK is 30-some%. And then you got the Greens trailing way behind. No, I'm sorry. What's that?
Is that the first one, Nigel Farage's thing?
Yeah, Reform UK is leading in the polls. I'm sorry, I was confused. The numbers I brought up were from Germany, AFD versus Green. In the UK, it's Reform is the leading one. And I want to say, they're way out in front. The Tories and, God, what are the other ones? Labour are done. They're just done. They don't exist anymore as parties. It's like if America, the Democratic and Republican parties just ceased to exist anymore. And these new parties popped up to replace them. That's what's happening in the UK.
Yeah, it's that angry world, right? That Klaus Schwab talked about. People are angry with all these top-down government networks or parties. Well,
they haven't listened to the people. They haven't done anything the people asked them to do.
Exactly.
And I was watching... The people voted for Brexit. They didn't vote for Brexit, but then for the UK to become even more dictatorial than the EU was. Oh, right? Exactly. They didn't vote for let's leave the EU and then also let in millions, way more people than we'll take everybody the EU doesn't want. If they run them through France and they say, dude, you're dangerous. Go north. Go to England. Right?
Yeah, it's like they became bigger globalists, but off the record.
Mm-hmm. And so they've just been getting the bum rap from their government for years and years and years. And I've said many, many times, this has to be coming from the king or the queen. This has to be coming from the royal family.
Okay.
Because the politicians, it's just like, you can't completely ignore your people when they vote time and time and time again for their own freedom and independence. And then just think that, they're just going to burn them every single time, over and over and over. How? Nobody gets elected doing that, which is why the political system is in chaos. No logical politician would do that. So my hypothesis has been, it's just come from the royal family this whole time, telling them to do this because they go to the Davos meetings and they meet with the World Economic Forum and they read all the stuff and they are 100% sold into the new global world order, which they, as the King of England, will obviously have a major role in.
Yep.
Yeah. They can.
And the Democrats are not free speech either. Here in America, they're demanding that Apple and Google ban X from app stores, man. The Democrats are supposedly all about free speech, and they get angry if they feel like their free speech has been violated, and yet there they are working to demand Apple and Google to ban X from app stores. Why? Because there's free speech on the platform. That's why. I mean, these people are a walking contradiction.
Yes, Stama was very offended when somebody used Grok to make an image of him in a bikini. He flipped out. He flipped out on it, right?
Yeah.
They can do this to women. They can do this to anybody. They can do it to your mom. And he teams up with Australia and Canada to now form a coalition to ban X. Under the pretense of Grok. But,
well, remember, Gavin Newsom tried the same thing to pass a law, and they said it's not constitutional. You can't do that. Their state Supreme Court or somebody did. And so it didn't fly. But he wanted to basically ban any meme that might make, their politicians look bad. But it'd be okay if you did it against Trump, I'm sure. They wouldn't go after those people. And then it wasn't, but maybe, I don't know, a couple of months ago at the most, where he had put out a meme that was like doing the very thing that he wanted to criminalize. These people are total frauds. They're complete fraudsters. I mean, I just, oh man, I quit. I'm done. I'm done talking about them because it's never ending.
It is. It's never ending. And it's just a political joke, it really is. It's just a joke. You can't take away your peoples from three massive countries like that. All of their ability to check the news in the way that they're used to doing it. Everyone wakes up every day. They go to Twitter. You make coffee, you go to Twitter, right? You read the news. It just goes hand. It's your routine. People are very routine based. And you're just going to rip that carpet out from under them because you don't like Elon Musk. And most people look at Elon Musk and they're like, hey, it's not that bad. He's just not that bad. He's not this evil dude. He's just Elon Musk. He's an autistic billionaire, trillionaire almost, who sends people to space and gives us fast internet.
And you do have to kind of feel sorry for him because they took his son away from him and because he transitioned to a woman. And now that former conservative influencer that he had an affair with and had a child with, she's now saying that she's dark woke, no longer a conservative, and that she's considering transitioning their 1-year-old boy to a girl. I think it's just to kind of tick off Elon, but Elon already said that's unacceptable, and I am personally going to try to get control of the child.
Yeah. You'd think with that much money, it would be pretty straightforward for a judge to say, okay, you're going to raise him on your own with his money that he's paying you. He's going to have a team of doctors and scientists and, whatever, like professional athletes, work with the kid as one-on-one coaches all day, every day. Yeah. To produce some super genius kid, like.
Yeah. What's the girl's name? What was her name again? St. Clair, Ashley St. Clair. Was that her name? She was a right-wing.
Yeah. I don't know. One of Elon's kids. They all have crazy names with like letters you can't even find on a keyboard.
The woman that he had the affair with and the child with. She was a She was a right-wing influencer. I think her name was Ashley St. Clair, I think. And she even said she refers to their 1-year-old boy, the boy that she had with Elon, as the sister of her other son. And this is a 1-year-old 6-year-old child, man. Honestly, I don't know how many years ago it would be, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. How many years do we have to go back before someone saying that would have wound you up in a mental institution? And it should, because your brain's not functioning correctly. To say something like that about your 1-year-old son, that's sick, dude. That's sick. It's twisted. It's insane.
It's a 1-year-old kid. You know, it's give it like 20 years before you start talking that kind of language. You know what I mean? It's a 1-year-old kid.
I'm very concerned about the future if the globalist left ever get the power back again, because they'll make this the norm. This will be the normal way that they will create a hive mind where if we don't agree with this, we'll be penalized, perhaps even criminalized.
Yeah. And that's where it goes. I mean, you know, we've seen people lose their kids over much less in other states, you know.
Sure.
And that's the thing, right? Is he fighting this in California or Texas?
I don't know exactly. All I know is that he said he wanted full custody after she suggested that she could gender transition her 1-year-old boy, and he's just not going to have that. So,
if she's in California, she's right, and she can do whatever she wants. If she's in Texas, that's another story.
Such a divided.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're divided, man. But the division isn't just a person against a person. It's sanity versus insanity. It's good versus evil. It's, freedom versus tyranny. This is the division. This is what's causing the division. Otherwise, we could unify. We could come together and, besides our differences. But these differences they're too far gone, man. There's no uniting with these ideologies that the left has. Men playing in women's sports, cutting off your children's genitalia, and all the nonsense that they do. There's just you cannot embrace that. It's evil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yet here we are. So, I mean, there's a lot of things out there that they're trying to make normal. And there's just a whole lot of people out there that say this isn't normal, man. You can't normalize this.
The new normal, man. I don't want that to be the new normal. I'm checking out. Dude. I'm moving out to the wilderness somewhere if that's the new normal.
Exactly. So let's look at the new normal. Bill and Hillary Clinton refused to testify in front of a House Oversight Committee today.
Mm-hmm.
And they put out a letter that more or less dared Chairman Comer to hold them in contempt. And he's moving right ahead with that. So Bill and Hillary Clinton are in contempt of Congress right now for not showing up to a testimony where they were to be asked about Jeffrey Epstein. They've got nothing to hide, mind you. Nothing to hide.
Oh, no. No. Of course.
Up and up, perfectly, legal people who've never committed a sin, never put a cigar up. I probably shouldn't go there. He had a 20-year-old intern, or was she 18 at the time? Monica Lewinsky was she was just like 18, I think.
She was young.
Intern.
Yeah.
Very young. Yeah. Just legal, And with that opportunity, he just couldn't resist it. It was a little too much, for him, a guy like Bill, to say no to, you put a 20-year-old girl in my office all day and make her bend over and pick up stuff. That's a little too much for me. I'm the leader of the free world. I'm going to have to hit that. So did he do anything on Epstein Island? Who knows? I doubt it. Maybe, who knows? Maybe possibly. There's a bunch of photos of him coming out, sitting in jacuzzis with girls whose faces are blacked out.
Right.
But they're not going to, testify because they got nothing to hide.
They don't want to have to answer to that. Right. Why would they?
Yeah.
If they're innocent, they'd be like, oh, well, that was just this. That was just that.
Exactly.
That's nothing, man. That's your imagination running wild. That's a conspiracy theory.
Exactly. They're up shit's creek without a paddle, basically. They're not looking good.
Yeah. The pressure's on these people, dude. And that's why I do think that things are going to start coming to a head in that clash that we've been talking about, man. And look, I'm very optimistic with all the great things that are happening. But man, we just need to be on our guard, man, because there's still crazy people out there.
Yeah, Eric Swalwell is one of them. That's my next story here to cover, the next article.
Okay.
Eric Swalwell is seriously, he's seriously running for the governor of California.
Yeah.
And he's serious. He actually thinks he's running for the governor of California. He put out this cringe video the other day where he's in some restaurant talking to the Spanish workers, and he's like, "Hola, amigos," like just very,
Very what?
just very uncomfortable. It's just very him being awkward and goofy and weird.
Yeah.
When he thinks he's cool, but really you're just looking at a guy being like, "Dude, these workers are working back there. You're just some random gringo walked up to the counter. They don't know who you are. And they could care less. And you're all trying to make friends with them, but it's not how the world works," kind of thing, They've got a lunch rush coming in. I mean, you're part of a 12-top that just sat down, so they're gearing up to feed you. Anyway, the deal with him, though, is he's lived in Washington, D.C. for the last so many years. Okay, you have to be a permanent resident of California to run for governor. You have to be a resident for 5 years. He has no address in California, no property, no home, no nothing in California, according to reports by Pundit, and they've reported the heck out of this. SwalwellsDisqualified.com is the reference that they put up. Not Swalwell is, but Swalwell's possessive, but with no apostrophe. SwalwellsDisqualified.com. They've petitioned the Secretary of State to disqualify him. And he should be disqualified. It's obvious. You don't live there, bro. Yeah, you're the congressman from there, but that doesn't mean you live there. You just got elected and then went to D.C. and didn't bother keeping a residence in California because you can't afford it. Because the one thing I'll give you credit for is you don't take in dirty money all day like the rest of your party.
But think
like
about
the rest of the city.
Think about the reasoning and the logic of a lot of these Democrats. I mean, they know that illegals can't vote in a federal election, and yet they encouraged it and allowed it to happen. They just do whatever they want to do. The rule of law does not apply to them. So they just go like, well, we'll make it happen because it's, hey, California wants me to win. They like me. Governor Newsom probably likes me, and they'll just make it happen. Forget about it. We'll rewrite some law at the last second to change it. You know how they are. These people are not living like everybody else has to live. They live in their delusional land of just, whatever we want to do, we do, period, whether it's legal, lawful, or whatever.
Yeah. And I want to say his opponent is Tina Peters. Is that the right name? I'm trying to scan this article for her name, but she's the one that was in the video where some assistant walks way in the background and she starts berating her and yelling at her and being like, "Why are you in my view?" and yada yada.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been caught several times just being an absolute wicked bitch to her staff.
Yeah.
And so now she's not even out in the public anymore because she's just like too volatile and they understand it. So they just keep her out of the camera. But this is a interesting case. Now you've got, the Republican dude, I can't even remember his name, but he, Hilton, I want to say, or something along those lines. Hilton, who used to be with Fox, if I'm not mistaken, or some broadcaster.
Okay.
And he has a good war chest and he's well positioned, but he's a Republican in California going up against two completely unqualified people. Even if Swalwell lived in California, he's still unqualified. He's still completely brain dead as far as what makes the world go round, how the economy works, how taxes work. Ask him what the top tax rate should be, and he will bumble around for an hour, as will anyone on the left. Ask anybody on the left, what should the top tax rate be? You want millionaires and billionaires to pay their fair share. What is that number? What does it look like? Is it 70, 80%, 90%? Is it 40%, 30%? What's the number? And they will bumble around forever because they don't want to tell you the real number is probably 80%, 90%.
I think the main qualification to run for office as a Democrat is to be their number one priority is to be a yes man or a yes woman, because they just want a figurehead. that will do the bidding of the people that are really controlling everything. It's really that simple, man.
Yeah.
Because they don't really do anything.
And they got to have dirt on them, you know? Which makes Swalwell probably pretty powerful with all his Fang, you know, relationships.
Sure, they want him in there then if that's true. No doubt about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, they definitely want dirt on you so they can control you. They want blackmail on you. If they've got your blackmail, then, hey, man, you're safe. Just do what we tell you. This will never come out. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. And all of these politicians like him, they're career politicians. They're in it strictly for the money, not for the, the
power.
They're not civil servants. They're not serving the public. They're serving themselves and their money and their wallet and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Their lifestyle, the power, all that stuff. It's
remember it was George Bush Jr. who said he ran for president. He said even for the wrong reason. He said, I wanted to be famous and powerful. That's the wrong reason to run for president, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Trump said, I'm sick of what this country's doing. I'm sick of it. You know, he said it with Oprah back in the 80s.
Yeah. He's complaining about us just throwing our money away for decades.
Mm-hmm. But, I'll tell you, he's not cutting down the spending. We're still spending $1 trillion that we don't have every 100 days. Granted, the economy's growing. A lot of good things are happening. But, man, that money's got to get locked up fast or replaced. Or, we can't be putting on that deficit like we are. And we still are. And that's the bottom line. How much deficit are you adding? Yeah, we got all this money from tariff on all this stuff. But I don't know. At the end of the day, we got to balance the budget of America. Folks, on that note, let's end the show here. Barry, in 10 seconds, where can people find you online?
Find me on X Bullhorn Barry.
All right. Folks, we got to go. We'll see you on Sunday night. Stay tuned for more from our producer, DREAGUS Productions, right after these messages.
Great show and stream, guys. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
And I'll get this up and out. And let me get Jack up and rolling here, and I'll talk to you later on.
All right, bro.
Bye, man.
All right.
We'll see you. Hey, Barry, I'll give you a call here.
Okay.
All right.
If that's cool.
Stick around, folks. We got more to come. Jack Carey coming up with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. We'll see what Jack's got going tonight. Calling Jack. Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. There we go.
All right. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good, and you?
Good.
All right.
Same as usual, rushing around, trying to get stuff done, you know me. But how's your week?
So far, it's been really good. Court went really well, so I'm happy with that.
I didn't know you were going to court.
Yeah.
What was up?
Custody stuff, so,
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it went well for you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's see.
I was pretty pleased with the outcome. I do have to go back, but, hey,
Yeah.
that's just how it is.
It's a process, yeah. So, but good luck with all that. That's
Appreciate.
good to hear some progress.
Yep.
But crazy week with Iran and all of that going on.
Yep. What do we got for cryptozoology this week?
Well, I'm covering crypto kind of from the 30,000 foot view tonight as part of an overall piece of the puzzle. We're going to take a step back and look at the puzzle with a lot of the pieces in place and see what kind of a view that gives us tonight, and kind of do an in-depth analysis of the structure of how the UFO cover-up looks. So
Cool.
uh,
Have you had a chance
yeah,
to check out Jeff Natalie? Only?
only
Yeah.
Yeah, just briefly, actually.
Yeah, he
But
has some pretty cool stuff. I think might be a good fit for you one day or
yeah,
sometime.
I'd be totally
Him
down for
or Vic
getting him.
Vindicuff, yeah, seem to
Yeah,
have some really good stuff going here lately.
nice. That is great. I don't know. Like, I would love to ask them where they are with their research in relationship to like the hitchhiker effect type stuff.
Oh yeah, that would be really cool, especially with Jeff. I don't know how Vic would fit with that, but you know, I'm sure that you know, because Jeff's been talking a lot about secret bases and things like that here, with aliens and UFOs and cryptids mixed. That's why I figured that he would be a really good mix for you.
Yeah, that'd be fun. We'd do a good conversation. If you know how to get a hold of him, let me know.
Yeah, probably the best way to do that is go into his YouTube and drop him a line there, because I have mentioned you quite a bit, and
Oh, okay.
he is a big follower and a past follower of JC as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I've been catching some of the cryptid huntress here lately too. She's got some interesting stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Very interested in Stan Gordon's research with the abductees and Bigfoot.
Okay, we're under 30 seconds, and here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we're broadcasting from 300 feet deep in abandoned a nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And as always, I'm joined by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid. As always, there is a $10 cover at the door and a 2-drink minimum. And tonight we're going to be discussing the anatomy of a UFO cover-up. What does it take? How is, a lot of new information has come out about how they were able to structure the compartmentalization of UFO secrets in such a way that they've been able to, largely maintain the secrecy all these many years, although there's been a ton of leaks, and now there's a ton of insiders and a ton of whistleblowers and all of that going on. So the Webbot was right in that prophecy that we would see the day when the leaks would just start coming out like a sieve. When the hyperinflation began. And you can look on a chart for inflation, and when experts, believe, and by experts I mean non-mainstream experts, because let's face it, it's useless watching CNBC sometimes or Fox Business News. As well-intentioned as some of those folks may be, they are clueless when it comes to what's really happening in the world. And it's all tied together. It's all tied together from UFO secrecy to hyperinflation to cryptocurrencies to cryptid animals. And this is the show where we explore all of those interconnections in such a way that it blows your mind. And, tonight I thought we're early in the new year. Let's take a step back. Let's look at the puzzle we have. There's a lot of pieces that we've been able to put into place, a lot of rabbit holes we've gone down. lot of theoretical rabbit holes, though they may be. You can sort of fashion puzzle pieces and put them in place and then work backwards and see if they make any logical sense. And some of the areas, that's what I've done. But we're going to look at, this new idea, this new structure that's come out from various researchers talking about how everybody thinks that right now in the UFO community, the general idea or consensus is that, it's like Lockheed Martin, it's like Raytheon, a few other aerospace, military industrial complex entities that are kind of runaway now with the UFO, with back engineered alien technology. And honestly, that doesn't really appear to be the case. In fact, what they've done is far more ingenious than that. And shockingly, most of all, if you listen to the testimony of David Rush, the insider who was able to prove to Congress who he was with his credentials, he was, you want to know who a man in black was, basically. David Rush was one of those guys, he was ultimate insider and was able to trace down the legacy UFO program and able to verify that they had captured alien craft and biologics on board those craft, in other words, alien bodies. And, he says that as far as he was aware, going back to 2009, it was structured in such a way that, believe it or not, Vice President Dick Cheney was actually the top of the UFO cover-up program. And from 2009, it kind of goes dark as to who is the head guy. Best efforts at ascertaining who that might be leads us into the world of naval intelligence. It appears to be somebody in naval intelligence that is the ultimate, the man in the high castle, as it were, when it comes to the UFO phenomenon, gatekeeper of the secrets. So that's an interesting rabbit hole to go down tonight, because when you look at the structure of how they're able to keep it secret and compartmentalized and everything, that leads us into the Webbot cyber prophecies about the leakage of alien technology into the mainstream public and how that begins its predictions of so-called sci-fi world emerges. And that's a time that we're entering into now, when you're going to have all kinds of exotic technologies begin to appear that will make our lives look like a sci-fi movie. Again, we do examine the cyber prophecies on this show. We are on the upswing of the Kali Yuga. That is a planetary cycle that we go through on Earth. And every so often, we're able to get into a position on this planet over eons of time where we're able to absorb more of the energy coming from galactic center. When that happens, we go through golden ages as a species on this planet, and that's right kind of where we are. That transitional phase coming up out of the dark of being blocked from that energy into being full on blasted by it is an extremely turbulent time, and you can see that unfolding. And if you've been following my program, you'll know pretty much everything I was talking about many months ago is now all coming true. If you go grocery shopping, you'll see the hyperinflation taking place. There's really nothing anybody can do about it. So don't blame Trump or his administration. This was in the making for decades and decades of time. They have been printing money nonstop for ever. And as they have been printing money nonstop forever, China and Russia have been hoarding gold forever. January 1, China changed the rules for the export of silver. You can no longer get silver out of China, and they refined 70% of the world's supply. Just imagine, 70% of the world's supply just got cut off at a time when there is a shortage of somewhere around 4.2 billion spot ounces. That's with a B. This leads us back into the world of cryptocurrencies and of silver, and we're going to cover silver quite extensively tonight because I've been covering it on an ongoing basis. It was predicted by the Webbot and by Dick Algeier over at Future Forecasting Group that silver would become unobtainium. Well, if you've been following the price of silver, you'll know that yesterday and today and the day before and the day before that and the day before that, it just keeps going up, guys. 4 to 6%. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, every day. They try to sell it off. The buyers come in, they buy it all back and push it green another 6%. It just is relentless. It hit $93 a spot ounce today. 93. The new predictions coming out from JP Morgan, they say 225 an ounce. JP Morgan is long 750 million spot ounces of silver as we speak. And that leads us into really part of this whole beautifully complex picture, as it were, is that silver is the centerpiece of a huge battle that's taking place. And I've synthesized all of that down. There is a prominent researcher out there that has intelligence ties and geopolitical ties that are pretty extensive, and this person has the ear of the president. To make a very long story short, Trump knows some researchers who've been able to trace all of his problems going back all the way to the Russia hoax to the same families that control the European banking system, right? At the same time, it became known to the Trump administration through Elon Musk and through others that those banks were short billions of ounces of silver. Billions of ounces. The projection is for every 1 ounce of silver they had, they sold it on contract to 356 people for every 1 ounce. Imagine the calamity that is currently unfolding that they're not even talking about right now. It is sheer panic in boardrooms and banks across the world right now. And just a couple of days ago, Tesla files an SEC filing. If you will take that filing out and please leap through to page 63, paragraph 4, you will see that Elon Musk for the last 5 years has quietly been purchasing vast amounts of silver. They've been doing it as part of their overall production procurement, right? So when you're running a corporation or a series of them like Elon Musk does, your supply chains are your lifeline. Everything relies on them. He was smart enough to see this squeeze coming 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, he told his guys to start quietly buying up all the silver that they could buy. He's now sitting on somewhere around 350 million spot ounces of silver, and they're buying. That is not the end of their purchasing. In fact, they state in their SEC filing, because they are required by law to do so, that it is their intent to corner the silver market. You're hearing fresh intelligence first. Many of these technical analysts and analysts out there in the world haven't even reached page 63. It's just the way it is. So welcome to my show. And so Musk and Trump have a mutual interest. And you'll be hard pressed to tell me that they didn't talk about this together and Trump say, you know what? You need the silver. I need to eliminate the people that tried to eliminate me. And they're short 4 billion ounces of silver. How would you like to help me create the largest short squeeze in human history and destroy those evil you-know-whats all in one fell swoop? That's what's happening. That's what's happening, guys. And it is fascinating to watch when you know what's truly taking place underneath the smiling faces on the TV screen. Because those people are controlled by puppet masters who have a narrative that they want to embed in your brain, because to them, you are simply cattle. If they can't control their cattle, then they have a major, even terminal problem on their hands. So, what you're seeing, if you're like me, and fair disclosure, I've been a silver stacker for over 5 years, and I'm heavily invested in silver. That's just something that I thought was, I saw the squeeze too. I heard the rumors. I listened to the analyst. I read the WebBot reports about it becoming unobtainium. And it was selling for $22 an ounce back when I started buying it. Right? So it's still not too late, in my opinion, and that's not advice of any kind. I'm just saying, if I if I had extra cash to allocate at this time, I wouldn't be afraid to go buy some more silver if you can get your hands on it. I'm told that even though the spot price is $93, just shy of $93 right now, that if you try to buy some like silver in a shop somewhere, you're going to pay maybe $20 above spot. The problem is that these guys can't be sure that they're where the price is going to wind up and if they'll be able to afford to replace their inventory. So that's really where you're at. There's only a handful of goods on the planet whose demand increases as the price increases, and silver's at the top of that list, right? You can't manufacture it. The earth doesn't make it like it does gold. It's manufactured in supernovas. So it is a extremely finite supply, and most of the world's silver that is produced or mined today comes as a byproduct of mining like silver and or copper and other metals. So that is, all of this is converging. You have a shortage, you have a record number of naked short contracts on spot silver out there that have to be covered. Every dollar that goes up costs these dudes billions of dollars. Can you imagine? And it goes up $6 today in one shot, and it costs them what? maybe 100 billion every time it goes up $1, and you're just watching that. 600 billion. Boom. Gone. Like thin air. Just gone. What are you going to do? Because if you tried to buy that silver to cover your short positions, you are going to shoot it through the roof. And then you just annihilate yourself. Well, these geniuses have been trying to short it as it's going up. They don't have a choice. They keep hoping they're going to hit a top somewhere. They're not going to hit the top. If you follow technical analysis, the underlying structure of the prices of assets, the way that I do, and by follow I mean listen to experts in those fields who do nothing but examine charts, you will see that the technical metrics of silver right now are in blue sky. That is a fabled area of technical analysis where an asset finally gets released to discover its true value for the first time ever. And they're short billions. Add on top of all of this, right? Tesla, in their SEC filing, states that they've just developed a new battery technology, a solid state battery that is going to revolutionize electric vehicles. You talk about range, these batteries are going to give you range like thousands of miles without recharging. There's one little kicker. It takes about 3 times the amount of silver as the batteries that they have right now. 3 times. You don't think his competitors are going to try to duplicate that technology? Of course they are. Here's another kicker. It says in the SEC filing that it is their intent to push the price of silver up to $225 a spot ounce on their buying alone. Without margin, without retail investors, without ETF inflows, without anything else, Tesla and Musk, with his many billions of dollars, intends to push the price of silver to $225. Why would somebody do that? They answer that question too, because at $225, all of his competitors get priced out of the silver market, and with that ends the production of all of his competition. He just cut their throats. And now he's going to own the EV market worldwide. There won't be anybody left. What are you going to do? You can't produce them if you don't have the silver. Period. Period. Now Samsung is saying that they're going to change over to graphene. Well, graphene works for a television set. It doesn't work for anything else. So good luck with that. So here you are, guys. Once in a lifetime. This is, you'll never ever see this occur in another asset in your lifetime unless it's a digital asset. Right? Cryptocurrencies also have the potential because they are finite, right? If you're an Ethereum trader like me, you know, there's what, 120 million Ethereum tokens. There'll never be more than that. There's only what, 21 million Bitcoin? There'll never be more than that. Nobody can turn on a printing machine and print more Bitcoin. The final coin is going to take somewhere around 140 years to mine. That's how vast the cryptography is, right? So you're going to see a flight into stores of value that are away from the US dollar. Hyperinflation was predicted to occur with the Webbot cyber prophecies and the Alta reports going way back. And now, because we've hit certain time markers, temporal markers along the way. Now you can see that with the explosive upward move of silver, as predicted by the webbot, you will see an accompanying hyperinflation take place. Nobody knows how bad that hyperinflation can get, but the webbot says it gets bad. And that's because they're going to be forced to print more money. They are simply going to have to print more money. The only way you can solve the problem that we have right now, which is too much money, is to print even more. What that does is it devalues your currency, but at the same time, it causes your goods to be sellable overseas, and it boosts your manufacturing hugely. So, you know, there's all kinds of double edges to all of this, right? The trick is realizing that it's going to be turbulent, and don't let yourself get too down about it, right? It's going to be a turbulent portion of our history as we go forward through 2026, and we're going to examine how and why the UFO phenomenon is going to feature in prominently into all of this in the second half of the show. And we've got to cover what's taking place right now on the crypto charts. And we're going to get back to all of that after our break. And I'm going to explain, well, when we come back, I'm going to explain how all of this complex cover-up actually may have been the linchpin that caused the hyperinflation to take place. And we'll get back to that right after this break, guys.
Great job, Jack.
Thanks.
Great conspiracy in the Kick chat. He's restreaming. He's been restreaming me since the beginning. Thank you so much. Appreciate everybody's support, no matter what platform you're on listening to us. I talked to Debbie Perkins earlier tonight, and she's doing really well. And we're going to get her show going again, too, very soon. I just got to, take care of some things here and at home first, and then we'll be working on that. And she's got some guests coming up for the summer.
Beautiful. Blowing my nose real fast.
Yep. So have you had a chance to take a look at some of the new encores that I've put out for us? And how I've cut that, cut out our live stream to add into that for that. So they can see you.
I have not had a chance to look at those, but I'm getting ready to. This next week, I need to review a lot of that and get some of that up.
I think you'll enjoy that, especially when you add them up into your channel.
Yes.
Like this portion here that we're doing right now, they'll hear our break. You and I talking, they won't hear the radio break. I'm only going to do that on the audio platforms.
Oh, okay.
From now on, yep.
Cool. Very good, sir. Got it.
I could stream directly to your channel if you wanted. I have that capability. But I don't know. I don't know if you want all three shows from Wednesday nights, though.
Oh, I wouldn't care. That'd be cool if you can do that.
Yeah,
I'd love.
You'll have to give me the keys and codes for that. next week.
Okay. No, I'd be totally.
I just you'll have to set up, hey, Wednesday streaming on your side and that, and then I'll just, when I come on, like 25 after 4 my time on Wednesdays, I would just kick it on, and then I wouldn't use that any other time except on Wednesdays for streaming. That way, folks there can get a good look.
It'd be sweet. I tell you, who would love that would just be my subscribers. There's 73.
Your subscribers definitely would like that. And folks out there, you can subscribe to me on all the other platforms. Though I don't take in any kind of monies from this. All mine goes straight to a nonprofit called Operation Phantom Support, and I use that. It's a local veterans non-profit here in my area, and whatever I can do to help them out, because they help me,
Yeah, that's cool.
I send it that way. But if I can help you and the other hosts out, I'm fine with that too. If they wanted to, for their individual subscribers.
Yeah, I'm down for that. That'll be really cool. Sitting here looking at overseas, they got silver down 3% in Asia, right? That's funny. These guys are, the volatility is...
If you want to bring up that your web share, now's the time to do it. We got 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah. They do this real fast. This will be cool. Let's see.
Need to change the name of your show. The Crypto, Zoology, and Currency Show. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we're, examining kind of from the 30,000-foot view where we're at in this crazy new world we're emerging into, the sci-fi world. I was going to see if I could pull up a window. I don't know why this is always so difficult. But let's see here. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Can you see that, Mark?
No, I don't see it right now. There. I see me. I got that page. Now you just need to go to the page that you're trying to look at, or the tab. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll keep messing with it, and maybe it'll pop up here in a second. But getting back to our discussion, we were talking about silver and how silver is really at the heart of this power struggle taking place. Really at the heart of Trump attempting to destroy his enemies, and that's pretty cool. So can you still hear me up there? Okay. So let's stop sharing here. There we go. So it's interesting that that's taking place along with our hyperinflation, and this is where people begin to flee the fiat currency world, and apparently cryptocurrencies largely become the tool through which value is transferred back and forth across the world. It makes sense that would be it's a natural evolution of the world. I was going to show you, or the viewers that can see a video, kind of a picture of where you're at on a chart with Ethereum in particular, which it's interesting because Ethereum had a great day yesterday. It went up about 7.5% or so, and today it's just kind of resting. Over a 24-hour period, it's down about like 1%, but it keeps kind of evening out throughout the day today. So that's typically when that happens, the moving average that it bounced off of is coming up to meet the price. And when it does, you're going to see another kind of upward swing here. So if you're out there in the crypto world and you own Ethereum, just know that right now you successfully tested a resistance area, broke through 330. 330 roughly is now support. If you break back down through 330, 3,300, I mean, you're going to, potentially test the recent lows. I wouldn't suspect that will end up happening. The other thesis of that particular trade is that the upper support lines, you're looking at somewhere around 3,600 to 3,700, and if it can break that, 4,200. So that's where you're at. That would be, a 20% gain from here, somewhere around that. But so, back to the UFO conspiracy and how that's kind of tied in. The Webbot says that they kind of printed so much extra money in an attempt to back engineer some of this technology, and a lot of it went into just keeping it secret. Many people got paid off lots of money to keep their mouth shut. That's just the way it is. Money is the ultimate motivator, and the people involved with these programs are extremely highly paid to the point where they do keep their mouth shut. So that's just where that's at. Now, there's some researchers out there saying that that really how this looks, if you trace it back to 2009 and David Grush's testimony, just the past couple of years, saying Dick Cheney was the guy that was kind of the head of the UFO cover-up back then, you can kind of break down what the structure must have been for them to do what they were doing. And it looks like there's 6 major intelligence agencies that are right underneath, let's call him the man in the high castle, the guy that's moving the chess pieces on the board, right? And the operational wing of all of that is the CIA's division of exotic technologies. They have a field operative group, and it's within that group that they are dispatched to acquire, because they can just show up to like a military base, but they arrange all of the aircraft, personnel, etc., necessary to go out and retrieve these craft. From that stage, depending on a number of categorical factors involving the craft itself, it is then fed into, or actually kind of dissected and then fed out to 6 different intelligence agencies here in the U.S. What's weird is that the NRO appears to be the one that's connected to them all, and that's the National Reconnaissance Office. In fact, when you look at the National Reconnaissance Office personnel, you'll see that many of them appear to be involved in the legacy UFO program. either had worked at the NRO at some point or hold a position there currently, etc. From that point, it gets further broken down into the various secret scientific laboratories around the country, like Oak Ridge, you know, and there's like 6 or 7 of these, you know, highly secure research laboratories that from the intelligence agencies, the technology is then trickled down to these labs where they attempt to do their back engineering on various parts and pieces of this kind of technology, right? And it's way at the bottom of this triangle, this pyramid, that you end up with the aerospace military industrial complex companies and their SAPs, or their special access programs, where they actually do possess some of this alien technology, and they are working to help back engineer it and actually put it to work in the field, right? I mean, what could be more attractive to a military or to intelligence than an aerial platform that you could hover 100 feet unknown, undetected completely by your enemy above them without being seen? Completely invisible, completely autonomous, completely protected. You know, that's the holy grail. People are like, well, why do they keep it a secret? Well, you know, if you have that kind of technology, you can literally just own your enemies. You can just own them. And that's what they're working for, right? At the same time, they are fully aware, at least the insiders that have come out say that they are told that China and Russia have also acquired alien technology and are working to weaponize that technology against us. Is that just a narrative that they put out there in order to help keep the secrecy, or is that a fact? Have there been other advances? We don't know. But what we do know from the leakages of Immaculate Constellation, the UFO SAP program that was taking place, that was utilizing naval vessels to monitor activity between the Russian Navy and apparent alien craft, that at one point a Russian naval vessel took off to an undisclosed location, that it appeared, by all appearances, it showed up to a spot that seemed completely random, and at that moment in time, when it basically stopped and was waiting, an alien craft appeared. This entire thing was apparently videotaped and photographed by a United States intelligence gathering submarine of the type that I served on. So that's interesting stuff, right? That tells us that somebody somewhere in Russian intel / military, whatever their structure is, had some kind of contact with these aliens in such a way that they rendezvoused with an alien craft. That should be extremely concerning. I know it concerns me. So that is an interesting structure. Now, chief among the exotic technology division of the CIA is a man named Glenn Gaffney. And Glenn Gaffney has been, called out in congressional sessions by none other than George Knapp, the journalist out of Las Vegas that broke the Area 51 story, and now is famous just for breaking UFO stories pretty much nonstop. So if you want to see what the face of really one of the main gatekeepers looks like, you can find a picture of Glenn Gaffney online. Take a look at him. Take a look deep into those eyes, because that's somebody with a lot of weight on their shoulders. So, and it's interesting because he has been fingered as the individual who was responsible for interrupting the transfer of alien technology from Lockheed Martin to Bigelow Aerospace, owned by none other than Bigelow himself, the guy who owned Skinwalker Ranch. And, this is where things get really weird, right? Because you have people like the prominent scientist Gary Nolan, out of Stanford, probably the best scientist in the world that the Pentagon's using to study not only UFO material, but brain damage caused to humans by UFOs. These guys are the real deal. And it's interesting that you have a situation now where they're actually dealing with materials that have apotheum effects. What's an apotheum effect, right? An apotheum effect is the fact that these craft have the ability to bend reality as we know it, to alter it as we know it, to create weird paranormal effects that make no sense to us at all. And those paranormal effects that are caused by interaction with these craft is now identified by Pentagon scientists as the hitchhiker effect. The hitchhiker effect is the fact that every one of these people associated with Skinwalker Ranch and later the Pentagon's UFO program, and even naval personnel that had interaction with UFOs and others, just witnesses that they were able to come across, high quality witnesses, all of them experienced the hitchhiker effect. They had interaction with alien craft, and then they were constantly bombarded with other kinds of paranormal-like activity, everything from poltergeist activity to material objects just blinking into existence right in front of them, like in their living room, and then just blinking back out of existence. All of that also culminated in a Dogman encounter, not once, but now we know from the testimony of Dr. Jack Lukasik from his books that he has published on Amazon, one of the legacy scientists to the UFO program, that he too had a Dogman encounter while he was at Skinwalker Ranch. That throws a huge wrench into the cryptozoology machinery in a way that, everything kind of grinds to a big halt at that stage, because what are we talking about here? Is that to infer that any and all Dogman activity is part of the hitchhiker effect, and therefore part of the overall UFO phenomenon and should be classified as such. And what about Sasquatch? Let's ask Stan Gordon. I tell you, before I got heavily into cryptozoology, I was heavily into reading any and all literature being published about the UFO phenomenon, and I came across, of course, the abductee sub-niche of the UFO phenomenon and became obsessed with studying everything I could about it. And it was in those encounters that I came across Bigfoot non-stop. Almost invariably, anytime an abductee had an encounter in a wilderness area, there was a Bigfoot in the company of the gray aliens who took them. That's just the way it is. And now you have a whole big group of the UFO or the Bigfoot community that are kind of embracing the paranormal aspects of that phenomenon for the first time, because up till now, largely, they've been peopled by researchers who thought this was just another hominid species undiscovered in the wilderness of North America. They are far, far more than that. Far more than that. And I actually theorize in my unified field theory of paranormal activity that any and all bipedal cryptid animals have to in fact be chimera constructions by a non-human intelligence. That was after dealing with the actual DNA scientists who study DNA both from Sasquatch and from Dogman animals, and were able to ascertain that there was a chimera construction to it that was so advanced that it just made their jaws drop. So advanced that there's no way it could have been done by human hands. No way, no how. And so that led them to the belief that this had to be done by non-human hands. That's logical. And then you have all of this testimony about cryptid animals being in the vicinity of UFOs, including the fact that Jonathan Keel, the late great John Keel of the Mothman prophecies, who discovered even back then that in 20% of all credible Bigfoot sightings, a UFO was also reported at the scene. So if that's a fact, and it is, how do we begin to factor that into our overall cryptid animal equation? It's a question I spend a good deal of my time contemplating, and as of yet don't have a good answer for. So that is very interesting. The UFO phenomenon itself, the apotheum effects, there's other apotheum effects like the manipulation of time. And if you watch the recent UFO documentary that made such a big splash, The Age of Disclosure, you will get to see the actual scientists who have studied these craft talk about it. They say, oh no, I didn't study the actual craft, but they did. These are the guys, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, those are the guys. And they're saying that these craft operate in such a way that they have a power generator on, and that generator can generate somewhere in the neighborhood of all of the power generated by the United States for 10 full years, all as soon as it comes on, right? That creates a bubble around it. That bubble is able to actually bend space and time within it. And if you can bend space and time within a bubble, you can do all kinds of amazing things, even cause time distortion outside the bubble, which would explain why there's missing time in alien abductee accounts. It would also explain how they're able to travel from sea to air to space and back to sea again, enter trans-medium travel. It would explain all of the 5 observables that are known to the Pentagon and, have been made famous by Lou Elizondo out there. So, as we go forward here, the Webbot predicts that the price of silver continues to rise to the point where it is unobtainium. What price is that? That's anybody's guess. I've heard technical analysts say that if it breaks 175, you could see a spike to 800 within weeks. That's just the way that it's structured underneath when you look at the charts. Can you imagine? And the world will have to deal with the repercussions of a banking industry that basically short sold their future out from underneath them through what's called naked short selling and the illegal manipulation of spot silver prices going back at least 50 years, more like 80. And if you trace it all the way back, this manipulation goes back to the so-called Opium Wars between China and Britain. And that was a period of time when Britain actually got most of China hooked on opium, and then they demanded payment for that opium in silver only. They extracted all the silver wealth out of China. They floated it all back to England, and that became the basis of their banking structure that is about to be destroyed right before your eyes. That's a beautiful thing to watch. So if you're out there and you have the means by which to sit in front of a computer screen all day, I'm telling you the most entertainment value you can get, the best bang for your buck right now is to pull up a live streaming quote of silver and gold and watch what's going to happen. And just realize that every single time it goes up another dollar, it is just obliterating the people that have had a stranglehold on this planet and the human species going back eons of time. And that's tonight's show. Stay tuned for the VIXEN'S Vault, starring the lovely Nancy Planeta, and join me next week, and we will continue our crazy, crazy exploration of sci-fi emerges. I'll see you then.
Some stations don't have Nancy, but that's fine.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, one in particular. One has the Zombie Zach.
The Zombiac. Zach?
Zombie Zach with After Rot. His show's called After Rot. He does, what is it? He does movie reviews of horror.
Oh, that's cool.
And comic books. He owns a comic store.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Hold on, Jack. Let me... I just did the handoff to him.
Cool.
All right. That's that. And let me get over to... are you going to come over with Nancy?
I'm not tonight. I've got to actually go up and cook dinner for my mother-in-law and my wife.
Sounds good.
Who both are sick, but...
Yep. I will get this up and out like I always do. So you take care, and I will catch you next week.
All right. Thanks, sir.
If I can get an email address for Jeff, I'll send that to you as well.
Yeah, totally, and I'll try to get you those YouTube keys too, or how
Sure.
I'll ask you this week how to do that.
Sounds good. I'll hit you up then. All right. Take care.
Sounds
Jack.
good. All right, you too.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency coming up. That's right. We got the VIXEN'S Vault with Nancy Planeta and the Legion of Chaos is her crew. Let me get the folks in here.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up?
You.
Mm.
I had a good week. I've had a really good week. I don't know if
Did you find out about your girls or what's going on?
I'm going to have to go back, but part 1 is done and it felt good. All right.
Oh,
That's
good,
all
good.
That's all I want to say anymore because it may jinx me later. All right. So,
Gotcha.
I am really looking forward to the rest of this and making it, stick.
Nice.
So, yeah. I don't think she was. Well, like I said, I'm not going to say anything else. Where's the rest of the folks at?
I don't know. Where is everybody?
Come on, Jason.
There's Dave.
Yeah.
I'm
There's
here.
Dave's
I'm
Mark.
here. Waiting for the snow this Saturday.
Oh, you and me both. Jeez, Dave. I mean, it's going to get brutal cold.
Yeah, it's supposed to drop down here too. Hold on here. Looked like Vicky was trying to come in. I'm trying to call.
Mark Airworthy came in.
Yep. Hey, Mark.
I know Vicky's. I'm pretty sure Vicky's Verizon. So she may or may not have an issue.
Yeah, my phone is completely
Oh,
dead.
I read that. I read they all there. Thought he was knocked off, huh? Oh my God.
Thank God that my internet is not through them, but through. That's right. AT&T.
Nice.
Oh.
Well, I know AT&T was glitching. T-Mobile was glitching. They both actually went down at some point today. So I mean, I gonna tell you right now, Google went down. Everything went down. But Amazon. Oh yeah, Amazon Web Services also went down. So I'm like, yeah, no, it's connected to so many things. But with Verizon, I'm hearing it's a massive infrastructure issue.
Oh my God.
Which is not good.
Yeah, my son come up to me and says, "Hey, Dad, we don't have any phone service here." I'm like, okay. I'm like, and I'm looking. I'm like, oh, okay. Everything's dead. And I sort of figured that when we get you on here, we'll find out all about that. And
yeah, it's not. Whatever it is, it's pretty big. Because number one, people are still not back up yet.
Yeah.
No kidding.
I'm trying to get Raph in here too, but he's not picking up. It's showing that he's live, but
give him a minute. I just saw him walk by, so he might be going to the bathroom first.
Yeah.
You know, last night somebody sent me. I got a message at midnight last night on my phone, and it was sent at 5:45. Like 7 hours before.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes they get caught in lag. Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought that was part of the whole system going down. I don't know.
It could be. Like I said, there's something going on. Something's working its way through and now I can't even pull up Down Detector, which is interesting.
I got this notification that emergency calls only.
Yep. That's what people are mainly getting. Yep.
I have my phone through Horizon.
Here's your countdown. I'm still trying to get folks in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date, January the 14th, 2026. It is a Wednesday evening at 9:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Been a very interesting day. A lot of you are not having a very good day if you have Verizon Wireless because, they're not doing too hot right now, and they're still not up. They have been down since early this morning, actually. And it wasn't really a gradual crash either. It just all at one time. Their networks went down. And again, I'm hearing from the inside that it is definitively an infrastructure issue within Verizon. And that would explain why they're not back up yet. But I also know that it wasn't just limited to Verizon, because I know T-Mobile is actually still showing in the red, which means they're still having issues. AT&T is still showing in the red; they're still having issues. It seems to be moving throughout the Amazon Web Services network again, which is also down. So again, timing is everything. I guess you could say that. But when I hear infrastructure issue, yeah, that makes me, I'm automatically saying, yeah, that, what are they going to blame it on a node again? I mean, no. And again, timing is everything. We've got a lot going on here in the States, a lot going on in Europe, and there's a lot going on over in the Middle East. I wanted to, preface that with the fact that apparently this morning, Bibi Netanyahu jumped on his version of Air Force One, which is called Wing of Zion. And the given reason was because he was they're concerned about the protests in Iran. And yeah, there's that. And my strategic brain went, huh? What?
But he wants to know where he's going to nuke him at.
Well, here's the problem. He really can't, which is why he keeps pushing the United States to intervene. Because if he does it, he is now in clear violation of the Abrahamic Accord, which he kicked and threw his tantrum about for how long? Because the other Middle Eastern countries would not sign on, and so they all finally sign on under Trump, but it restricts what he can do. He can't just bomb Iran because he doesn't like them and because he thinks they pose a threat to them and because, they're quite a distance. And yeah, he can't just do that. It would violate the Abrahamic Accord. So not because Iran signed on, because they didn't, but the surrounding countries did. So it's a problem. It's a problem.
Why would Israel want to bomb Iran when Iran is having its
Yeah, isn't that a good question?
Anyway.
Why are they encouraging Trump to bomb Iran? Why are they demanding he bomb Iran? No, and I said it before and I said it again. I'm very sure that Trump is not a Bibi Netanyahu fan, and a lot of what we were seeing was a giant trap. And yep, pretty sure that's proving true, because Trump has made it very clear yet again today that he is not going to bomb Iran. That he's getting reports from his military people on the ground in Iran that the violence has subsided. Therefore, he does not see a need to bomb Iran. Now, there's also other reports coming out that the executions taking place were actually done by Mossad. And it's not just one agency reporting that. There's several of them now. That's, again, problematic. Mossad. Yes, they're actually saying Mossad.
Oh.
Well, there's been executions in Iran for many years now. But I still don't understand, why would America even want to touch Iran? Iran is on its last legs, and the Republic is on its last legs anyway.
We wouldn't. The only reason we got involved in Iran to begin with was because of oil and Israel. And that was, decades ago. You forget the Shah of Iran, all that good stuff. I mean, yeah, we were knee deep to a quarter at that time period, and we never really extracted from it. That's the interesting thing, because I could tell you in the 80s and in the early 90s, my dad was working with Iranians through the Air Force. So, I mean, not all is what it seemed on the surface. So, again, there's a lot here we've never been told, and unless you're looking really carefully, you're not going to see it. And again, I'm pretty sure Trump, again, he's made it clear, just like he did with Venezuela. He's not putting Machado in power, won't do that. He's going to let the Venezuelan constitution do what it needs to do, even though Israel's jumping up and down saying, Machado, Machado, Machado. Trump's like, no, we're not putting Machado in power. Venezuela has a constitution. Let them follow their constitution. And with Iran, he made it real clear that this was a movement for the people of Iran. Iran has nothing to do with Israel. Israel can't even try to claim their eminent domain like they did where they're sitting now. That was pretty much an eminent domain claim. You know, it was ours in ancient time. It's ours again because we bought it. You know, you can't do that with Iran because Iran preceded Israel by a long stretch of time. So, yeah, that would be really seriously problematic. But again, I think Trump is all about the Iranian people controlling their country, as they should. If they want the Ayatollah out, let them take him out. We'll help them. I guarantee we have forces on the ground helping them. Guarantee that.
So as Britain and so as France, more than likely.
Yep. But should we allow Israel to get their claws into that? No. No. Absolutely not.
One thing I can say is if Trump does publicly intervene in Iran or Venezuela, or especially Iran, the so-called international community will be all over him. It'll be because of so-called international laws, and it will make his image a lot worse than it is now.
Well, I think it's interesting because, like, we're seeing all the airspace is cleared. Like, the airspace over Iran has been cleared. And I mean, I can't tell you how many countries we recalled their diplomats yesterday and today. Like a crap ton of them. But again, you've got reports coming in that the violence is quelled. That, you know, people, yes, there was some violence. There have been exchanges of talk and promises made. But you can't, I'm sorry, Mark, you cannot trust Israel as far as you can spit them. No. If they can stir a cauldron, they will do it. And especially if it makes them look clean and somebody else look dirty.
Well,
they will 1,000% do it.
At least Israel under the current political regime.
Well, that's the other thing that they don't talk about in Western press is the fact that the Israeli people are not happy with Bibi Netanyahu at all. That's been pretty clear. If you watch some of the stuff coming out, they are not happy with him. That's why I said it would be very interesting with what happened in Venezuela if the Smartmatic and Dominion servers revealed that the 2022 election where Bibi somehow got reelected, even though he was widely unpopular, was as a result of Smartmatic software. That would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Kind of put him in a serious crosshair. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say was, people like Lindsey Graham have been saying, on the press, been saying over and over again that we're going to attack Iran. But Trump hasn't said that. It's not, he hasn't promised, he hasn't committed to do anything like that. But the reason why Israel wants him to do it, wants the U.S. to do it, is because Israel cannot defeat Iran. For all, during the 12-day war, what we found, or what they learned, basically, their hubris was checked because despite their air forces being able to take out the air defense of Iran, Iran has too many missile batteries aimed at Israel to defeat them. So, during the 12-day war, the Iranians smartly used all the 1980s stockpile that they had for the Iraq war, and they used it to overwhelm the Iron Dome, and then use it to light up their radars, so that they can then use hypersonic missiles to come in and take them out. And then it was just a heyday after that. It was just like sitting ducks. I
was just going to say there is a problem with that. Was it last year that Iran tried to attack Israel?
They bombed the snot out of Israel.
Yeah, and they didn't actually do that much damage as far as...
Oh, no, they did a lot of damage.
Well, they did.
Yeah, there's been a lot of footage coming out recently, too, of more damage of those 12 days.
Yep. You can't listen to the mainstream media. If you listen to people that know, that aren't attached to any of the administrations or any political agenda, guys like Scott Ritter, Colonel Douglas McGregor, those guys, they're hyper knowledgeable. John Kiriakou, people that are in the know, but they're not part of the system anymore. Those guys will tell you flat out. I mean, they all have contacts in country, and they'll tell you flat out. Israel got destroyed. They practically begged Trump to call a ceasefire because they were getting hammered. And the other thing too, the other message that was sent was that even office buildings that don't look like anything, but they hit all the right offices that basically telling them, yeah, we know exactly what you're doing, and we have the ability to hit it with pinpoint accuracy. That was what rattled Bibi Netanyahu. You cannot, and despite the Air Force's capability, especially using our ISR, our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability, they still cannot defeat the overwhelming amount of missiles that Iran has. And let me tell you something: they weren't the only ones that just the missiles, but the drones. They weren't the only ones that invested heavily in missiles and drones. That was actually Russia that figured out it costs too much to maintain a standing army. It takes too long to train pilots. So we're just gonna develop the best missile and drone technology and overwhelm the hell out of whoever our enemies are.
Especially with the cheap drones.
Yeah, and it makes it incredibly hard to do anything to them without fear of retaliation. That's the reason why Bibi's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because when they sent the Mossad agents in there, they were shooting both civilians and police, like we did, like our agent provocateurs did in Ukraine during the Maidan coup. They sent somebody in there and they started shooting cops and protesters, and that's what kicked off the Maidan revolution in 2014. Well, Mossad's doing the same thing in anticipation of weakening Iran enough for the United States' imminent attack, which never came, and I don't think it's gonna come. They blew their load too early, and so now as soon as they started doing that, that's why Bibi took off in his planes, because he's thinking to himself, okay, Iran is rounding up our guys. They're going to lynch them, and they're probably going to attack Israel any minute now. And just like Ukraine, attacked Putin's home, they're probably thinking that Bibi's probably thinking they're going to put a drone right through my bedroom window.
There's an argument.
Bibi might be thinking that, but I don't think that. Just me personally, I don't think they'll do a first strike Iran, but I could be wrong.
No, I don't think so either. Because again, despite what the mainstream media will tell you, and despite what the Washington elites will tell you, Iran wants normal relations with the rest of the world. They don't want to be sanctioned. We have, who is it? Richard Pearl? No. One of our heads of our intel community said that basically we wanted to put so much economic pressure on Iran that it basically we put extreme pressure and basically starved them to death, or something like that. I can't remember how the term how he put it, but they wanted to bring crippling economic sanctions on Israel or Iran, and it's working. That's what the initial protests were about, were the rising inflation and the droughts, which again Iran has been for almost over a decade saying that we, the West, have been using weather weapons to create the droughts. Iran has been the breadbasket and still is. I mean, they actually trade with Saudi Arabia, despite one being Shia, the other side being Sunni. They still trade back and forth because they have no choice. Iran is the breadbasket, and without them, even Saudi Arabia wouldn't have the food that they need to feed their own people.
I've got an issue with the protests started with the food issue narrative, because I argue that there's been inflation. I argue that there's been protests for several years now, but obviously a lot of it's not being reported in the West because politics, really. Also, there's an argument I've heard within recent days to say that a number of senior military figures, generals in Iran, are now running out of Iran. I've heard, and I've not confirmed, that some IRGC members are in Britain now. Literally.
Entirely possible. I mean, some people are probably going to see as a war between Israel and Iran as inevitable, and that the United States is going to take their side. If that's the case, well, then they're just another. What's that general that got whacked in Iraq? I don't know.
Soleimani.
There you
General
go,
Soleimani.
That's it. So they're in their eyes, they know that for decades now, going all the way back to 9/11, and General Wesley Clark's list of 7 countries in 5 years, they have been warned from the get-go that they are in the United States crosshairs. So they're doing everything they can to prepare themselves for that. But at the same time, you look at what just happened to Venezuela. I mean, we went in there with special forces and we used, drones and sonic weaponry, and just technologically, we just went in there and we picked them apart like it was nothing. It was like sending an NFL football team to take out an elementary school Pop Warner football team. Okay, it was not even a challenge. It was not even a challenge. And they're all looking at this stuff, and there's like, okay, yeah, we have the missiles and we can hold Israel hostage, but at the same time, the United States has B-2 bombers that can come in and do a decapitation right off the bat, before we even launch them. We managed to, defeat the air defense and drop a couple of major bombs on them. So yeah, we have it's the technological capability of the United States that keeps everybody, at bay.
And it's the political power that keeps the United States at bay on an international
Yeah, absolutely.
front.
I mean, you look at campaign Trump versus President Trump. They are night and day. Trump campaigned and said the complete opposite of everything he's saying now. And it, honestly, it pisses me off to no end. I supported America first. I wanted a clean house here first, because without cleaning out here first, we don't know what the truth is. Only with the truth can we then go out and take out the right people. And, I know there's a lot of competing theories about, especially if you're a Q follower and you think he has a plan, that they have to hit certain places, like Colombia is supposedly tied to Chinese human smuggling, blah, blah, blah. There's, a lot of these interlocking, I guess, problems that we supposedly want to take care of. But to me, it seems to me like if we cleaned our own house out first and we say, everybody at CIA, NSA, just back away from your desks, nobody will be harmed, and we just declass and dump everything, and just let the people go through it and pick it apart, and we'll identify all the shitbags. Not just Epstein list people, but everybody that's ever, used the government to line their pockets. You know what I'm saying?
That could create a sort of witch hunt mentality. That's it's sort of giving the populace pitchforks and torches.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure.
Thomas Jefferson said that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with blood of patriots and tyrants. And he said he even advocated as often as every 20 years.
Correct.
All right. That is the only way that you keep government in check and answerable to the people, because it is the people that they are supposed to be answering to, not a bunch of oligarchs that are using the government to line their pockets, or a foreign country that owns our politicians.
That's why
that's blackmailing them.
That's why I said when everything happened in Venezuela, and again, that's why I said to you, he's going to let the Constitution of Venezuela do what it needs to do. And the only way he can do that is to hold control or keep the power structure that's there under control until a clean vote can be had. Because otherwise, Israel's going to move in and they're going to put Machado in power. And it will be through whatever mechanism they need to do. And I can't see. I'm seeing all these reports where they're saying that Machado supposedly won that election. No, she did not.
No,
who she did not. Not even close.
No.
So it's like, and it wasn't Maduro that defeated her. It was the other person that was on the ticket that defeated her. So it's like, I don't know why they're trying to spin this false narrative. But I was telling Raphael earlier today, you do realize that the Rothschild Bank were in Venezuela in 2024. Because he keeps saying, we keep talking about it. He's like, well, no, Venezuela needs to stay with the BRICS. And I'm like, no, Rothschild Bank was in there balancing their spreadsheets in 2024. So they were already infiltrated in. I think what we saw was an extraction. And I think Trump was basically extricating the World Bank out of Venezuela. Let the Venezuelans do what they're going to do.
Yeah. Well, playing devil's advocate, one of the justifications we used for going into Venezuela was that Maduro rigged the election, or he's stayed beyond his term. All right, they basically rigged the election to stay in power. Well, so did Zelensky. He called off the election, and basically he's president in perpetuity until this war is over.
Correct.
But yet we're supporting him. Well, I think that Trump's new strategy about control of the Western Hemisphere, basically he's dividing it up between the three superpowers.
Yeah.
The United States, Russia, and China. Europe isn't even going to play a role in the future as far as geopolitics go. The EU is on its deathbed.
UK will.
If Ukraine fails, the EU will be done.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. But I was just going to say, Zelensky is in power because it is a wartime action. I mean, in World War II, there was meant to be an election halfway through in Britain, and because of World War II, yeah. So there was a
that was Winston Churchill. Yep.
Yeah, there was an excuse for Zelensky to be in at the moment.
But the thing is that with Zelensky, they knew that those elections were coming. They made a big deal about the elections. They made a big deal about the elections being honored, and then they didn't do it. So there is a difference, because World War II, they knew they were under an effective state of martial law, and that Winston Churchill would continue on. It's kind of like here. If Trump declares the Insurrection Act, and that's why I keep saying these liberal protesters are just absolutely freaking stupid, and they're playing right into what needs to happen in my mind, which is the Insurrection Act needs to be declared. That puts us under ex post facto martial law status, which means there will be no midterm elections. That's just the way that flies.
Nancy, can you hold that thought? We got to take a break.
Yep, I was just going to say, and with that, I got to take us out to our first break of the evening. Folks, hang in there. We'll return with more of the VIXEN'S Vault in just a few moments, and we're going to talk about Greenland. Hang in there.
All right, we're on radio break.
It's funny because I did an interview earlier tonight with one of the full disclosure networks about super soldiers. And it was a very interesting discussion, because you can go as far back as World War I, where everybody was kind of experimenting with different dynamics as to how to produce the most perfect weapon that was human or had human-like abilities. And I was telling them about a friend of mine, I think I've told you guys, friend of our life, who definitely was Black Ops, and who definitely believes he's a super soldier, basically concocted through our United States military services. His mom was military intelligence. She was shot up the whole time she was pregnant. She's a very tiny person. His father is a very tiny person, and he is like a tree. He's huge. All of his kids are huge. They don't get sick until COVID. Until he took the COVID vaccine, he didn't get sick. I mean, they don't get sick. It's a very interesting, and they're all very intelligent, all very quick, all very athletic. In fact, when I first met his kid, I looked at him, I said, "What are you trying to reproduce the Aryan nation? What the hell?" And I mean, because literally that's what it looks like. And he then, when I said that, he kind of smirked, and he goes, I don't think you even understand how close to that you really are. It turns out he is directly descended from the Habsburgs out of Germany. His family were Nazis, in World War II. They were integrated into Americans, and he can show you the paperwork to back this up. They were integrated into society over here. They're very beyond wealthy, like disgusting amounts of money. And, he said, I'm pretty sure, because of my bloodlines, that's why my mom was chosen for these injections, whatever they were. And I said, well, there was Leesborn over in Germany, which was their super soldier program during World War II. And they tried to do that through breeding. I was like, but very, it's just really interesting. But he did give me some information on places in the underground network that I was unaware of. And I'm pretty well versed on the tunnel programs and where the entrances and exits are. And he was telling me different locations in Utah around the copper mines. And I got to tell you, he's right. So his information's not bad. But I know Ralphie and I have talked about it many times, and we both kind of wondered, is he like a handler of some kind? Because there's no way that you just happen to get plopped next door to somebody like this, who was very much up to date on information. And Ralphie will tell you, guy knows his weapons inside, outside, upside down. There's no doubt he worked in a military capacity that was beyond normal. His connections are not normal. And when Trump retook office, when we kind of knew he was going to win, interesting enough, he took his family and established residency over in New Zealand. And if you're an Anon, which I am, New Zealand is a very interesting place when it comes to the deep state. So when he did that, I was like, I'm just kind of double blinking, triple blinking, going, oh man. But yeah, they like basically pulled up stakes and went to New Zealand. No joke. And you believe me, to establish residency in New Zealand as an American citizen is a very expensive prospect. It is very expensive.
Both New Zealand and Australia are extremely
30 seconds.
They've got extremely expensive lifestyles. You've got a living standard. Extremely expensive.
I know cigarettes are $40.
Well, they don't smoke, but I can tell you, like they bought like over 1,000 acres in New Zealand. So it's like,
and here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
And we're back from a very enlightening break. Usually our breaks are really punchy. This was a pretty cool break. It was just like, conversative, and it's interesting because I think even though things on the face of it, things are getting really crazy, we're as a board here, as our little round circle or round table, whatever you want to call us, round circle, that was great. We are actually kind of calm and starting to see things, I think, a lot more clearly because, again, you've got so many things happening at once, but things that don't make sense if you're listening to the news. You listen to the news and you watch what they put out, and then you start thinking, like that lady that got shot. Oh, my God, in Minnesota. And I'm like, well, what idiot hits the... I don't give a crap what your excuse is. Once you're told to stop and get out of the vehicle, you're being detained by people who are clearly identified as federal law enforcement. I don't care if you think they're right or wrong. You get out of the freaking vehicle. Because if you don't, you're automatically at fault. Automatically.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you even remotely point your wheels at some feds or ICE people that are in the middle of doing their job, yeah, that's what's gonna. And I'm not saying that's what deserved to happen to her, but I'm just saying that is what will happen to you.
I'm not saying that either, but I will say again, they are saying that she was part of some really radical training groups, very extreme, and that these are things they're training them to do. And it's like, well, if they're going to do that, then, they better give them a big fat handbook full of the laws that they're breaking when they do this that could result in their death because they're idiots.
Right. Right, because the other thing I want to say about that is never in a 2-ton or 1-ton chunk of steel been hurled at some gun.
Yes.
The person with the gun either defeated the vehicle, moving the vehicle.
Jason, you're breaking up, buddy.
Of
Sorry
the
about
weight
that.
of the pistol, or I'm sorry, by virtue of hitting that with the bullets, or by hitting the driver. Now, you might jump out of the way and save your life, but never in the history of man has somebody pointed a gun and shot the person, and either the person pulled the wheel and they didn't get hit. You wouldn't plant your feet down and pull out your pistol and let that be your Hail Mary.
The thing is Raphael will say this. In fact, no law enforcement, no gun training classes teach you to shoot to wound. None of them. Not civilian, not LEO. They do not teach you to shoot to injure. Why? Because that's actually illegal. You have to, if you're going to take the shot, you have to be in absolute immediate fear of your life or somebody else's in the immediate vicinity. It is a thought process. Right. You have to actually, it cannot be, oh, let me shoot to try to take their leg out. No.
Yeah,
you shoot to save
you
your life.
You have to have your life. You're right. And if you're doing that, you're not going to shoot them in the knee, for God's sake. Right, indeed.
Well,
I know.
The thing here's.
Go ahead, Rafi.
Sorry, I was gonna say, the thing is, it's a clean shoot. I mean, any way you cut it. If you're, the vehicle is the weapon. He had a right to defend himself. She had no right to charge him with that vehicle. And but from a, you can look at it from different ways. I mean, would I have shot? Probably not. I mean, Nancy showed me the body cam footage, and you can actually, see that he got hit, and you can hear the thunk and everything else. But I would not have done it for a couple of reasons. For one thing, it's not like she would have, there's nothing to believe that she would have gone on some kind of killing rampage that made it, imperative that I kill her right at that second. We can always pick her up after the fact for felony charges for striking the ICE officer with the vehicle. Now, that being said, that's also a risk too. I mean, what if his foot got planted and he ended up under the vehicle?
Well, and he had a history. He had been dragged by a vehicle 500 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a year ago.
This is what I'm saying.
He's still suffering from internal injuries as well.
Internal injuries, yep, and 10 stitches. Yep.
But here goes the other side. Yeah, but again, devil's advocate, this is the other side of it. The reason why I wouldn't have shot. When you shoot the person and they go dead, who's driving the vehicle?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And that's what happened. The car kept going.
It's like when you shoot, when you get in a shoot, you gotta take a whole bunch of things as factored into the equation. What's the backstop? Is there anybody behind them that you could possibly hit? So on and so forth. Now, and if you incapacitate the driver, where's that car gonna go, and when is it gonna stop? Who's
it's gonna go right into you. Yep,
well, he was already
no.
He was shooting as he was jumping. Like you could see, if you saw the body cam footage, you can see exactly what happened. And it's like he's jumping. He's trying to get out.
Every angle.
Yeah.
Indeed. No, I didn't mean in this case. I mean in like just whatever other case. There's like when I was saying that never has anybody pointed a pistol and somehow saved their life by shooting either the person in the vehicle or the vehicle, because the vehicle is just too heavy and the person would die and the vehicle would just keep going hurling in the same direction.
But the same thing. Yeah. Well, something happened. Like on the security side of it. This security guard got hit by the vehicle, and he managed to get his pepper spray out, stick the pepper spray in the driver's side window, just douse the guy's face full of pepper spray. And all you could see was this fucking vehicle just swaying back and forth down the street trying to get away, and he hitting a couple of cars on the way out.
That's one for the tip jar.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. You have to be absolutely you have to be thinking about all of these factors. Is it right? Is it wrong? That's subjective, but it was legal.
Yeah. I am trying to be careful, I say, because I want to stay away from the actual details of this thing because of due process. But one thing that you've got to remember is that these things happen in a split of a second. You've got to have a split of a second decision.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, I have no doubt the woman hit the gas in response to her wife going, drive, 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 like freaking out. I have no doubt that the woman hit the gas without even looking. Honest to God. Yeah. I really think that's what happened.
Well, she did. I'll give her this. When she backed up, she turned her wheel all the way left as to try not to hit the guy to the left. And then when she went forward, she did turn it all the way to the right rather than just try to plow the guy that was right in front of the vehicle that actually shot her.
But he couldn't see the wheels. That's the thing. He was too.
Yeah,
he was right there. It's like,
like Mark said, it happens so quickly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the way it goes down. I mean, when you're on the job carrying the badge and the gun, there's a million calculations that go into it whenever you're in the field. And it's, as I said, one of the things is that it's up to the judgment of the officer. Like I said, from my viewpoint, again, I'm not part of these ICE raids and this craziness going on. It was never like that when I was in. But if somebody was barreling at you with a car, you did have the justification to take the shot.
Actually, it's under both federal and there's a federal statute that protects you guys, as you know. And then there's also a Minnesota state law that actually Tim Waltz signed into law that basically states that the vehicle doesn't even have to hit them. If the vehicle is just heading at them, they can open fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that idiot signed that law.
The Jersey State Troopers, they do it all the time. The Jersey State Troopers are known for that on the highway there.
Yeah.
Well, I think because we've lost so many law enforcement officers to stuff like that. So many have died because of stuff like that. Getting dragged and that's what I said. Okay, protesters make a choice. And these are not protesters. They are going outside the boundaries of the law in a big way. They're obstructing investigations. They are really, and that particular investigation, what an idiot. They were going after somebody involved in the Somali fraud who was accused of crimes against children. That's who they were actually apprehending. So they chose the absolute wrong stage for that. It just and then go ahead, babe.
No, I was gonna say it's also like you said, they were trained, but they're not pros. It's when I'm sure, like you said, when her wife was telling her run, go, 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 go.
Yes.
She wasn't thinking about it. She probably just thought, her wife had some perspective that she didn't have, or whatever. She probably, she didn't have the training and experience to say, okay, I'm trapped. If I do this, I'm going to get shot. She didn't think, she didn't have those calculations going through her head. The only thing that was happening at that point is probably fight or flight.
Adrenaline. Absolute pure adrenaline. And I thought about that. I thought, they were, but again, I'm thinking, I remember I asked you the other night, could that wife be held responsible? Because when you're told to get out of the vehicle that you're being detained, if you hit the gas, you are now fleeing and eluding law enforcement, which is like another crime. That's another felony on top of the felony they already committed. So it's, it's like, the wife was the one that encouraged that, which is why on the video you can hear the wife saying, it's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault. Yeah, damn straight it's your fault. Damn straight it was your fault. So, but I don't know if legally there's any context to that.
Well,
that'll be for judge. That will be for
they
courts.
They won't go after her.
Well, they may because again, that she's part of the act of interference.
Yeah.
Of the operation. But the thing about it though is again, all of these people get some half-ass training to make basically spin them up, and they put them out there to just interfere and muck things up. But as there's a defected KGB officer, Yuri Bezmenov, that said that basically these are useful idiots that the deep state are using to stir shit up and sow chaos, and to create, basically a bunch of radicals.
It's
allow them to basically. Yeah, go ahead.
There was one today. Like, I have to laugh because whoever is giving them their little script book that they're supposed to use, honest to God, this girl, and I'm watching the video go, like, I'm just shaking my head. This girl is getting pulled out of her car by ICE because for the third time they told her to go and she wouldn't. She kept refusing to leave, and then when they would tell her, okay, we'll go this direction, she'd go the opposite direction, right where she shouldn't be. And so finally they stopped the car and they pulled her out forcefully. And as she's being pulled out of the car, she's screaming, I'm autistic. I'm trying to go to my doctor's appointment, which is right over there. You people have no right. I'm an American citizen. I speak English. And so I'm watching all these people like defend her on the thread. And I said, okay, I'm just going to make a really stupid point. If she's autistic and on her way to the doctor's office and she doesn't understand the words stop, turn around, and get out of the vehicle, then she should not be operating a motor vehicle, should she? It's like pretty simple stupid in my mind. Even if you're going to a doctor's appointment, if you have heavily armed men with clearly marked uniforms showing that they're law enforcement say, stop, turn the car around, you do it. And if you don't, you're going to the doctor's office and then you turn around and ask one of them nicely, do you know another way I can get over there, that area? Because that's where I'm going. You don't get confrontational. You don't keep trying to plow through. I think they've given these people a sense that they are somehow a law unto themselves. That's what I'm seeing in these protests. Like, they somehow are the law, and that the law enforcement officers are the bad guys.
No, they've been programmed by the left, the left politicians, that you've got to get physical, you got to get violent. You know, all these, who was it? Maxine Waters. Remember talking about, you need to go face Republicans at the restaurants and whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, they've been radicalizing the left for a long time, basically making them think that we're in an absolutely existential crisis, that this is the time for armed revolution or we're going to lose the country. That's basically what they've been programming them with. So,
well, even funnier, like today, and to Raphael's point, today we saw the indictment, or the basically not the indictment, but the referral of Bill and Hillary Clinton for failure to appear before Congress regarding the Epstein files, which they were commanded to do actually a while ago. They were given a sabbatical because Hillary was hospitalized very timely, but they had to appear, and they did not appear. And so Hillary really there's no legal way she can get around her not appearing. But Bill, good old Bill, releases a statement saying that he has presidential immunity. Now, I'm going to just segue everybody back a couple of years to when Donald Trump was summoned before Congress. And this was for things that happened during his administration. And they were telling him he did not have presidential immunity, even though what they were calling him there for happened during his administration, which would give him legal presidential immunity. And here's Bill Clinton claiming presidential immunity for things that happened in time periods not during his administration, which is clearly outside the boundaries of presidential immunity. So I just find it really funny. And like I said, Raphael's right. They've kind of flipped the world upside down, and whatever works for them, but it can't work for anybody else. And that's what we're seeing in the protests. That's what we're seeing legally. It's crazy.
This is a sort of Western world phenomenon. It's not happening just in the US. You've seen it throughout Europe. You've seen it throughout the Western world.
And I was very proud of you guys over there today in UK, because like I said, I saw a couple of reports coming out saying that your digital identity thing has been kicked to the curb.
Yeah, you actually told me. Oh, you actually told me before I actually saw the reports. I don't know. Starmer has been somewhat economical with the truth in recent times. And it remind me of the old Thatcher's quote, "You turn if you want to, this lady's not for turning." But
they could just do what we did here, with Edward Snowden. People forget, when Snowden came public and the American public were made aware of the fact that nothing is private, even though that's not legal by our Constitution. And Snowden was like, oh, well, we got this surveillance program and this surveillance program. And, of course, Congress was like, this is outrageous, although they knew all about it. This is outrageous. This is not legal. American people, rights, privacy, blah, 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 and then turned around and passed little laws inside packages that made it legal for them to do that. So that's exactly what's going to happen with you guys if they took a note from our book. SOPA and PIPA, same thing.
That's why I said when you put that message on last night, we just have to wait and see, because we've still got another 3.5 years of this government in this country. Sure, there might be a general election beforehand, and arguably we could see one probably by May, well, let's say September next year, potentially. But officially, we still got 3 years to go.
Hopefully, you'll still be able to join us on this panel and nothing kicks off in Greenland, because I really want to address that, because UK has made it very clear that they will jump on board with NATO if Donald Trump goes after Greenland. But what nobody is asking is why. Everybody's assuming it's about natural resources. No, it is not about natural resources, just like Venezuela was not about natural resources.
It's partially, but on the wider picture, it's a tactic. It's the strategic.
It is tactical. Yeah. It is partially, but there's more to it than that, Mark. There really is more to it. And Rafi knows this.
I think it could be a strategy to leave NATO, but without leaving NATO, to get NATO to leave us.
Nope. There was something that was found up in Greenland, and I don't know if Dave is aware of it. I know Rafi is. Something was found up there a while ago. And, again, I'm going to preface this with the fact that the base that the United States has in Greenland, we do have one base in Greenland. It's a massive base, and it is not U.S. Army. It is not U.S. Air Force. It is not U.S. Navy. It is not U.S. Marines, and it is not U.S. Coast Guard. It is not any of our military branches. It is Space Force. And why would we have a massive Space Force base in Greenland? Well, because that Space Force base is located right around something they call the Great Void, which was found in Greenland, and it's documented. Nobody really knows what it is, so they say. But I can tell you, in the ufology circles for a long time, that void has been discussed. And there have been, quote unquote, government whistleblowers who have talked about that void, who say that there is an object in that void. And there's no definition as to whether, people automatically see UFO, and they go the Superman dichotomy. Oh, yes, the UFO buried in the ice crystal. We're going to see Superman's dead. This is awesome. No, this could be, I actually, and I said this to Rafi earlier, I'm of the thought that if there is something down there, as they say there is, and there is a void, the void, you guys can look the void up, it's there. I think it would be something very ancient that was down there. Because I am a true believer that society has risen and fallen, and that we have buried technology, and I do believe that certain governments do have access to it. But I do believe that what I've seen most as to what people say it is weather modification equipment. Things that can control weather, things that can control our atmosphere, things that can control earthquakes, all of that. So I find that very, very interesting. And I said, again, yes, it is a major shipping lane. Yes, it is actually the gateway in many ways. And it does make sense that, because if anything ever kicked off in Greenland with Russia, do you really think it's Denmark? Denmark that's going to protect it? You think NATO can protect it? Nobody's got the sources like the United States does. It would be us and our money that protected Greenland.
Wouldn't that be a violation of Article 5?
For United States to do it?
Article violation, no. If anybody entered by military force,
Yep, but I don't think Trump actually gives a crap about Article 5 because Article 5 only... Here's the thing, and Trump he's right when he says this. When it comes to the UN and NATO, it always seems to benefit every country but the United States with how they work. We pay for it all. But it benefits everybody else.
This is why I was saying maybe. That's why I was thinking maybe it's a slick way to get out of NATO, but without, like saying, like when you want to dump a gal, but you kind of get her to dump you. That
yes
kind of thing.
and no, but I go a little bit deeper.
That's a good analogy.
I go a little bit deeper, Jason, because I look at it like this. Again, I see other connections, and I'm like, being very honest, if you're going to dismantle the deep state, and you're going to put the world banking system at the center of that, which it is, good play, and you're going to put Israel into the middle of that. Well, where did Zionism jump out of to land in Israel? The UK. It was the Rothschild banks, the Bank of England.
Right.
So,
Balfour Declaration.
If you're really going to root it out, you got to root it out. And I'm not saying the current UK government, because again, I'm starting to see things very differently, a lot differently, because I thought, like Mandami. Remember I told you guys when Mandami got elected, and yes, I did snort. I told you guys, I think he's a red herring. I think he's a Trump pawn. I think he is a red herring, because here's what's going to happen. Socialism's going to fail epically because he can't possibly do what he promised to do. And we're already seeing that happen in New York City. It's going polar opposite of what he promised. But he also threatened on December 21st to arrest Bibi Netanyahu on site if he entered New York City, which Bibi does do. And I thought, well, that would work out really well for Donald Trump, because then Donald Trump gets what he really needs done, and he ain't doing it. The other side's doing it. The liberals are freaking doing it because here he ran as a liberal. So, and they're all supporting him. Oh, Mandami, even though they are not socialists, supposedly, the governor supports him. All the liberals are, oh, yes, they're whining around him. And I'm thinking, oh my God, if he arrests Bibi Netanyahu, they're going to wear so much shit on their faces. It's not even funny. It's not, he will single-handedly have destroyed the Democrat Party for history, for eons. There will be no recovery. So I thought that would be an epic chess move, man. That would be epic.
I will say that I've been watching multiple interviews, and the Greenlanders do not want to become part of the United States.
Rafi, you got to hold on to that. I got to take us out to break. I just looked up. Guys, I'm late again. We'll return after a long break, but we're going to keep this up because Rafi's going to finish his sentence, if he can remember it. Hang in there. We shall return.
All right. We're on radio break.
Finish that sentence. Rafi, finish that sentence.
I was muted. I was telling to take a break.
David.
I had this time I actually put a little ding on my thing to let me know. So I saw it. I'm like, I heard the little beep in my headphone. I'm like, crap.
Did you see when I put my hand up? That usually means you need to take your break, or we're running behind.
No, that's why I said a ding. Go ahead, Rafi. What were you saying, Rafi? Finish that sentence, because that was interesting.
Well, no, I've been watching multiple interviews. They're not happy at all about the idea of being sucked into the United States, and especially if Trump comes and invades and takes it. You look at all the problems that the United States has. We have messed up infrastructure. We have a ton of poor people that can't even afford the daily necessities. We have rampant inflation through the roof. All because we're tied to the dollar. But they don't want any part of it. All the excess, the drugs, the warped society, all of it. All those things they were talking about. I'm thinking to myself, they're absolutely right. They may not have Disneyland or any shit like that, but they have a peaceful and a peaceful culture that doesn't have any of our fucking problems.
Yeah,
You know-
I just had another thought. If the US attempts to take Greenland, wouldn't this be a good excuse for the EU to actually put in a European Union army?
Well, yeah, but they don't have the resources to do it, especially
But
with
in a
silver
way,
and gold doing what
they
they're
can-
doing.
Yep.
They can
And
produce the
silver's going to
resources,
collapse. Silver
Yep.
will collapse with
Yes,
everything that's
but-
going on. I can't believe that I used to pay $7 a troy ounce, and now it's over, what, 90?
90.
It's hedging on 100.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll be right back once we take and get reconnected. So, stick around. More to come from the VIXEN'S Vault right here. If you like what you're hearing and love our stream, please like and subscribe and keep in there with us. Getting the crew back. Just give me a few minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, that was awkward.
Yeah, I look at it, as they could take and use this as, oh yeah, remember all that money you owed us from, NATO? Well, we can call it even.
I'm telling you, the European Union has they
call
don't
it
have
even.
the resources. They don't. I mean,
disagree, because at least for the short term, they can just create another form of quantitative easing.
well, they'll just print more money. They'll take a page out of our book. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, and that's the other thing I keep reminding people of. And again, I can't believe how quickly people forget things politically. I'm like, because people are saying, well, China this and China evil and China that and China evil. I'm like, yeah, well, China owns us, United States, because people forget they bailed us out in 2008. It was China who gave us the bulk of the money to bail our asses out with the Lehman collapse and all that. That was China. And in exchange,
And to go
they took,
into Iraq.
Yep, they took a huge bulk, a large bulk of our mortgages through our banks. And they hold the notes to those mortgages. So I'm like, didn't you stop and wonder why the Bushes are ass deep into China? The Clintons are ass deep into China. They all own so many things associated to China. Why? Because we owe China everything right now, and that's the better bet as an investment. Literally, they knew that.
Yeah,
But that, to me,
and China
is illegal.
has frozen all silver leaving.
Silver. Yep, they did that last
country.
week.
And
Yep.
you know what you need silver for? You need silver for rockets, technology,
Yep.
and to go
Cars.
into space. You can't do any of those three things
Anything.
without silver.
Yep.
Can't
That's
make
right.
computers, cell phones,
Yeah.
smartphones, anything.
Yeah, and those new
I
think when it
batteries,
hits 100,
and those
it's really
brand
gonna
new
skyrocket.
batteries that Elon
Yeah, but
took
the
in,
US is not producing chips.
came
On
up
the majority, the US is not producing chips. It's buying in from China anyway. So
Which
it
why-
doesn't matter if the US has got any silver because they are buying in the chips from elsewhere anyway.
It's funny because, again, Greenland, another thing about Greenland. I'm not talking about oil. I'm not talking about Greenland has quite a bit of crystalline structure that we require for a lot of our technology. A
and
lot.
So does Venezuela.
Yep. And I'm, especially
Venezuela
the
Venezuela
audio
is rich
technology.
in gold and silver.
Yep.
Not just oil.
Venezuela
That's the
does.
thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, big
Where do you
time.
think the Inca and the Mayans and Aztecs got their gold from? They just didn't pull it off the surface. They were in
Did you,
Colombia and Venezuela to get it.
Mark, did you add Rafi in?
And then the Spanish went there and robbed them.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah, it's right.
somewhere there's a city that's just made of gold down there called El Dorado.
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh, here's Roger too.
Gold is
Roger's
right.
finally back in it. He's. I can't add Raph, because he's still on the call from before.
Oh, for the love of God, let me go tell him.
And just
hold on.
Call. Okay.
All right, hang on.
Hey,
Babe.
there,
Yeah.
Jason.
Oh, there he is. He figured it out. Okay, Ralphie figured it out.
Yeah, but I was under the impression that China's going to have a limited supply of or limited companies of exporters, and they're going to be able to limit the amount of silver that goes around to all the countries in the world, and that's what's driving the price up. That's what's driving the price up. Yeah.
People are also forgetting there's another player in this game, and it's in China's belt, and people don't realize this. And I keep saying, God, you idiots. North Korea. Mm-hmm. See, they seem to think that North Korea, we're kept in the dark about North Korea. We don't, but I can tell you North Korea is probably the most resource-rich country on the planet.
One of them.
They have gold, they have silver, they have everything in North Korea, and plentiful amounts of it. So it's like China's got their own little lifeline.
Yeah, that's
they
was one of the number one reasons during World War II that the Japanese attacked them.
Yep.
But China's also got a lot of sub-Saharan Africa as well. So, and as far as limiting China resources, well, you can create subsidiary companies. You can sell it to another company, which will sell it to you. You don't have to actually buy directly from China. You can buy from India. You're buying from China.
If you take away Venezuela, then there's no need for Chinese warships to go through the Panama Canal to Cuba. All right?
Which,
because
by the way, the Chinese bugged the hell out of.
That's where they would get refueled. We're under 30 seconds, but,
And China, they rigged the hell out of the Panama Canal. That was another reason why they kind of went after them, because they were putting all sorts of wonderful technology. Go ahead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side for the second hour right now.
And we are back with the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is January the 14th, 2026. It is it's a getting colder Wednesday evening here in balmy Florida. I believe, where are we at right now? I think we're in the 40s now with temperatures, but Dave and I and Ralphie are about to freeze our ever-loving asses off. Because we are actually, we are under hard freeze warnings with potential snow, because it's like, I think Friday morning, we're supposed to be in the 20s, and that's without wind chill factored in. So that is brutally cold for this area, but we need it. I have to tell you, we really need it. And simply putting it,
20s.
Yes.
Yeah, high 20s.
Good Lord.
Yep.
That's the
and I have
here right now. It's like it's already in the 20s here.
Well, here's the thing.
But in Florida, forget
Florida,
about it.
I have lived through two snows in Florida. It has snowed twice since I've been here.
You just said California you're currently in the 40s. That's 40,
we're in the 40s now.
Yeah, that's 40 degrees Celsius. That's pretty warm.
That's pretty
well, for you guys, actually, Mark Edworthy, I'm going to take you to task with this because I have friends in London, and they came and visited me in a Florida winter. And that winter, we went to we went to Universal over in Orlando, and it went down to like 19 degrees. And my British friend turned to me and went, "What the bloody hell is wrong with you Americans? What is wrong with you people? This is not cold. This is absolute freaking misery. I mean, this is beyond cold. How the hell do you get warm?" I mean, he was just going off, and I'm like, "Aren't you from London? Isn't it like, constantly like, hello, you people walk around with red noses because it's so cold over there?" And he started laughing. He goes, "Not this kind of cold. What the hell?" I mean, because Florida, because we get so warm and because we're so close to the sun, your cold days, okay, put it this way, you could experience a 40-degree temperature difference between the shade and the sun.
Same stuff. When I was living in Florida, when I was a little kid, we used to have that same pathetic argument when we visited family in Illinois. I'm sitting there shivering in 32 degrees with freaking a T-shirt on, and they're looking at me like, "Are you cold?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm freaking out here."
I just worked out the lowest temperature I've felt over the last, let's see, 3-4 weeks must be around -3 Celsius, so 26 degrees Fahrenheit.
I am okay. So I am from New York originally, and I can tell you I've been below zero temperature weather up in New York. It is very. You can't even feel your eyes. It's so cold sometimes, but you match that up with Florida, and again, the problem is our temperatures down here are vast and varied. In the same, like I could go outside at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It could be 32 degrees in the shade and 40-something degrees in the sun. So just at the same, just going back and forth between the sun and the shade, you've got a massive temperature difference. And then you've got your clothing. In Florida, we don't have like wool-based clothing. We don't have clothing for a very cold temperature. So basically, it's not enough to cover you effectively. And then you've got the wind and the humidity. The cold goes right freaking through you down here. And that was my British friends were saying, it is a ridiculous cold. It's unfair. It should not be banned from the planet because they were like, they could not get warm. They're like, this is nuts.
See, you had a good standing when you was talking about in New York, but you lost it right there, dude. Your credibility.
It's trtrue though. It's true though.
Of Floridians. All walking around in shorts and Hawaii style.
No. It drops below 70 here, and you were talking.
That's what they do.
Get the coats out when it hits 70.
I was going to say, you can tell Floridians in Florida. You can tell us from our snowbirds and our tourists, because if it hits below 70, we look like a bunch of Stay Puft Marshmallow people, and everybody else is in shorts and t-shirts. That's how you can tell Floridians.
Watch Flipper, and that's Florida people, man. If you watch the TV series Flipper, it has everything you want to know about Florida.
But I can tell you that people who transplant here tell you that the first year they think we're all nuts. Like, they really think we're out of our freaking minds the first year they live here. And then by the second year, they're looking to buy winter clothing because their blood is thinned from being here. And now they're cold like we're cold. And every year it gets worse. But, like, I could go to, like, I flew to Chicago about 20 years ago. And it was the middle of the winter. And I left Florida. Florida was in, like, I think it was the high 30s, low 40s. And landed in Chicago, and Chicago was between 5 and 10 degrees. I was more comfortable in Chicago than I am in Florida. So, in the cold. Like, I was fine in the cold up there. I'm not fine in the cold down here at all.
Chicago is cold. It is a nightmare. Don't even go there, because I remember I was talking about this the last time I think I was mentioning Chicago. I was up there. I was doing my training for a star. So I just started driving, and I had to go there to wait for to get picked up by a truck. And I'm sitting in the hotel room, and for 2 weeks I had to go back and forth to this store, and it was in the middle of wintertime, just maybe 2 blocks down the road. And every time I did, I had like snot stuck to my skin and shit. You know what I mean? It would come out and just stick to freaking my skin because it was so cold. Oh,
dude,
man.
I can still remember as a kid in New York, my mother, when we, because do you ever see what's the movie with the kid that they play at Christmas time with the stupid BB gun that he wants? Oh my God, what is that?
Home
A Christmas
Alone?
Story? Is that what it is? No,
Home
is it a
Alone?
Christmas Story?
Christmas Story.
No, Home Alone.
Okay.
You're gonna shoot your eye out.
It's Christmas Story. You're gonna
Yes,
shoot
you'll
your
shoot your eye out, Ralphie. Ralphie, you're gonna
Ralphie.
shoot your eye out, Ralphie. But that was what my mom was like. Like there was a process to get us all dressed when I lived in New York in the winter. Like, you had, multiple layers of socks. You had the thermal underwear, and then your next layer, and then your next layer, and then finally, when you got to your winter coats, you really looked like a stuffed sausage. But Mom's last words to us when we would go out to play would be, Do not put the yellow snow in your mouth. No joke. Those were always her
Good mom.
last words.
That's a good mom. Not too many moms give you that heads up ahead of time. You know,
Do not put the yellow snow in your mouth. And then she would like single out my older brother every time. David, do not. I am telling you, do not put the yellow snow in your mouth.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's again, I can still remember like using my parents' garbage pail lids because we had the metal cans up in New York, and the lids were like, they ever see a Christmas Vacation when he gets on the sled and it's like a saucer? Well, that's kind of what those metal lids were like. And we used to like do balance skating and zooming on the metal garbage can lids. My mom used to get so mad because we would bend them and they wouldn't fit on the garbage cans anymore. Oh yeah, good times. But I think there's there is a drastic difference between a Florida cold and northern states. Maybe because y'all are used to it. Maybe because our sun's in a different position and we are a lot closer to the equator. So if the sun is out while it's cold, that sun is pretty warm, and that throws your internal thermostat into hell. But
I think Seinfeld had actually the better answer for that, because he had this episode where this guy was going out to the Jersey River with his son to show him what it looks like. And it was the middle of the night, and he's sitting there talking about, this is the Jersey River. Look how beautiful and grand it is. And his son goes, what's up? Is there something in the river right there? And he goes, no, son, that's not something. That's probably a dead body. The mafia has a tendency of dumping their dead bodies here after they kill somebody.
That's, it's so funny because I can go back to so many, like, I'm going to back to Christmas Vacation again, because sometimes I think that movie encapsulated so many funny things about my own childhood. Yeah. Like when they go out in the very beginning, when they go out for the Christmas tree, and his daughter Audrey's eyes froze open. Yeah. What do you think, Audrey? She can't answer, Clark. Her eyes are frozen. I was like, oh my God. But it's just little things like that. I mean, and I think about, I'm thinking about what a traffic nightmare we're going to have on Friday if we do end up getting snow flurries.
Get ice.
Because
they shut the interstate down in 89 up here.
Yep, you were here in 89 too, so was I. Yep, and they shut the power off because they couldn't compensate for people using their heat. Yeah. Because heat takes more energy than air conditioning does.
When was the last cold front like this before? I mean, because I remember some when I was living there when I was a little kid, but.
We had one a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we had a good snap.
20s up here where I'm at.
Yep, we were here too. I know the last time we had a real bad front, it came this far. We were down in the 20s, but we didn't have the right conditions for snow because the way the front passed through, we weren't in that area where we had enough moisture. But north of us, Panama Beach got snow. Tallahassee got snow.
My God, a year ago, wasn't it? Panama, Pensacola, they got the whole panhandle.
You guys are going to have so much fun. This is like a festival for you guys.
I got a four-wheel drive vehicle, so I don't care.
Last time this happened in Tampa, they were collecting snow in bottles and selling it, and they were making a fortune.
Exactly. It's like freaking. You guys are going to love this stuff. It's like because you don't get snow very much here. We just hate it. You guys are like, oh man, it's gonna snow.
Well,
kids are running around like Santa Claus is coming to town. You know what I mean?
The way I look at it is, in Florida, people can't even drive when it's not snowing or raining. Right. You put anything wet or slippery on our roads, and it is game on. I mean, people literally. You have two types of drivers down here. People who drive very quickly and know exactly where they're going and actually obey the traffic laws as far as signals and everything else goes. The only law they don't obey is the speed limit. And then you have the idiots who go under the speed limit, don't use their blinkers, don't understand that you're supposed to give way for certain types of traffic, have no clue that they're not supposed to be driving in tandem on the interstates. I mean, just and they cause more accidents than you'll ever understand. And then you put all those people together.
And then there's the tourists.
Oh God. Well, see, it's
everything you described, and then there's the tourists.
Then there's, and I am of the nature and the thought process that, they're missing the boat here in Florida, because it's like, if you're going to rent a car to people from overseas, which they do all the time, as we all know, the airports are chock full of car rentals, and they don't really question very much when they rent a car, just whether or not you have a credit card and insurance, or if you want to buy theirs. It would be prudent to ask if they speak English before you rent them a car.
All the signs are in English.
For the love of God, how are they supposed to even know our laws on the road if they can't understand English? And that was, I couldn't believe when I found out the state of Florida, we give our driver's license test in like 72 different languages. I'm like, what retard thought that was a good idea? Who thought that, we can't discriminate? Yeah, you can.
I remember being down in Miami in the 90s, and me and my gal at the time we were 18, but we were under 21, and I think you had to be 25 to rent a car. But
in Miami,
we had an American Express card, but it was weird. It was something that had to do because we're from PA, no, but if we were from Florida, then yeah, I don't know. It's real tripped out.
Well, see,
I've heard of that. I heard of
Jersey.
that.
It could be a lot worse. I heard of so many Americans getting confused which side of the road to drive on in the UK.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've caused quite a few fatal accidents over there.
I've got a solution for Florida, though. Instead of people vacationing in all the popular places, send them to Lake Okeechobee.
And what in the world are they going to do at Lake Okeechobee, though?
They're going to see the largest mosquitoes they've ever seen in their life. And they're going to actually probably learn Spanish, because pretty much nothing else is spoken in the areas around Lake Okeechobee.
Pick some
migrants down there. Yeah.
Oh, they might actually learn how to harvest sugarcane if they're paying attention. I mean,
it's the place.
You might see a dog man or a skunk ape too.
Skunk ape.
Yeah. Clewiston was at the lower end of Lake Okeechobee.
Yep, I have stayed there many times, dude, because it is haunted as all hell, and I've done multiple paranormal investigations at the Clewiston Inn.
They used to have the best pies there.
Oh, you don't want to know what we found in their kitchen, dude. I was just going to say the one investigation that stands out is when we took the blue light into the kitchen. And I literally, we shined it over the surfaces, and I was like, oh, I'm never eating here again. Ever. I will go to the truck stop down the street first. This is not, oh, God, it was bad.
You know what,
but
Rick,
they did,
you know what that's
they shut it down.
Protect, right?
Was that right?
What?
I didn't know that. Yeah,
they did.
You know what the blue light's supposed to detect, right?
Bacteria, heat signature, blood, you name it, it detects it. It picks up anything. Yep, everything biological that could be possibly on the surfaces. And when the surfaces is coming back, nothing but blue. And this is where they're preparing your food.
Yeah, go on.
It's bleh. But they are, from what I've heard, David, they're reopening under new ownership.
Oh, is that right? Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, the Clewiston it's a very old, I think it was built in like 1892.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And it was never really updated for some of the weather patterns. And then, of course, you had the problems with all the, I know they took a big hit financially with the green algae down in that area.
Yeah, right.
Because of the smells, you could not get people. I mean, not only that, their biggest customer base at the Clewiston was bird watchers. Because Lake Okeechobee.
And the bass fishermen, they used to hold tournaments down there in Lake Okeechobee. Yeah, both. Bird watchers, huh? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, because they say that Lake Okeechobee during the winter, that's where all of the birds pretty much, you can find pretty much any breed of bird from the northern area in Lake Okeechobee during the winter. because that's where they all end up. If they don't go further south, that's where they end up, in Lake Okeechobee for some reason. But they say it is a bird watcher's paradise.
It's neat. So you did ghost stuff down there, and
yes, and actually I had quite a few experiences at the Clewiston that were not things I was very comfortable with. It didn't scare me. It more pissed me off than anything else, because it was I think when I was there the first time, I think we had 12 different teams there, a total of almost 100 people. And these were not civilians. These were actual people from teams that were well trained, not like fly-by-night teams. These were good teams that had come in from all over the country. And for some reason, Florida Paranormal Research, FPR, they decided they were going to test myself and another girl named Red. Virginia's her name, but I call her Red. To see exactly how psychic we were, but they didn't tell us that, like any other good experiment science would do. And we are both very sensitive, and with me, I don't like being walked into a trap, because again, not that I wanted anything else, but I do sometimes want to gird myself from what I'm going to walk into. Because, I mean, there are certain areas when you are empathic or you're sensitive to energy, there are areas you will walk through. It is like walking through a freaking swamp with your feet stuck in the mud. And it's just, I can't even describe it to you guys. It's a horrible feeling. And and they walked me into a room where somebody had died. And unfortunately, the signature in the room was still very strong. And I was like, basically feeling the symptoms of what the person who died felt before they died. And I didn't know that. I'm like walking up the stairs and I'm getting these chest pains. Walking up the stairs, I'm thinking, what did I have for lunch? I can still remember doing this. I'm like, because it felt almost like gas. Like, I'm like, holy crap. And as I'm walking down the hall, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm like, what is wrong with me? And then I'm starting to smell this horrific smell. As I'm coming down the hall, I'm like, what the fuck is that smell? And I excuse me, Mark. I actually looked at one of the other investigators. Oh, God, and I got to continue this after break, guys. 10:24, I got to take us out to break. I will continue this to the end, though, when we come off break. Hang in there. We'll be back with Vixen's Vault with the final segment in just a few minutes.
Nancy.
I did it, dude. I did it.
Yeah,
I caught it.
That's 2 for your show tonight.
No, I made it on time, dude. It's just turned 10:25.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about F-bombs.
Oh, sorry. Well, I did say that point blank. That was like pretty much a quote. I'm air quoting when I say that. I was like, what in the hell? And Rich, the other investigator, looks at me and he's just like, why? What do you get that look? What are you going through? Can you describe it to me? And I'm shaking my head looking at him going, you don't smell it? He's like, smell what? And I'm like, dude, no, this smells like an ass crack turned inside out. What in the holy heck? This is like, oh my God. It's like, what died in that room? And he just kind of looks at me. He goes, what room? I'm like, that room. And he says, well, that's funny because that's where I was taking you. And as literally I get in the room and the smell is so overwhelming, like I literally turned white. My chest is so tight. It was ridiculous. Like I thought I was going to have a heart attack. And I actually said to him, can I sit down for a minute? Because I really am not feeling good. And he goes, what are you feeling? I should have known. What are you feeling? I'm like, oh my God, my chest. I said, I feel like I'm having like a horrific, like a heart attack, but it's got to be gas because I don't have heart issues. And he says, uh-huh. And he's like, are you getting anything? And I'm like, getting anything? I was like, I'm about to get a sledgehammer, hit you over the head with it. And then it was weird because as I'm saying that, I'm looking into the back bedroom. And the bedroom, like I blinked and the bedroom was like, the furniture was in different places than when I first looked. And I blinked again and it's back to where it was when I first looked the first time. And I'm like, oh, that was weird. And so I said, well, when I looked in the bedroom, the bed was not there. It was over there, and there was a little table right next to it, and there's a phone off the hook, and I was like describing it, and then I was like, I got a whiff of the smell again, and I looked at him, I go, oh, I was literally, my words, no joke, you son of a bitch. I was like, somebody died in this room. Somebody died in this freaking room, and their body was sitting here, because that's what I'm smelling. That is a Florida rot body that I'm smelling right now. I know, because I was a medic. And I looked at him, because this guy was a firefighter for years, so he knew what I was talking about when I said, this is a Florida rot body. And he looked at me and he goes, how many days? And I was like, oh, come on. He goes, was it a male or a female? And I kind of concentrated for a little bit. I was like, it was a female. It was an older woman. I was like, it's that phone off the hook that I saw when I blinked. She was trying to call for help.
Oh, wow.
I was like, she had a heart attack. And he was like, bingo. And I was like, oh, my God, if you ever do that to me again, I will freaking kill you. I was like that. Because, again, they do it for scientific purposes. But they're not the one living it. You know, I'm the one that's, like, trying to figure out why I'm smelling literally Florida body rot, like, badly. And I'm thinking, is something wrong? I literally started thinking, is something wrong with me? Am I, like, having a stroke or something?
For it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm thinking, am I having a stroke or something, that my senses are off? What is going on? Yeah, but it was, and it turned out that it was an elderly woman. She had died of a massive heart attack. She had tried to call the front desk, was off the hook. And her body was in the room for 4 days before it started really
Florida?
Because nobody, it was in the summer.
The AC was on.
No, this was before AC days.
Yeah, they didn't have AC in that closed and up in a room.
Yep. And the thing is that it was during the Florida summer, so the hotel was not crowded because there was no snowbirds. So literally, nobody checked on her because she was it was bad.
Good old days.
And it was actually written in their book. Like, you could see a full account when we went downstairs to the registration office. They have a book, and you could see the whole thing. And then the newspaper articles were there because apparently the press got involved.
5, 4,
You're on a break.
3,
we were
2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back. And to make a long story short, I will finish that story with just the fact that I was right. The chest pains I was feeling, person had died in a room, had a heart attack, and their body had rotted for several days before it was found. Oh. And that was their psychic test for me that I never forgave. And I don't know if I forgive it to this day. And something very similar happened to the other investigator, Virginia. And we were both dead on accurate. That was the weird thing. She just didn't get the chest pains, which I was not real happy about. But like I said, I don't think we can understand why we're the way we are. I think it's got to do with frequency. And I think that our brain assimilates certain things differently, and the message gets sent and received differently with us. So for me, it was almost like a weird clipped movie playing out in my head when I was kind of seeing things changing. Had a second occasion in that same building, though, Dave, in the kitchen before the blue light.
Really?
Yes. There's a back room off the kitchen. And when I walked into that first of all, in the kitchen, I mean, that's all I could feel in that kitchen was anger, absolute, raging fury in the kitchen.
That goes for the kitchen, Mark, though, because I've had experience as a kid, fry cooks and stuff like that, and it's constantly just a hostile environment. People aren't, fighting all the time, but it's not a positive environment as well.
It's hot. It's hot. You're hot, sweaty, nasty, and you're under high stress and pressure to do things correctly.
Yep.
But this was murderous rage. And it turned out that there was a chef that had murdered his wife, who had worked in that kitchen for 15 years. Yep. And then I walk into the back room off the kitchen, and the whole room inverted on me. So it was dark in the room. It went from dark to bright white. as I'm walking through the door, just like for a few seconds. It was like instantaneous, and then back to dark again. But while it was bright white, I see a noose and a body hanging from the rafter in the room. And I'm like,
after 15 years working with your wife in the back of the house, yeah, that's got to be rough.
dude.
Was for him.
But violent things like that, horrific things like that, I think they actually do leave an imprint on time and space.
Yeah. I do too. I think that's a big difference. And a lot of, like this week, I had a cool week. I actually got in an argument with a Buddhist.
Ooh, how did you do that?
Well, my buddy Otto invited me to a Discord channel that was all Buddhist because I'm curious about their conversations and stuff. We started talking about Indo-European language groups, and like this guy he was really aggressive in the conversation. It was just a regular conversation that he tried to turn into some kind of intellectual debate. And
so he's Buddhist in name only.
well,
He's not one of the peaceful people, Roger.
Well, no.
He started dong measuring information, huh?
Well, well, hold up. Buddhists, first of all, aren't peaceful, Dave. They're like Buddhists are usually gay or they're mean, one or the other, but never peaceful. They talk peace, but they are like really horrible, freaking mean people. Okay, and I'm sitting there talking to him. It got to the point where I told him, I was like, "Look, man, you are obnoxious, and I'm done with this. I don't want to talk no more." And he kept. And so I left, and then everybody thought I was butthurt. So I didn't say nothing. I came back in the next day, and one of the guys in there said, "You might have chased off one of the first people that we have in here." And then he said, "Don't listen to these people. This is a conservative, far-right Nazi Buddhist group." And I was like, I asked him that, I was like, "Are you guys Nazis and stuff?" And he goes, "No, we're not Nazis." And then I told him, I was like, "Well, you better not be Nazis because I'm not into that stuff." And they go, "Oh, we're not Nazis. But I tell you one thing, though." And then he starts running his mouth more and more and more. And I'm like, God, man. So what I basically did is I told him that it was ethno-nationalist bullshit is how I stated it.
Ethno-nationalist. Boy, you're coming up with quite the vocabulary over there, Roger. Ethno-nationalist.
Well, check this out. All of a sudden, they started getting mad at me again and freaking started talking about racism and stuff. And I told them, I went silent on them, and I waited for like the whole day to end, and they kept talking about racism all the time. And then I finally popped back in there, and I said, "When one farts in a room, it's best not to linger."
Talking about ethno-racism or even racism in general, on a fluke, I went and looked up the definition of anti-Semitism the other day, which I will tell you has altered. It has drastically altered. When I went to look it up,
because alters every 2 or 3 years, literally.
Dude, now anti-Semitism, go look it up. Type in anti-Semitism and look up what it reads, because it says if you're looking at the AI output of what it is, it states that anti-Semitism includes conspiracy theories about Jews. If you have a conspiracy theory about a Jew, you're somehow anti-Semitic. I'm like, huh? I'm literally reading, going, what?
Probably has a picture of my face as a poster child.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I've got a tip for you. I've got a good tip for you.
Before I forget, did you guys hear about the letters that went out about 5-6 days ago to anybody that works for the U.S. Postal Service?
Yep.
You guys hear anything about that?
Yep.
Basically, they've gotten letters saying something to the nature of in the near to, kind of near future, there may be lockdowns for either civil unrest or they saying for possible pandemic, which is kind of weird. Like, what do you mean pandemic or civil unrest? But that's,
it was sent
legit.
to.
That's what the people that work at the post office got. They all got that.
It was UPS who sent it out as a corporate memo, as well as the United States Postal Service. And it's one of the reasons I said, they know something. Trump is going to pull the Insurrection Act, and they know it because it was basically
Well, I don't know if that's what they
advising.
know, but they definitely
Are
know
they
something.
just not edging the bets?
Well, no,
See,
because if the Insurrection Act is called, it's going to be very close to what a COVID lockdown was, which is you can't travel without documentation proving you should be on the road. So the postal workers, all of them would have to carry their documentation with them in case they were pulled over. And people don't realize that if the Insurrection Act is actually put into play, it is a form of martial
And that
law.
goes for people getting treatments like dialysis, or there's other treatments.
That's going to be so cool. That's going to be so cool. Can you imagine? I can't wait until the day of insurrection comes and they start.
Oh, seriously. I got one of them
gonna be
letters
so
still from 2020 March because we didn't know how bad it was going to go. They said, this fella needs treatment once a week. Please let him drive to the place to get his, treatment.
Yeah,
well,
but
Ralphie had
that's
to carry
Nazi
his
shit,
stuff
though.
with him.
That's Nazi shit.
I didn't have anything, and I just drove all over the place. Yeah, I had no problem.
Well, I had no problems either in New Jersey, but some people had big problems out west and other places. So they just it was nobody knew how bad it was going to get. They gave us that in March of 2020.
Didn't the Germans make you carry your papers during World War II?
Papers, please.
They sure did.
Passport. Carry your passport.
You ready to hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, no, I was gonna say was if that happens and they start locking down travel, my what I anticipate is going to happen is that they're going to make another run at standing up the Viper teams. You remember what I told you about?
Yep.
Bringing on air marshals to do checkpoints throughout the United States. It keeps pissing me off because I keep circling back to everything that Obama tried to do. During his campaign, he was talking about how we needed a civilian force as strong as the military.
Yep, exactly.
And and then during his second term, that's when he started spooling up FEMA camps. You had the plastic coffins, the mass grave coffins, and everything else, and the National Guard announcements to staff the FEMA camps, and everything was getting lined up. And we were just lucky enough that they were basically Obama. There was so much pushback against Obama and the FEMA camps and everything else that he didn't manage to get the Viper teams up and running. But like I said, if you were to, let's say, not subscribe to the Q thing, and you look at everything that's happening now, basically the Biden, if let's say the Council of 13 or the 300 or whatever, they're the ones that are pulling all the strings and making all the plans and this, that, whatever. It's a perfect storm where the Biden administration lets all these aliens in to justify the militarization and the ramping up of the federal forces and the implementation of Palantir and universal digital ID and so universal digital surveillance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They lay the perfect storm for Trump to be able to do all this. Now, if he starts the Insurrection Act up, well, that's more than enough justification for him to implement the Viper teams. So everything that we thought we were getting away from, it seems like it's still on course to start up, and that's what scares the shit out of me.
Well,
and they
I look at it as
50% of people to root for it.
I don't.
Sure,
Well, yeah, but you were going.
Sorry. I'm not so sure it's going to start in the US. It doesn't make sense to start in the US. There's much more interest. There's much more figure in Europe, in various European countries for it to. If all the CBDCs
the alphabet organization.
It's going to start anyway. It's going to start in Europe somewhere.
Well,
it's going to start here. You guys are pussies. You guys don't got no guns.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They just don't have the will to fight. They're gonna give up like nothing because it's like you look at the way the EU is being played out right now. Like they don't even care.
The way I look at it, I mean, I know
the farmers are holding their own in Brussels. I'm kind of proud of them farmers out there that are pissed off, flexing.
Nancy, go ahead.
I was going to say I have my own take on certain things, as you well know, Rafi. And I always fall back on, the Israel's last kind of what Q said, because it was one of the biggest points he made. Israel is last. And, people can take that and qualify it however they like, or put whatever term. People think that means Israel would be destroyed last. I don't think so. I think Israel will be the last of the countries to overtake and throw out their corrupt government. That's what I think might be Israel is last. They will be the last ones to do it. Because we're already making, you can see it. I mean, right now, all the insurgency you're seeing in the United States, all the protesting you're seeing, the only thing it's doing is basically making everybody really aware exactly who's doing what. And I said it to you the other day, Ralphie. My question is even for the members of the GOP, our Republicans that are sitting in office right now, where are their big mouths? Where are they? Because they are, just like during Biden, they are cryptically silent. Like with J6, they were very silent when it came to defending people for J6 and the fact that these people should never have been rounded up. They should never have been held or detained indefinitely under the NDAA. We had a woman shot during that who wasn't even armed. She didn't have a 2-ton vehicle. She was not running anywhere close to that officer, and she was shot dead. And nobody said a word about that. So I see a different dichotomy, and I kind of look at it as, they have to lock us down. They have to. Because if they do not lock us down, the collateral damage, if they are really going to take this out, they're really going to dig this out and get it in one fell swoop, just take it out. There will be way too much collateral damage if everybody's out there running around doing their thing. No joke. It will be horrific when it comes to collateral damage because nobody's going to know exactly what's going to go on. You're going to have a lot of patriots out there armed because we are the ones that are armed. Although I will tell you that the protesters and the Antifa organizations working with them had put out notifications, and I can tell you this for a fact because I've been on their forums and I've seen the notifications. They are putting out notifications to all their people to arm up and wear bulletproof vests. Because, see, they took a note out of our book, and they said, well, if the Second Amendment's good for them, it's good for us too. But they're using it in a different way. There were no guns at J6, not by the protesters. Nobody was armed. So it's one of those things where, they're taking it to a different degree. And to take them out, you're going to have to lock people away where they're safe.
On the point of Israel being the sort of last country to remove a corrupt government, I disagree. I can see we've got very compliant countries such as Canada. We talked about New Zealand earlier, Australia. They've got those countries have got citizens that are not really overly politically motivated, let's just say, on that whole.
Well, yeah, but you've got Canada that is useless. They have no defenses. They have no defenses. They have no military. Like, we could go into Canada in a drop of a coin and take them over with pretty much no resistance at all. No joke. No joke. It would be an absolute shit show. I mean, Greenland. That's another reason with Greenland. I've said that. Denmark keeps calling claim to Greenland. It's ours, it's ours, it's ours, it's ours, it's ours. They haven't really put a dime into Greenland. The United States has put all the money into Greenland. That's one of the reasons Trump is kind of like,
in the legal funds, it is still it's still a Danish.
They claimed it. They claimed
it. You guys remember something called the population bomb that was put out back in like 1960s?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what a lot of this reminds me of. It was discussing stuff like JFK and the ruling elites, secret societies, and stuff like that. We're going to be doing all of this. It's about orchestrated global control, population
But
control.
that's why I kind of laughed when Brent Hamachek was saying that there's not really secret societies. Yes, there are really secret societies. And when he was saying that, if I could have gotten a word in at that point, I was going to ask him about Gog and Magog, because that was Bush and Bush Jr. Those were their identities.
He
and if you look up those names,
he mentioned those on John's show. So he
Gog
knows
and
about
Magog.
that.
Yep. And there's no getting around that. That came straight out of Skull and Bones. That's not even talk about like Rosicrucians, and there's so many different societies that run around that are very, very pivotal in how things work within politics and within government. It's not even funny. But there's also people in very high places where if that system goes away or that system gets exposed, they're going to lose everything. And they don't necessarily have to be involved in what's going on. But as a result of this stuff being exposed fully and then nullified, it's going to hurt them badly. And I think that's why a lot of Americans kind of turn away from a lot of this stuff. They don't want to hear it. They will 100% accept that it's just conspiracy bullcrap. It's not real, rather than say, well, wait a minute, because these guys are your captains of industry. These guys are.
Let's break that down, though. Okay, let's look at this. Freaking the population bomb. What did it say? It said that this is all going to be woven in through intelligence agencies. They're gonna. It's going to be captured institutions and fabricated plagues. Do you know when they say fabricated plagues? What sticks out to you?
COVID. Actually, no, not even just COVID. Swine flu. I can name a few of them.
Well, intelligence agencies too, especially because if you listen to Raph, he can tell you that it's being played out right now in front of us, and we don't even see it. No.
I think we all see it, and like I said, I was one when swine flu was happening. I was like, "This is bullshit. This is a test drive. This is not a problem. This is a test drive to see how they can control the population. Who's going to go for the vaccine? Who's not going to go for the vaccine?" It was literally that was an alphabet agency test drive. The whole swine flu was that.
COVID.
No, COVID was another step in it. Beta. Yep, COVID was the next step.
Beta is what I know somebody called it. And at the time, I was thinking, nah, you're wrong. It's not big beta. They're making their move. But it turned out I was wrong, and he was.
I'm not so sure about swine flu because looking at it from a British point of view, we've had several cases of swine flu since the 1960s.
Okay, no, hold on.
Oh no, so did we.
I mentioned that book for a reason, though, Mark, because you brought all that stuff up. You're the one that brought Australia and New Zealand in, okay? And according to this theory, the Five Eye Intelligence Networks are led by alliance between spy agencies from America, the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's headed up in Wellington, New Zealand. Yep.
So. Yep. That's when you said that, that's what stuck out to me. That's why I thought of that.
Well, and here's the thing, Mark, too, with the swine flu. Again, they tend to hit the alarm very quickly. And, everybody fret, everybody line up, get your kids shot. That's the first thing they say. Oh, get your kids vaccinated. Well, the problem with the swine flu is it already hit us back in 1976 here in the States. And it was a pretty isolated instance in New Jersey, not a big outbreak. And they took this vaccine that they came up with really, really quick, like they did with the COVID one. And they went ahead and used it on a bunch of people at an army base. And it killed like 80% of the people who took that vaccine. So right there, that to me, that's a test drive. That first 1976 action, that was a test drive. When it happened again in early 2000, I think it was like 2000, what was swine flu, 2008, 2009, that was a test drive. And then you had COVID. COVID was the next step in the test drive. And we know that because the UN met about it before it happened. And we also know COVID was circulating in the population well before it was announced. Over here in the States, you guys who live here in the States, that would be the rest of the panel, do you remember the months preceding COVID? Everybody was getting sick with what they were calling an undetermined upper respiratory virus. That was lasting 10 to 20 days, and it was taking people to their knees. I know because I caught it from a guest at the bar I was working at. And the guest that had it was hospitalized for 3 weeks with it. And we never got a name for that virus. It was an undetermined, unnamed upper respiratory virus. And this is pre-COVID. This was like in September, October, November.
Interestingly enough, I believe I got COVID at the start of what was it, March 2000. It was 2000, wasn't it? Sorry, 2020. Yeah, at the start of March 2020, and there wasn't any reports about COVID until near the end of March. So yeah.
Well,
and
I
here's
was
the other.
keeping track of it all the way into 2019. Like I remember they were talking about all the stuff happening in
Wuhan,
China, Wuhan, and everything.
Wuhan.
At least 6 months beforehand, and nobody even raised a finger. It was okay that all these things were happening over there. We just forget about it. And if you remember, our military
What was
over there.
crazier? What was crazier is how in April of 2020 they had like their version of Eminem or whatever, a great big concert at a water park. I mean, it was really bad over there, but then it was gone. Here we are and pumping the propaganda and everything like that. People are filming their hospitals under hashtag Film Your Hospital, and it's showing them absolutely empty, void of anybody there. And here they are at a water park or at a rap concert or whatever. All these people, no masks, nothing like that. This wasn't even 2021 yet.
Well, and people also have to, they have to remember, because they intentionally made COVID very chaotic for everybody, with news features and all that crap. But you have to remember what happened at the beginning of COVID. Why was everybody so afraid over here? I know Ralphie was like beside himself because he's like a germaphobe to begin with. COVID just put him into orbit with that.
One of the reasons is they looked in China. They saw people falling on their face.
That's what I was going to say. China and Italy.
Flu.
The first two places that got hit. No, it wasn't that they were falling on their face. It was that they were dropping dead. Like showing symptoms 2 hours earlier and dropping dead in the street because of cytoclastic reaction supposedly killed them within hours. Okay? And it happened in Wuhan and it happened in Italy. And those were the first big cases that we were seeing. So we're being shown this virus that kills you in hours and there's no fighting it. Okay? But those were the only two instances that happened with. We didn't have one case in the continental United States where somebody dropped dead and coughed their entire pretty much organ system out of their mouth.
Oh, I know
because
that,
of
they
COVID.
Didn't stop them from telling us here in New York that they're taking them to Plum Island. You have to burn the bodies. You can't even bury them. That's what they were telling us the first couple months, anyways.
What I'm saying is that was not COVID. What killed those people that just dropped dead and they were coughing their guts out, that was either radiation poisoning or that was, something far deadlier than COVID. But it was not COVID. Yes, it was definitely not COVID, but it was done intentionally to scare people. Mm-hmm. It was not COVID.
I can tell you one thing, it was in Iran a lot more. It was in certain places a lot more. Like nobody could explain that, why it would hit Iran so very, very hard.
Oh, because of the genetics. It was because of the genetic indicators. COVID was
Dr.
designed.
Kevin Barrett was talking about that.
Yep,
he believes
COVID was designed
to go after
certain races. Yes, it was. And in fact, black people were kind of targeted with COVID because of the fact of their sickle cell anemia. It actually made them. It was far deadlier for black people than it was for most others because of sickle cell, which. Again, they didn't bring that up. That was not loudly touted on the news, but it was very true. So, all right, with that, guys, I'm actually looking at the time, and I got to close out the show for the night. But that was actually, I really enjoyed the conversations tonight. I thought it was really good. Hang in there, guys. We'll be on again next week, so long as we're all still standing next week and have internet connection. That would be great. We don't know. Nobody knows what's going to happen next. If not, good luck. I will say that. Hope you have food stores. Have a great evening, guys. We'll talk to you next week on the VIXEN'S Vault.
All right. Great show. Great stream.
Awesome sauce. Sorry about the F-bomb. Yeah. I was really pissed when they did that to me, though. I was really mad. Yeah. I get mad.
Yeah. And Raph
we never notice. We never notice. No, Nancy doesn't. We don't ever mention when Nancy says the F-bomb.
Yeah. Well, I apologized. because I've caught myself. So
Now, do you guys want to do an after show? If not, that's fine too.
I'm going to jump because I have to babysit grandchildren tomorrow.
It's been a busy week for me, so I'm going to...
Yeah. I know. I'm happy for you.
It's
All right.
cold as
Hey,
heck
good
out
night.
here.
Good night.
All right, good night.
All right, good night,
Talk to
All right,
everybody.
yeah, good night, everybody. Take care.
All
You
right.
too.
See you next week.
Keep
Hey,
warm.
Hey,
Keep warm.
Jason, I'll try to catch you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah,
for your
I'll be on
stream.
Middle
I
East
know
in the
I've
morning,
been
most
behind
of.
on your stuff, and I need to try to
Oh,
catch up.
don't sweat it, brother.
All right.
You're a busy man.
Yeah. I'll let you know what's going on, too. Hey, take it easy, guys. Mark,
Later.
Roger,
All right,
Later.
brother.
you guys are great.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Yep. Good night, all. And, folks, if you are over in the Kick chat, we will go to the Great Conspiracy as usual because he's such a great supporter of the show by restreaming me so much. So, we'll head over there, and y'all take care. I'm going to take and get us up and rolling here, and I'll be back later on. So, take care. If you liked our stream, subscribe and follow us. We'll be here. Thanks. And we'll be right over there, Great Conspiracy.